at that meeting.
Yeah, I've got a couple other ones. Does anybody else have anything to add besides the Barry Pearson? Okay, I also had, and I thought I sent you an email, Peter, but I may have missed it. We came out of executive session probably around 7:35, and Richard and Rick were going to keep the board informed of where we stood. And then I don't remember.
7:35.
And then I think Rick motioned that we adjourn, and everybody agreed. And I don't think we had a roll call vote because I think everybody got off TV really quick.
So
Any other-
between when you emerged from the meeting, from the executive session, somebody was going to do what?
Rick and Rich were going to keep the board informed.
Good, thank you.
And then Rick moved to adjourn
Got that?
like 2 minutes later.
Noted.
I move that we approve the minutes of April 20th, 2020 as amended.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Dwight seconds it.
Yes.
Roll call vote. Rick Thorpe,
Aye.
Dwight,
Here. Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
and Kate.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. We all voted. And then next thing is correspondence, which I have none. Matt or Tammy or Bill, is there any correspondence I'm missing?
I have nothing.
That has nothing. Tammy's shaking her head and Bill ran away. He'll be back. Okay, so all business. We have equity, and that was a placeholder for future discussions. And Laura's not here, so. Hey, Bill, did you have any correspondence for us? Bill, did you have any correspondence for us? Okay. Website design, Mark, I believe you were gonna you had some stuff you were working on.
Yeah, I went through the RFP from last April, I think. My recommendation is that we update the dates and take out the financial information and send it out as is. I know that's not the typical way educational RFPs get sent out, but in the business world, that's how we would send out an RFP for a website and let companies come back with a price. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, did we send that out? Was that part of the minute?
Nope, never sent out. Was never, the board never, board put it on hold at the time.
No, I meant, was it sent out for this meeting?
No,
No, Bill
I can send it out quickly.
Okay, well, why don't you send it out and then, but let's talk, we'll put that top on the agenda next meeting because that way people get a chance to look at it. I know we've had it before, but it would be brand new to Kate.
All right.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Works for me.
Okay, cool. So Bill did submit us a calendar for the work plan. It looks like multicolored pieces of paper. Did anybody have any comments on the work plan?
No, I think you just updated those two things, right, Bill?
I updated those two things, and then just to update you on May 18th, we have on the calendar IB update, so Matt is preparing that for May 18th.
I was going to bring that up. I wasn't sure if we were going to do that again or do that still.
Yeah, I think Matt, I'll let Matt talk about it.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to remind you that we talked about doing that the second meeting in May. And so I just wanted to let you know I'm ready. We'll be ready to do that. I should have something to send out to you by this coming Monday in preparation for that. So you have time to look over those survey results and read the administrative recommendation.
So Bill, on the agenda, on the next agenda under old business, we're gonna have website design. And then we're gonna have the IB review. And Matt, you're running away. You go the dog, the dog. You're gonna let the parents know that had written letters about this, right? So that that they can participate via whatever system they want to participate by.
Yeah, definitely. I'll put something out through the Power School alert system that lets them know that not only those parents in particular, but lets all the parents know that this will be a topic for that board meeting.
Yeah, I think we definitely, to those specific parents, we definitely need to let them know because they had concerns.
Yeah, I'll send them a specific email.
And then Mark, will they be like on this, will they be one of the squares? Will we look more like Hollywood squares or?
Unless they call in on a telephone.
Okay, but somebody will be able to monitor if they have questions or comments, correct?
Yep. That's part of that procedure that I sent out to you guys before our first meeting. I'll send it out to everyone again.
Okay,
And
is everybody, well, go ahead, Mark, I'm sorry.
I was just going to suggest that it gets sent out to all the Wardsboro parents as well. I didn't know if you have separate lists or how that works.
Yeah, we certainly can do that. Tammy?
What is the ask, Mark? Can you just clarify that for me?
Just whatever message that Matt's going to send out to the Dover parents in regards to the May 18th IB review meeting that gets sent out to the Wardsboro parents as well.
Okay.
So everybody's good with that? Okay, cool. Anything else on the work plan for anybody? Dwight?
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at it. Is this something, I mean, under normal circumstances, would we kind of be having a get together where we'd be designing what we want to work on for the coming year, or we should be filling some of it, or is this something kind of a homework project, or, is this a work in progress, or what's the plan going to be for the plan?
Yeah, if you see something that we're missing that you want to get in there, that this would be the time to bring that up.
Okay. Just saying, 'cause maybe we don't have any meetings in October, or wait.
It's not that we have a meeting, but just when we're doing certain things.
No, I understand. Okay, no, I'll be happy to come up with some ideas. I'm just wondering if it's more of a collaboration, if there are other things we need to be discussing, or.
Yeah, I think Bill and Matt and Tammy, we, one of the things too is like, I know in November you got to identify budget priorities. But we also talk about making sure, looking for efficiencies. Even though we have an approved budget, with Lori and stuff, and I don't have that in there. So maybe that's something you guys can talk with Lori, and maybe we can add that somewhere here in the future. Okay, Dwight, is there anything else you're thinking of specifically, or was that?
No, I didn't. I just was kind of wondering about the process. Like this, we'll add to this as the year goes on, or That's what I was looking for. I didn't have anything to add specifically.
Yeah, it's definitely not like locked in, set in stone and we can't change it. We can add and we can delete and we can move things. It was just kind of a framework so that
Right.
people think of if there's something they have some interest in. And then also part of the thing is, remember last year while we were doing some of the budget reviews, people wanted to know when it would have been a good time to come and talk about that. And I think that November, identified budget priorities in the format.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rich. I think, part of during the budget process last time around, there were questions about when certain things will be discussed. So, so parents could come to the meetings they thought would be most effective for the issues they were looking to talk about.
Yeah. So everybody else good, or anybody else got any comments on that? Okay, then moving along. Our next item is auditor appointment, discussion, and possible action. So I have talked to the three people that had expressed interest. Last year, Robert McIntyre was one of our auditors from Eastover, Randy Capitani from Eastover, and Matt had talked to a Danielle Salway, who's a parent, and she has a bookkeeping business, part-time bookkeeping business, and lives up in Dover Hills. Unfortunately, they're all three from Dover, but they all volunteered. And the one thing they asked me was, what do we have to do? And I said pretty much nothing. We just have to appoint, and they're willing to be appointed, and they're all willing if, we need to have something done, or we can call on them. So, I know last time we advertised and we had a gentleman from Wardsboro who was willing to do it if we couldn't find anybody else. And that was almost as hard a position to find as it was for a school board member. So if you guys want to appoint somebody, make a motion to appoint those three, we could do that. And then just next year we need to, oh, my screen went away. We need to make sure we discuss it at the school district meeting.
So I'll move that we appoint those three.
Peter, Robert McIntyre,
Yes, sir. Noted.
Randy Capitani,
And Danielle Galloway.
Danielle Salway, Salway.
Yes.
Matt, is it Danielle or Daniela?
Danielle, no A at the end.
Okay, so
I remember
Mark,
she was at a meeting before.
okay, so Mark made the motion. Rick, you want to second it?
Sure, I'll second that.
Cool. We have a motion, a second. Is there any more discussion? If not, we'll go through roll call. We'll start with you, Rick.
Aye.
Dwight,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
Okay, so again, everybody's in favor, so the motion carries. Does anybody have any old business? Anything we missed from the minutes? Seeing none. New business, we had a written principles report. I know everything had something in it, but financial efficiencies. It's hard to have financial efficiencies during a COVID epidemic. Any questions, comments, Rick?
None here.
Dwight?
No, looks good.
That,
Mark?
Can I get a hold of a copy to append to the minutes?
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Peter,
Hang on.
I'll send you a link to all the documents. The financial efficiencies, I'm just showing a bullet point with nothing else there. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, that's what my comment was. There are no financial efficiencies, so that's why there's nothing there. Kate, do you have any questions? You got a copy of it, right, Kate?
Yes, no questions.
Okay. Anything other, Matt and Tammy, that showed up on the principal's report that you want to bring up? Okay, we don't see anything, so moving right along. Superintendent's report. We had a 4.5 page superintendent's cabinet report. Did anybody have any questions on the written cabinet report? Okay,
What
seeing
color are you
none.
painting in the inside of Dover? Same color?
We're going to stick with that nice mauve pink color. What do you think?
Oh, Bill doesn't like it.
No, we're doing it's a kind of a slate blue on the bottom and then a institutional off-white on the top. It looks really good. It looks nice.
The mauve came from the addition people and nobody liked it.
Yeah, it's going.
Bill, no questions on the superintendent's report. Do you have anything additional for the superintendent?
I do. It'll be brief, but I just wanted to update the board on the conversation that we had today. There were VSBA and VSA with the director of the Joint Fiscal Office, Mark Peralt, the Secretary of Education, Dan French, and the legislative aide from Peter Welch's office. And kind of the three big takeaways to keep you all informed is that Ways and Means is spending all day Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week trying to creatively come up with a solution, hopefully by the end of the week, to find 153 million, which is the projected shortfall in the ed fund for next year. In the superintendent's report, I gave you guys a copy of the latest from April 29th that was presented to the Ways and Means Committee about how to try to creatively use some of that money underneath the regulations that are tied to that money. They have some other ideas that they're trying to figure out, because the belief in the Ways and Means Committee is that absorbing 153 million on the backs of the property tax is just too high of a bar to try to accomplish. So I just wanted to make you guys aware that this week there should be a lot of movement on that. The Secretary of Education, without being explicit, intimated that the return to fall will not look like pre-COVID times. He was not explicit on what that meant, but he wanted to kind of start dropping the crumbs down that the fall is going to look something different than what we all have normally experienced in the fall. His operating principle is that we should be spending our time this summer planning for the fall and not trying to catch up what happened right now. I kind of think we're going to try to do both, because I don't want to miss the opportunity of, if there's an opportunity for us to do some robust summer work with students in small groups, I really want to take advantage of that, and so do the principals. So I think we're going to do two parallel paths where we're going to use the summer to plan for the fall, and we're going to use the summer to try to catch up at the minimum our most vulnerable students. But the fall could look very much like it looks right now. It could look a hybrid where we have kids coming in on certain days. It could look like back when I was going to kindergarten and you had a group come in the morning and a different group came in the afternoon. I don't know. But over the next 6 weeks, that's the kind of plans that we're going to be working on based on the guidance from the state. So I just wanted the board to kind of understand those contexts, or that context. Mark, go ahead,
Oh,
buddy.
um,
Yeah.
if anybody wants to watch the meeting from this afternoon. The VSBA will be sending it out to all board members, a link to it tomorrow. And Katie, I'll make sure that I send it to you so that you have it.
Thank you, Mark.
The biggest thing I took away from that meeting today was that they're very concerned about students were missing, students that were not being able to access, and I think there's going to be a lot of time and effort put into that. And I noticed that there was a new memo from the Department of Ed today about Medicaid and billing for students, for phone stuff. So it seems like almost every day there's a new memo from the Department of Ed that's creating a lot of work for everybody, making it like people jump through hoops. I wish, if they think that they're not going to have school in the fall, as it was pre-COVID-19, that they tell us now so we can start preparing, because that's going to be really tough on parents, especially in our area where, if ski areas open and the businesses get going again, sometimes the school is more than just education. It also does act as daycare for people. And if they don't have that, that's going to be a huge, I think they're going to go somewhere. If they don't want school, they're going to go into some kind of daycare situation or something. So I know and you guys can push it to Superintendent's Association and Matt and Tammy, the principals, that if that is what they're thinking, they need to really push hard on that to let us know as early as they can, because that's, I think everybody's assuming that we're going to go back to school, at the end of August, beginning of September.
Yeah.
The VSBA has an emergency meeting this Friday. I can push it then as well.
Yeah, I really think if they're really considering that, then they really should start letting us know now. I don't know. Does anybody else have any thoughts?
I don't think it's just the schools that are in this boat. I think the daycares are also in the boat, because I have a child in each age bracket. And right now, my current daycare is closed. I have no idea when they're going to reopen or what it will look like when they do reopen and how many spots they will have. Right now, my employer is having us all work remotely. So I'm working from home with people coming and going, as you guys see. And this is the COVID normal at this point in the game. So I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see where we go.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dwight.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, Phil, can you give us any idea of some of the things that are being bounced around to either, one, make up the shortfall, or what school may look like in the fall? I mean, some of the things that they're talking about, or do they even know themselves?
No, I mean, I think they're being really creative with the shortfall. I think actually this board has been very prescient to kind of wait and see what these discussions were going to bear fruit instead of diving into the worry right away. Because once they learned the rules of the 1.25 billion, then they came up with some interesting ideas. So kind of modeling the $1,200 check to citizens of the United States. They're considering grants to all property taxpayers, because that technically is not backfilling a loss of revenue. It's giving something to the citizens. So it's kind of in that gray area, but I really like the idea. And then they would just do it to match that 26 cents that is estimated to be lost. So everybody would get a grant on their tax bill that actually would gobble up that loss, but it would look like everybody paid, that the tax rate would rise, but then you get a grant to bring it back down to normal. That's one idea they're looking at, which I think has real promise. At least the Welch people felt that way.
This is the federal grant you're talking about now.
Well, no, the state has the money, and then the state gets to distribute that 1.25 billion however they decide. They just have to follow the rules that are provided.
Gotcha. Okay.
Secondly, when you talk about what it's going to look like in the fall, everything's kind of on the table. It could look exactly like it looks right now to start. It could look like it looks right now and bringing in small groups of kids. You know, Kate's first grade daughter might come in on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, but she's home on Thursdays and Fridays. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but we meet with the secretary on Thursday, so we'll be asking these questions that you guys are talking about. I think that Friday, May 8th is a big deal because they're going to talk about graduation ceremonies. And so I think that's going to be starting to show us kind of what their thinking is. And then back to a point that Rich talked about the most vulnerable kids and being in touch. I would let you guys know as a board, you should be really proud of your team because you have really high percentage of kids engaging. Just as an example, in Wardsboro, after 9 days off for vacation, 100% of all of their students engaged right after vacation. I mean, that is huge. That is a real connection to the school that is just gigantic. So you guys have really set a nice connective tissue that people want to be a part of. So we're going to have less kind of making up because we have a very engaged family and community.
I would say, yeah, and for the summer, you know, I've never been a big fan of summer school, but I think the engagement is really important for the kids. And if they don't have other things going on in the summertime, just the ability to reach out to their friends in the community and, you know, have a little bit of a learning experience, I think would probably be a good idea. So I'd be interested to see what they come up with or what we come up with the summer months.
Yeah, we're operating on starting that planning after we hear from the secretary on Friday.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Is everybody all good with Bill's superintendent report? Okay, so part of that, under that, Bill's got a half day for professional development in school focus. You want to have a discussion on that. And we also got a email from Tammy and Matt, or a part of one of the packages was Steve and IB program development proposal. So I think these are kind of like go together hand in hand. I believe Matt and Tammy, are you okay with that? So Bill, why don't you start, and then Matt and Tammy, you can come in and tell us what's going on.
So basically, Matt, Tammy, and I have been discussing since August how to make sure that we are really developing the programs, really developing STEAM, really developing IB, really reflecting on not only implementing a program, but developing a program. And we have a model in West River that is going into its third year next year of developing. We needed to have some unification of all the schools that were working together in West River. And so we came up with a plan to do 6 half days throughout the year so that we could have all the elementary schools start working together and have the middle school kind of develop its middle school world while the high school was developing a reaction to their test scores, really. And it's been highly successful in getting the deep kind of development that we want in West River. And so I've been discussing this with Tammy and Matt for about 6 months. And I asked them to kind of collaborate on kind of a one-pager to share with you guys where our best thinking is right now. But we really would like to encourage the board to support 6 half days next year for the development of the STEAM program and the development of the IB program above and beyond the winter sports days. We're finding that time is super critical, and we can really make some high-level, long-term, durable investments, but we just need to have that time. So that's kind of the broad strokes. And Matt and Tammy, if you can kind of flesh that out, that would be awesome.
Go ahead, Tam. Do you have anything to add?
I think you nailed it, Bill, really. I mean, basically, we're looking for some more time. I know, especially, STEAM is really in the infancy stages here at Wardsboro. And in order for us to really, develop a high quality program and get to the place where we want teachers to be integrating this within their classrooms, we need a little bit more time as a team, as a school-based team, in order for us to work on that.
Yeah, I think it's the same. What we're finding with IB is the same thing. The winter sports time is great, but we're looking for something that's a little more spread out throughout the year. Every 4 to 6 weeks, a new IB unit starts, and there's quite a lot of turnover that needs to happen in that time. And a lot of it is based on reflection, where teachers are reviewing the work that they've done and the effectiveness of that work. And it's really important after the job is done to have a look at it and try to determine whether or not it was successful and what you would change to try to improve it. So by the time January, February rolls around, the iron has cooled down, for lack of a better word or a better analogy, with those 2 or 3 units or 4 units that have been taught in the fall. So we're just looking for those times to try to grow the program, try to build the program, rather than just maintain the program in the case of the IB, to try to keep the status quo. We really want to we want it to grow. We don't want it to just stay the way it is. And we're finding we're struggling with the time.
Any board members have any questions? Do any board members have any questions? Mark, do you have a question? Bill or Matt?
Katie had her hand up first.
Oh, I was saying, sorry, I thought Tammy was talking and adding something after Matt talked, and I didn't hear what she said.
Yeah, I was muted and I thought I was not. Sorry. Thank you, Kate. No, in addition to that, I'm just wondering and hoping that the additional time could also lend itself to some collaboration between the teachers and the schools, given more time.
Okay. Mark?
So 2 questions. One, are half days better than full days? And you're basically talking about 3 full educational days. I could be wrong, but I would think that from a parent perspective, a whole day that they could plan for would be better than 3 whole days and having essentially 6 half days, which for a working parent would be a whole day. So just a question.
Yeah, no, the design is so that the school day counts. We don't
Okay.
have in our contract enough professional development days to take those as full days.
Okay. And that answers my second question. So thank you.
All right.
Anybody, Dwight, you have a question?
No, I think that was kind of similar. My question was, how many days do they currently use for professional development and how many are contracted? So is this addition to what they are contracted for, or is this the same?
No, we
Yeah.
would have. Oh,
Go ahead, Rich.
well, so I was just looking, we contract for 186.5 days. And I was trying to figure out, because I can't find it really quickly, but there's X number of days that are student contact days, and certain dates can be used for professional development. So maybe Bill, run through us out of those 186.5, because we did make some changes for the SU also to give you some additional days at the SU, and then we wanted to give Matt and Tammy some time to for in school besides. So can you run through that for us?
Yeah, so you run 186.5 days, and you run 176 student days. So that gives you 10.5 professional development days. Half of those, 5 days, you work in collaboration with the SU. and then half of those 5.5 days are specific to river valleys. And those are spread throughout the year, but those are primarily about building up, preparing to teach the Common Core, the whole broad range of education, rather than the specificity of STEAM or IB. And thus, that's why we use the winter sports days to focus primarily on STEAM and IB. But the additional 6 half days would allow for the development of the programs. And as Tammy mentioned, also the opportunity for some merging, because you can imagine how it would make a whole lot of sense that some IB units are heavily influenced by STEAM, and we can get some cross-pollination that could be really helpful and beneficial to our students.
So then
I have a,
oops, okay.
I have a question too. So, this ask is definitely like, it's reasonable, but is it adequate given the part that, the landscape of, the schedule may change pretty drastically next year? Do you think that this allows for that scenario as well? Or do you think that would bring, some other planning challenges to the table to work, IB and STEAM lessons in a distance learning or in a, 3 days a week in the school setting learning? Like, is that going to be adequate time, or how does that look?
So the honest answer is I don't know. But I think that it's a good place to start as we navigate whatever the world looks like. One benefit is that people are getting much more comfortable in this environment. So you can imagine where if we wanted a collaboration in October on a Wednesday, you might use part of the time in your own building working with the teachers in Wardsboro, and then you might spend part of that time collaborating over a distance learning with the teachers in Dover. So you could do both, and you could, adapt to the environment that's happening. So that's one of the benefits, that we're learning how to do this and be functional in this environment. But to be quite honest, until we know the rules of the game, no, I don't know if it's enough or not, but I think it's a good place to start.
Are you good, Kate?
Thank you, Bill.
Any other questions for Bill or Matt or Tammy?
So I'm understanding, Bill. So we would have a total of 16 and a half PD days now?
No, you'd still only have 10 and a half. It would, so you could look at it both ways. You could have, there's still student days, so it's still part of that 176, but the students would only be there for 4 of the 7 hours of the day. So you could cobble those half days together and make that count. I think you're right, 16 and a half. But they would both be student days and professional development days in the eyes of the AOE.
Okay, so the students are missing out on a half a school day, right, though? Is that?
That is correct.
Okay.
But
I would say, actually, now in this environment, they could go home and do distance learning, because now that we know how to do it, it would make quite a lot of sense.
But who would teach it?
There's a lot of independence that's going on with distance learning. You don't have to have, synchronous action.
Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to make it clear.
But so where does, I think Rick is right though, because we also have those half days, the 6 half days from the winter sports too.
No, Rick is right. I'm taking half of those 6 days, these other 6 days, you combine those together, that's 6 days. And that adds on to that 10.5 that I referenced earlier. So Rick did the math faster than I did. That's 16.5.
And I thought our contract had 181 student days.
You changed that 3 years ago.
Wow. Okay. Is everybody good? I guess I don't know if I think if everybody's kind of in agreement, I think we can say that, yeah, we're good with this for the time being. But I think until we know what the calendar is going to look like, I think maybe we just say that, yeah, this is something we'll go with forward with. But until we know what the state's planning, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, I think. Then the other part, are you going to be able to put that many faculty together? Because you're not allowed more than 10 people now in a meeting or in a building or in a work environment. So I don't know how that plays into it and when that's going to loosen up and, if that changes. But so if everybody's good, I think we can give it a conceptual approval. We won't take a vote on it, but then Bill and Matt and Tammy, when we get closer to the new year and the new budget time, we can bring this back up and just see where it stands. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Dwight, you're good with that?
Yeah, it's
Kate,
good.
you're good. Mark?
For me.
Mark's good. Okay, so guys, Matt and Tammy and Bill, we're good with it. We'll just let's pay attention to what's going on and where we move forward and what the new lay of the land's gonna look like. Okay, so then the next thing I have is the COVID-19 update. Bill, is that something you put in or is that?
I just wanted to make sure I had it in there in case anybody had any questions. I think it kind of got taken care of by talking about it during the superintendent. I don't have any additions.
Does anybody have any questions about it? You guys are making this too easy. Last thing we got is contractual and personnel. I do know we will probably hopefully make a couple decisions tonight. So I don't know, how do we deal with this, Mark and Bill and Rich?
We'll kick everybody out, and then I'll lock the room. And Rich, you can come back into the waiting room, and I'll unlock it when we come out of executive session.
Yeah, that works.
Peter, are you okay with that?
Yes, yes. Would you like me to come back afterwards?
Yes, because I believe we're going to have a couple tonight.
How will we know?
Come right back in. I'll kind of kick you out. Come right back in. You'll be in the waiting room, and I'll open up the waiting room when we get out of executive session.
Will that make a little bell sound or anything? Or shall I stare at my computer?
I honestly don't know whether it will or not.
Okay, I'll leave the sound on. You can all yell at me.
There you go.
Rich,
Yes, Bill?
could I ask that to start the executive session, that is just the board and myself for a real brief moment, and then let Matt and Tammy go into the waiting room and then bring them in?
Well, we got yeah, we can do that.
Right, I have one thing to talk about. And
Right.
then, right, okay.
Okay,
So if I was just gonna say, Rich and Peter, if you could wait 5 minutes before you come back in, because I can't let individual people in. I can only open up the whole waiting room.
Right. Yeah, that works. Just please don't make the decision before we come back in.
I think it'll be more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
But that will let Matt and Tammy back in.
Yeah, that works.
Got it. So we'll abandon you for 5 minutes and then come back in and we'll get in the waiting room.
Yep.
Hang on a sec before we kick anybody out. I need a motion to move into executive session for contractual issues and personnel issues.
So moved.
So Rick moved. Do I have a second?
I second.
Kate seconds it. Roll call vote. Any discussion? Hearing none. Rick? Aye, Rick?
Aye, oh, absolutely.
Dwight?
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Okay, so we're all in favor, so we're moving into executive session, so kick them out. Make sure there's nothing good in that way.
Up, they're in.
Okay, Peter, are you all set to get some motions?
Am I speaking? Yes, I'm all set.
Okay, so by unanimous consent, we came out of executive session. The first contractual issue, the superintendent's gonna bring us more information to our next meeting about the first contractual issue.
Yes.
The second contractual issue, I need somebody to make a motion.
I'll move that we approve the Wyndham Central and NEA, or Wyndham Central NEA contract with River Valleys, and give the chair permission to sign the agreements.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so Dwight seconds it. Peter, do you have that?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Roll call vote, Rick,
Aye.
Dwight,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
Okay, so it's all in favor, so the motion carries. And then the third contractual issue, do we have a motion on that?
All right. I move that we give administration, I don't know what the right word is, permission or instruction to hire, move to approve the
Hiring.
recommended candidate for teacher position at Dover.
Move to approve hiring the candidate.
For the administration to
Yeah,
offer
for teacher position at Dover.
That
Bill,
all
you were
got
muted.
broken up.
It's a River Valleys contract. We want to maintain the flexibility where we place people. So on the contract, it'll be with River Valleys. So we don't want to make the motion Dover.
Oh, I apologize.
So
I
how's
amend
it
the
worded?
motion.
Hiring a candidate. Approve hiring a candidate.
Approve the administration to offer a contract to the candidate.
Offer a contract. Great. Okay.
Okay, so Mark, you're good with that motion?
I am.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I second.
Okay, so Kate seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. We have to do roll call for everything, Bill. Thumbs up, yeah? Okay, Rick,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Dwight,
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. Move forward, Matt, Tammy, and Bill. So our next meeting is May 18th at 6 p.m. And if you have anything you can think of that we've missed to put on the agenda, please let us know ahead of time. And if there's nothing else, Rick, you ready to make a motion to adjourn?
Just a clarification. Mr. Schaber moved to approve the administration offering a contract to a candidate. Is there a position involved here?
As a teachers.
Teaching contract. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn at 20 p.m. and reconvene on the 18th at 6 p.m.
Cool.
May the fourth be with
Second?
you.
That work?
Force be with you.
Yeah, do I have a second?
I
Second?
second.
Mark seconds it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. Thank you, folks. We'll see you guys in 2
Thanks,
weeks.
everyone.
Same dot channel.
Night.
Thank
Aye.
you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Oh, yes.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 370th edition of Energy Week. Today is the 7th of May, and we're covering news on energy and climate change from April 30th to the 6th of May.
That's what I got.
That's what you got. I am George Harvey, and the other voice you hear is the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And we are doing this because of the coronavirus. We're doing it from home. And Tom, you almost always have comments. I have to say where the information is available. Do you want to go ahead or should I?
Yeah, we got a picture coming here. I hope you have the picture.
We do, but I would say anybody who is watching this show can read the articles that we're talking about either at my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the date that we're starting on the 30th of April, or there is a file that's uploaded to BCTV and from there to elsewhere, and there's also a link to the blog that we use to set the show up. It's almost a script. So you were going to say, Tom, I'm sorry.
Well, there's certainly some good stuff to look up. If you listen to the show, some of these things you will find very interesting. Some of them are very long. And I'll try to call out to your attention.
Okay, good.
So we got an amazing thing that we've never seen before. It's called a nodding donkey.
We've been seeing a lot of these guys lately. This one is, and the actual title on the article was had to do with sunsetting on a nodding donkey.
That's exactly what I have here.
This article is from CNN. What do you got for a title, Tom?
The world may never recover its thirst for oil.
The world is learning to live with less oil. The coronavirus pandemic has destroyed demand for gasoline and jet fuel as billions of people stay home, and there's no guarantee it will ever fully recover despite rock bottom prices. The oil industry is bracing for the effects of the crisis to linger.
Well, we've been talking about this exact stuff, and we will mention it again. This came from CNN, by the way.
Yeah.
And they usually do a pretty good job.
They generally do, yeah.
And I got a little takeaway here. Citizens in once polluted cities, having become accustomed to blue skies, demand tougher emissions controls, encouraging governments to redouble efforts to tackle the climate crisis.
Yeah.
That's a mouthful.
It is. And of course, we've also got more behind this because people are learning to work at home in a lot of cases who have never done it before.
Yeah.
And people are learning that air travel puts you in a position where social distancing is next to impossible in many cases. And
absolutely.
You know, we're seeing the world is
the world will change.
Yeah, the world is going to change. There's no doubt about it in my mind. So should we go on?
Yeah, let's move along. We got another unusual picture here.
Yeah,
it's an offshore wind farm.
Yes. And this one comes from gcaptain.com.
That's what I say. Yeah. Never heard of them, but I picked it up.
I never heard of them either. I tried to figure out what I could about them and didn't learn very much.
Well, this is the title. Renewable energy helps utilities survive virus slump.
This is really interesting. Energy companies from Ørsted AS to Iberdrola SA reported robust first quarter earnings in a period that has been bedeviled by a slump in energy demand and a collapse of gas prices. Large wind and solar portfolios have so far protected those companies from the worst effects of the crisis.
Well, this is a quote from the article. There is complete consensus that the road to economic recovery must be green.
Well, that is something that I'm seeing a lot of. I don't see anybody writing articles saying we need more coal, oil, and gas going into, I just don't see it. And
Well, there's one more sentence here that I've got, a roundup. The article is a roundup of the key energy earnings from Ørsted, Iberdrola, Vattenfall, and Naturgy.
okay,
So it shows you what these companies are doing.
yeah. In a year ago, on the idea that the price of oil would go below zero, what do you suppose you would have picked as a number?
I don't know how long I would have left.
Okay, I think do you think you would have gone with 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million?
Something like that.
Okay, what would you have picked as a number if I'd said, what are the odds that the price of oil is going to go up to $500 a barrel?
I would say the odds are good.
Okay, now
I would have said the odds are good.
Here's the problem. If for these companies that are dealing and people who are dealing with fossil fuels, they're looking at this and saying, in a lot of cases, if the price of oil can go negative, what can happen to it on the up end? Because if they're dependent on oil or gas to power a fossil fuel powered generating plant, or to drive their fleet of buses or whatever it is, they have to be able to pay for the power. And it's easy to pay for something that's negative, but that's not going to last very long. What if the price goes up? And this whole thing of the price going negative has made people who are dependent on the price of oil scared.
Say that again. I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean.
Price of oil went negative.
Yep.
And it scared the people who are dependent on oil, because they know if it can go negative, it can go high many times that amount.
If it goes negative, it means they don't get paid for their oil. They got to pay to store it.
I'm talking about the users, the people who build natural gas power plants, for example. And natural gas prices are tied to the prices of oil. If you're going to build a power plant, would you build a natural gas plant right now, knowing that the price of oil is so volatile that it can actually go negative for a period of days?
Well, the downside of that is it can go very positive high within the next few days. It's very uncertain, and companies are going bankrupt because of it.
Yeah, the uncertainty has become blaringly obvious. That's the point I was trying to make. Maybe I should escape from that. Do you want to go to the next one, or do you have more to say about this?
Let's move on to the next one here.
Okay.
It's more of the same.
More of the same. We have a coal-burning power plant. Imagine.
Yeah, we do. I've got it here. It's just that I got it hasn't come up on my screen yet, but there it is.
There it is.
Coal-burning power plant in Bergheim, Germany.
Yeah.
And what it says is here is the COVID-19 crisis will wipe out demand for fossil fuels, says the IEA.
Now,
You're going to tell us what the IEA is.
I am indeed. That is the International Energy Agency, and that is an agency that's in the UN. And I want to point out, this is not the EIA, which is the Energy Information Administration that is part of the U.S. Department of Energy, and it's also not, and this is the important one, the IRENA, which is the International Renewable Energy Agency. I want to point that out because the International Energy Agency used to be blamed a lot for being actually almost being so optimistic about fossil fuels that they sounded like they were promoting them. And here...
It's alphabet soup to me.
What?
It's alphabet soup to me.
Yeah. Well, they're not doing that anymore. The International Energy Agency said the outbreak of COVID-19 would wipe out demand for fossil fuels by prompting a collapse in energy demand 7 times as great as the slump caused by the global financial crisis. It said renewable energy will continue to grow.
I think that's pretty accurate.
I think so. And
well, there's a takeaway here is global energy demand was likely to plummet by the equivalent of the combined energy demand of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK. This is significant.
It is. It's a significant decline.
And there's a takeaway here is renewable electricity will be the only source resilient to the global energy shock.
See, this is the thing that is really important to understand. We're going to see this in the next article. Maybe I should hold off on talking until we get to that next article. Do you have more on this one?
No, I don't, and this one's coming closer to home.
Yep, it is. This is from Power Engineering Magazine, and we have a picture of the Indian Point nuclear plant.
Well, the article refers directly to that, and it says Indian Point 1 gigawatt nuclear plant Unit 2 is closing permanently.
And the synopsis I have says, tonight, April 30th, with the push of a red button, one of two operating nuclear reactors at the Indian Point Energy Center along the Hudson River north of New York City will shut down. The plant is 24 miles from Manhattan. Demolition is projected to cost $2.3 billion. That's billion with a B.
For sure. Came from Power Engineering Magazine.
It sure did.
Now, what I say about it is the 1,020 megawatt Unit 2 reactor will close for good. And the 1,040 megawatt Unit 3 will close next year in April 2021.
Yeah.
And the energy they are providing will be replaced largely by natural gas plants.
Yeah. I want to point out one thing that came up a lot in the news in the month prior to this closing was people saying we've got a pandemic going on. This is a bad time to close a nuclear power plant. And the thing that these people didn't understand is that right now it might be impossible. It might not be impossible, but it might be impossible to prevent the Unit 3 reactor from closing down because you have, if it didn't close down in April next year, it would have to refuel. And it takes over a year to get the fuel. So it, at this point, is kind of touch and go whether they'd even be able to get the fuel.
Yeah, they would have to be ordering it, as you say, right now.
Yeah, they should have ordered it a couple of months ago, but they've made a deal that the plant would close, so it's probably going to close. The thing is, these nuclear plants are baseload plants, and people who say, and they still say, we need baseload power to know that we're going to be able to turn the lights on at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning in the spring when the power load is the lowest on the grid. That lowest is the base load. And
yes.
Baseload power plants are designed to cover that load. And the thing that makes them what they are is that they have been built with the idea of efficiency of scale specifically for that purpose. And they
historically, if they need more power, they've had to go to a peaking plant. And
right.
The peaking electricity has been expensive.
It's been expensive, but you know what happens if you have a pandemic like we've got, and the base load that you have expected is actually significantly greater than the real demand. That means that these baseload plants have to close, and it can take a nuclear plant a week or two to come back to power once it's closed.
Yeah.
And that's also true, but not quite as long for coal and natural gas baseload plants. And the result of that is that if the demand is that unpredictable, then baseload plants actually have to operate at less than full efficiency, which means that they become very expensive to operate. And then what's happening is we're seeing renewable energy coming on the grid that is cheap, and you know we're going to have an article about that later in this show. Solar power breaking but
absolutely. Well, it's happening. I mean, it's inevitable.
It's happening, and what's happening is that if you want to shut down a wind turbine or shut off a solar farm, you can do that. It's easy. And then if you want it back again, you just tell it to come back again. And if the wind is blowing in that particular place, you've got it. But if it isn't blowing in that particular place, it's going to be blowing someplace else. So,
well, the technology to store energy is rapidly advancing.
That's the other one, Tom. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that. You did indeed.
And that's going to change a lot of things.
Oh, is it ever? Okay, we are up.
Along here, we got a nice picture of some underwater things.
Underwater things. This is
It's like a clam in the middle there and a bunch of tubular life, I guess they are.
They're called tube worms.
Well, I won't call you a liar for that one.
We're up to Friday, May 1st, and this article comes from Clean Technica.
And it says, I quote, "The ocean genome helps fight disease. Here's how we save it." This is important.
It is. One thing that the authors of this, and there were like 5 authors for this thing, and the names made it sound to me like possibly not all of them spoke English as their native language. So I'm not going to blame them for this, but the word genome that they used is not correct here. What they really meant was biome. Genome is the genes in an organism. They're talking about the ocean biome where they
Yes, they are.
Where they are talking about the mix of animals and plants. But anyway, to quote them, even though they're using this word a little incorrectly, the ocean plays a surprising role in fighting COVID-19. This is something I didn't know. The ocean genome is a rich source of antiviral compounds and enzymes from remarkable hydrothermal vent bacteria have been key to the technology in virus test kits, including those used to diagnose COVID-19. Who'd have thought?
Well, this is a long and informative article. This is a good article.
It's a good article to read.
You got about 3 weeks to read it.
Yeah. You know, I just noticed right next to that clam is a shrimp.
I didn't see that.
It's climbing on one of those tubes. It's looking up.
Oh yeah, small. Yeah.
Isn't that funny? But anyway, that's and what they're saying is these animals and plants that live in the ocean, we need them. We need them in order to deal with problems that we have on land, and that makes that ocean, the ecology of the ocean, the environmental quality of the ocean, very important.
Well, there's something from the article. It's originally a quote from the World Health Organization.
Yeah.
It says countries need to do 3 things to successfully fight this pandemic: test, test, and test.
What was that second one, Tom?
Test, test, and test.
Okay.
Multiple threats face the ocean genome. Again, the wrong word.
Yeah.
Which is this is what they define it as: the genetic material present in all marine organisms.
Well, you know, that comes pretty close to being genome, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the information it encodes is the foundation upon which marine ecosystems rest.
Yeah, maybe they got that word right and I got it wrong.
Well, this seems to be the way they're using it anyhow.
Yeah. Okay.
And the information. Well, the article lists 5 ways to protect and share the ocean genome, which I'm not going to list here, but it's worth looking up.
Worth looking at, yeah. Okay.
Oh, we got a nice picture here.
Yes, of a map
of the U.S. U.S. with the U.S. shale plays in it. It's interesting to note that there's none in New England.
I was actually going to say that too, Tom. There are a couple of places where there's none, but we don't have to worry about shale oil or shale gas in New England. But you know, obviously the Marcellus play and so forth, the Bakken, which is in northern North Dakota and Montana, and
well, we don't have to go very far from New England because over the border in New York State, there's a very large play that begins down almost where the 3 states, New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, come together.
Yes,
and it goes right straight down into West Virginia, and it's a big play.
It is a big play, and it is one of the reasons why people, you know, the oil companies were very upset when the state of New York said, we're not going to allow you to do any fracking.
And this is all frackable stuff.
Yeah, it is. Okay, this is from CNN, and you have the keys to the title.
The oil bankruptcies are just beginning. Here's who could be next.
Wow.
That's scary.
The oil crash is blocking U.S. fracking companies from accessing cheap credit that fueled their prolific rise. That reversal of fortunes could prove fatal for over-leveraged shale oil companies, and the weakest players are likely to get tipped into bankruptcy. don't worry. The economic stimulus will save these guys. You can do a lot with $2.2 trillion.
Oh, you can't do that. Well, the article here says that virtually unlimited borrowing allowed shale companies to sell a price too low for virtually any U.S. shale company to turn a profit.
Yeah.
Now, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So no one wants to lend money to a shale oil company that can't generate enough cash flow at cheap prices.
And the shale oil companies are not borrowing money to do something that they're not already doing, except for one thing, and that is to pay off loans that they've already got that they can't otherwise pay off. That is bad. That's like supporting yourself on credit cards.
Well, there's one big wild card according to this, and that's President Trump's promise to rescue the oil industry.
Yeah, well,
the next article that we're going to talk about is exactly on that.
Yeah, and well, yeah, okay. Should we go on?
Yeah, we might just as well.
Okay, our next article is on Saturday, May 2nd, and it comes from Echo Watch.
And it says the Trump administration sits on $43 billion intended for clean energy loans, while unemployment soars.
Why?
Yeah, well, you're going to tell us. There's a picture there of the Alamosa Solar Project in Colorado.
Yeah, I'll mention that too, but let me read the synopsis first. While the nation struggles to find ways to ramp up the economy so people can get back to work, over $43 billion in low-interest loans earmarked for clean energy projects stands undistributed by the Trump administration, according to the New York Times.
He's not spending the money.
Why would he do that? I mean, there's a stimulus, and this is money that had been already put in the...
It's allocated.
It had been allocated before the stimulus was needed.
Absolutely.
Those solar arrays that you see in this picture, by the way, the Alamosa solar array, those are not quite what they appear to be.
Oh, yeah?
Well, they're not regular solar panels. They're concentrating solar panels that are held inside containers where the sunlight is concentrated with Fresnel lenses. And if anybody doesn't know what a Fresnel lens is, it's a lens that has its surface stepped. And you see this, for example, in a lighthouse. There's a circular lens around the light, and it has steps in the glass. And the reason why it's got those steps is because they're not really all that concerned about exactly where that light is going. They just want it to go out. They could build a lens that was really, really thick, but what they do is they step it down so it's not so thick. And
they can make the lens really thin.
They can make the lens really thin. Sometimes you see that in the back window of a camper, for example, where there's a thing that's maybe a foot square and it's circular. That is a very powerful lens that gives the person driving the vehicle a picture out the back window, a broad angle picture. But those Fresnel lenses on these mounts that these things are on, each of which I think maybe carries 50 of these solar panels, are gigantic. And those boxes in the middle of the screen, I think, might be 5 or 6 feet tall. And
those are the electrical connections.
Those are the electrical connections. They might be 4 feet tall, but these panel assemblies on tracking mounts are probably 8 inches to a foot thick, and these are big. They're really big.
So these lenses are concentrating the solar, and which would be raising the efficiency of the solar panels.
In most solar panels, it would destroy the efficiency by making them overheat, but this is a special kind of solar panel.
Well, there's a lot of people working on a lot of ideas, and some of them are going to be good ones.
Yep. But here we are. We have $43 billion in low-interest loans that could be made for clean energy, and the administration, for some reason, even though it's throwing money at the, conservatives that I've known, and I've always been kind of conservative, and I had a lot of conservative friends, would have been horrified at the idea of just saying, let's throw money at this problem. They talked a lot about how the liberals' solution was to throw money at problems. But what's going on in Washington now is not, I think, what they would have approved of, even though the last of them that I talked to, and most of those guys were getting old and have died. But he was saying, well, you know, we'll just see where this administration is going. I think he died a year ago, and I think he would have been very disappointed at the idea of throwing money at a problem. But these low interest loans should be part of the solution. And they're not.
Well, they've been earmarked from Congress a long time ago, but he's not spending them.
Well, I think, in fact, he would prefer to see renewable energy go away.
I think he would too. He's certainly not a fan of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on here.
Okay.
There's a picture of some very similar panels.
Yeah.
And the sign there says, "Have a sunny day."
And that's what the caption says.
Absolutely.
Which it says because I wrote it. Okay. This is an article from Clean Technica.
Houston surprises. 100% renewable energy will lead to $65 million in savings in 7 years. Huh?
Yeah. Mayor Sylvester Turner announced that the city of Houston, this is Houston, Texas, not Houston, Montana or something like this. This is a city. This is a big city. Has committed to purchasing 100% renewable energy through a renewed partnership with NRG Energy. The city will realize $65 million in savings over a 7-year contract that they signed.
Well, to give you some idea of the size of Houston, it's the top municipal user of renewable energy in the country. And it plans to power all municipal operations with renewable energy, which is estimated to see a $9 million reduction in its annual electricity bill.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're looking at this pretty closely, and they're hoping for some good savings.
Well, it looks like they're getting them. You know.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting them already.
Yes. You got more on that, or should we go on?
No, let's move on to the next one.
Okay, this is from Environment and Energy Leader, and we have a picture of wind turbines in the mountains.
It looks like that. Yeah, it does. Could have fooled me.
It fooled me. Well, there's a lake in the foreground.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
Yeah. It's not terribly obvious given the colors we've got, but that's I believe that's what it is. If it is,
I think that's what it is. Yeah. Well, a report. Oh, you're going to read that. International report makes business case for renewables investment.
Okay. A report from the International Renewable Energy Agency. Remember, I was talking about the International Energy Agency and not the International Renewable Energy. Now I'm talking about the International Renewable Energy Agency, which is called IRENA.
IRENA, yes.
Makes a business case for investment in renewables. It says future decarbonization is still possible despite the economic shutdown from the pandemic, and it highlights climate-safe options for investment.
I'll list those 4 because they're quick.
Okay.
Rapid decline in renewable energy costs.
Yeah.
Air quality improvements.
Yeah.
Enhanced energy security.
Yep.
And socioeconomic benefits. They all make sense.
They all make sense, absolutely. And, you know, enhanced energy security is something that I think the Trump administration doesn't understand. They think that if we pump as much oil as we can to the point that we're exporting it, that means that we are energy secure, but it still makes us dependent on oil and gas. And if we want to be dependent on something, it's a whole lot better, I think, to be dependent on the fact that the wind is going to blow fairly frequently most of the time, and the sun is going to shine every day. And by the way, I should mention this because a lot of people don't understand it. Photovoltaic panels, the PVs that are used for solar power, produce electricity even when it's raining if it's daylight hours.
If it's daylight, they work. Absolutely.
They still work. All they need is light. They will not produce as much as electricity as they would if the sun were shining brightly. But, you know, a friend of mine who has a big solar array and batteries and is entirely dependent on that has told me that the batteries produce about 50% sometimes of what they would on a sunny day. When it's raining and dark out, they still charge the batteries.
Okay. Makes sense.
We are up to Sunday, May 3rd, and this is an interesting photograph of what is called MV Osprey.
Yeah, it's delivering jackets for the Moray First East Wind Farm. Norway First East Wind Farm.
Yeah. Tom, are you aware of what they call semi-submersible heavy lift ships?
No.
Well, this is what you're seeing in this picture is a
very unusual looking ship.
Yeah, that is a semi-submersible heavy lift ship.
Okay.
It's called the MV Osprey. I was fascinated by this, so I did a little research on it. You'll notice that there are 2 tugboats pushing that ship up to the quay.
Okay.
That ship has 2 bridges.
I thought it did.
A bow bridge and a stern.
Yeah, it looks like that.
And the reason is because you know those big substations they put out on offshore wind farms?
Yeah, we've talked about them.
This is
they're like hotels.
Yeah, this is the kind of vessel that delivers them.
Okay.
And you know, as I went through pictures of these, it wasn't this ship; it was a different ship. It happened to be owned by the same company, OHT, which is Offshore Heavy. I'm going to say Transit, but it's a Norwegian company with an English title. But nevertheless, you remember the USS Cole, which got bombed by Al Qaeda years ago?
I don't remember that.
Well, it was an Arleigh Burke class destroyer.
Okay.
Okay, now my father was on 3 destroyers during the Second World War. One of them was Wickes class. It was First World War. It was a tiny bit more than 1,000 tons. The second and third were Fletcher class, and they were a little over 2,000 tons. But the Arleigh Burke destroyers, believe it or not, are over 6,000 tons.
They're big.
That's the size of a light cruiser.
Yeah.
And when the Cole was bombed and a big hole was put in its side, it was brought back to the United States for repair on a ship that looked like this.
Oh, no kidding.
And what they can do is they can submerge that ship so that flat deck goes maybe 10 meters below the waterline, and then float the ship that they want to transport onto it, and then lift it out of the water and go for a trip.
Well, that's interesting.
Isn't it? I saw another picture of a similar ship that was carrying 2 minesweepers. You know, I mean, this is a very different thing, but that's a 50,000-ton ship. And those stands are tall. You know.
Yes, big. They're big.
You know, they may be, I don't know. I'm going to guess they might be 12 stories, 15 stories tall. Okay, this article comes from Northern Times, and you, Tom, have the title.
Port of Nig takes delivery of massive offshore wind farm jackets for the Moray East development.
And one thing I should point out to anybody who wants to look at this article is that the Northern Times will not give you access to it unless you've got ad blocking off. Okay? Anyway, the synopsis is the heavy lift vessel MV Osprey delivered the first 8 out of 103 jacket structures to the 100-turbine Moray East offshore wind farm. The jacket structures will be taken to the wind farm site in the Moray Firth for installation. And the reason why 100 turbines need 103 jacket structures is because 3 of them are for the what are those things called? I just mentioned them.
Just talked about them.
Yeah, the
combination of a hotel and a energy collector.
That's what it is. But what do they call them? They call them. The word is just out of my.
We just talked about them, and I forget the word we used.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. A firth is a word meaning the same thing as a fjord or an inlet or a bay.
Yeah.
And a Moray Firth is in the far north of Scotland by Inverness.
Yes.
So it's way up there.
Way up there.
And did I read the title here? Yes, I did.
You read the word that we were trying to think of was substation.
Of course. Well, an installation vessel is going to lift these jackets that we see there into the sea and precisely connect them with pre-installed piles. So the turbines and the 3 offshore substation platforms, that's the word we were looking for, will then be installed on top of the jackets. And they hope this to be operational by 2022.
And this is a big wind farm, 100 turbines.
Very large wind farm, yep.
Do you have the capacity of the wind farm?
I
don't know, but I would guess it's probably at least 500 megawatts, because those turbines are going to be at least 5 megawatts.
I don't have that number.
Yeah, but I just don't know. It could be double that.
Oh, they could be easily.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we got a nice picture coming up here.
I have a picture of the Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, and every time I look at this picture, I want to shield my eyes.
I wonder why they named it after him, huh?
I don't know.
Well, it's from Dubai, so they speak Arabic there, and they got a lot of Mohammeds.
That they do, yes.
Well, Dubai achieves, in case you were wondering where it was, it's in Dubai. Dubai achieves a record lowest tariff for a solar project. I think we've mentioned this before.
We have, but we're going to mention it again next week because another one came in. Dubai is, well, let me read this.
It's one of the Arab Emirates. It's right near the east coast of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, yes. Okay. Dubai achieves, let's see, Dubai Electric and Water Authority awarded the 900 megawatt PV fifth phase of the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park to a consortium led by Aqua Power, ACWA. The winning tariff, which was 1.6953 cents per kilowatt hour, establishes, so that's
less than 2 cents, baby.
Yeah, this is a little bit less than 1.7 cents. Establishes a new global benchmark for the cost of solar PV energy, and this is from the Arab News. And I will tell you that in next week's show, we will be bringing up the fact that this record low has been broken.
Already. Wow. I wouldn't have bet on that.
I would not have bet on it, but the interesting thing is this was to supply Dubai, and the new one is to supply Abu Dhabi.
Okay.
Which is almost in the same place.
Well, these used to be protectorates. They were British protectorates.
Yeah.
And they saved them from being part of Saudi Arabia, basically.
By making them into the United Arab Emirates.
Eventually, that's what they became.
Yeah.
Yep. And this article says that the solar park will be the largest single-site solar park in the world.
Yeah. By the way, the new tariff that broke this one,
yeah,
a little bit below 1.7 cents. It was 1.35 cents, so it was a huge drop.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? But
well, the current operational capacity of this one is 1.013 megawatts. And the fifth phase will bring the capacity to 2.863 megawatts, with future phases to reach 5,000 megawatts by 2030. So they're not playing games here.
No, they're not.
They're pretty serious.
Yes.
And they got plenty. They still have oil.
Yeah.
They still have oil, so they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, I suppose they are. Okay, we should probably move on. We've got an article next on Clean Technica and a picture of a Modvion tower on a ferry boat.
That's exactly what we're seeing there.
And there's a good example of why a bridge is called a bridge in this picture.
I think you're right. It looks like a bridge, doesn't it?
The
sign on the back of the truck says long load, wide load.
Yeah, it sure does. Okay, what do you got for a title?
Modvion completes the first wind turbine tower in Sweden. We haven't talked about Sweden much at all.
No, but there's stuff coming up. Cross-laminated timber is lighter and stronger than steel. Now, we talked about this particular kind of tower, I think last week or the week before. But
we certainly talked about cross-laminated timber.
Yep, but there's more about it in this. It permits a narrower base for tall wind towers. The towers are modular and can be shipped in sections to be assembled on site, eliminating many of the transportation issues of wider steel masts. Now Modvion has built its test masts. These things, you can have parts of them and bolt them together, or however it is they're fastened, which means that you can where the tower is particularly wide, you can have that wide section divided into pieces that can conveniently fit under bridges and things.
I guess that's what's going on here.
Yeah.
Well, the article says as the steel wind towers rise above 300 feet, the base diameters exceed 15 feet.
Yeah.
There's the limit for transport in most parts of the USA and the UL. and
Yeah.
the EU.
Yeah.
So these modular towers solve this problem of the base diameters exceeding 15 feet.
Yeah. And by the way, you know the bridge in this ferry boat,
Yeah.
those types of bridges first appeared when sailing vessels started getting side paddles.
Is that so?
From the stern of the ship, where the control was done, because the wheel had to be was conveniently near the rudder, you couldn't see a lot of what was in front of you because of those side paddles. So they built a bridge from one of them to the other as a way to be able to see past the bow of the ship.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Move on.
Move on to Monday, May 4th.
Very good idea. And we have an article here from the Sydney Morning Herald.
A picture of some interesting trees that are called snakewood.
They are, and you know, I thought these things might have been about 5 feet tall until I realized those two dark things above the one on the right are birds in flight. And,
oh yeah.
And if you look closely, there's a couple of birds perching on the tree on the left. But what do you got for a title?
Says trees.
Yeah, they're big.
Well, it says that the West Australia watchdog Greenlights, the world's biggest hybrid wind and solar hub.
This is mind-boggling. It's so big. A 15 gigawatt solar and wind renewable energy project in Western Australia got a green light for environmental approval. The proposed Asian renewable energy hub would supply the Pilbara power grid. This is a region of Western Australia. And it would develop a hub for generating green hydrogen, which is going to be exported to Asia.
Well, this is significant. The $22 billion project features a 1,700 solar panel array dotted through with 37 wind turbines.
Maybe that's where the money went that the Trump administration is sitting on.
Well, they're going to commence construction, they hope, in 2026. So this is going to happen. This isn't going to happen this year.
Not quite yet, but the size.
But it's a big project. I was looking it up on the map, and it's very large.
Yeah, and 15 gigawatts is like, it's huge. We were just talking about how big the one in Dubai was, and this is
bigger.
That size.
Like
yeah.
What?
Okay, is that enough on that, or do we want to? Well,
we've covered it on that. Okay. We don't have a picture of the map where it is on the area, but this is huge.
It's huge.
Pretty large. It's about 50 miles square.
I actually went out to find that picture of the snakewood trees because I wanted to show a picture of what the ground is like on Pilbara. And the map, I think to most people living in the United States, that map would really not mean anything. So there it is. The next picture that we have is the BNEF LCOE chart for 2019. BNEF is Bloomberg Renewable Energy Finance, and LCOE is Levelized Cost of Electricity. And the article comes from Renewables Now.
And it shows what has been happening to the price of renewables and more particularly what's been happening to the price of batteries.
Yeah, this is astonishing. That price of batteries thing is really mind-blowing.
Well, it's declining prices over 10 years.
Yeah.
And you got batteries, you got offshore wind, you got PV, and you got onshore wind, and they're all going down.
And the batteries are going down at an average of 30% per year.
Well, people have been making a lot of progress on batteries.
Sure.
After about 100 years of nothing.
Yes. I think there's probably people in the battery industry who would say, Tom, we haven't just been sitting here doing nothing. But what do you got for a title?
It's time Coalition listened to experts on climate change and energy and plotted a Green New Deal. This is a long article, and it's very interesting.
Yeah. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison often says he has yet to see evidence that lowering emissions fast enough to avert a climate crisis can be achieved in a way that doesn't create an economic crisis, too.
Well, he's got an axe to grind.
Huh?
He's got an axe to grind.
He's got an axe to grind. And, I didn't put it up as a picture, but the picture that accompanied this article was Scott Morrison with his eyes closed.
Well, as you say, clearly he's not looking.
Yeah, clearly he's not looking. And,
But the evidence has been abundantly available for years.
Oh, yeah, Absolutely.
It can be found in the works of the International Energy Agency, the UN, the Australian Energy Market Operator, the big utilities, and any number of private and public think tanks and universities. And the article cites the sources to back that up.
Now, you know, Tom, when you and I started on our show, which was, I think, 2013, we were talking about how renewable energy would soon be so cheap that it would achieve what was called grid parity, and it would start taking over. And that's where
That's happening.
It's happening, and you can see it in this graph. We achieved grid parity for parts of the world 2 years ago, and for much of the world last year, and now they're saying for most of the world.
Well, the article says that wind and solar are now the cheapest option for new generation for 85% of the world's power supply.
Yeah.
The cost of wind has plunged 9% in the last 6 months alone.
Yeah.
Solar, like 5%. And battery storage costs, as you see in the picture there, are falling even faster.
Much, yes. We have to keep going, Tom. We don't have much time left.
Well, let's take a good look at Deep Green's exploration vessel.
Speaking of deep green, have you ever seen a sea that was this blue?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I've been across the ocean and it didn't look that blue.
No. Okay, this is from Clean Technica.
Well, oceans may be the best place to get EV battery metals. This is a very interesting article.
This is a fascinating article. A study which was commissioned by deep sea mining company Deep Green shows it would be better to get the metals needed for batteries from ocean nodules than to mine them on land. There is less net cost to society and less environmental damage mining metals from the ocean. And they're talking about nodules, and they have pictures of nodules, and they
look like black golf balls.
Yeah, or I was going to say they look like the charcoal briquettes that you use for cooking in cookouts in the summer, and they're almost 100% valuable.
Here's where they're coming from. Polymetallic nodules on the sea floor, which apparently exist all over the place, can be collected without having to move rocks or dirt.
Yeah.
They're made of almost 100% usable minerals compared to ores mined from land, which have increasingly low yields, often below 1%.
Yeah.
And the land-based modules often contain toxic levels of deleterious elements, and they give very specific findings here.
They do.
It's an interesting article.
Interesting. Okay, we're up to Tuesday, May 5th, and we have a picture of a utility-scale battery.
You have to tell me that's what that was, because I couldn't figure it out by looking at it.
Well, this is actually only part of the battery, and
this is true.
It consists of a large number of battery cells,
all connected together. When you know what it is, it makes sense. But before looking at it, what the heck is that?
Okay, this came from Renews.
California utility leaks 770 megawatts of storage deals.
We've had reports after report after report of these utilities making deals on large amounts of storage, and here it is. Southern California Edison has signed 7 contracts totaling 770 megawatts for energy storage, battery energy storage, to help enhance the state's electric system reliability needs and integrate new renewable power. Most of the contracted battery projects are to be co-located with solar power plants, which makes perfect sense.
Makes sense.
Absolutely, it makes sense. And this again is one of the evidences that battery storage is cheaper than natural gas, and it is not only that, but it provides better quality electricity than natural gas does.
Well, it's really a match made in heaven.
It is.
The solar plants charge the batteries.
Yeah.
And then when the sun isn't shining, power comes to the batteries.
And the batteries can change output according to demand in tiny fractions of a second, where natural gas plants take a bit longer. And depending
a little bit, for sure.
Yeah, depending on the kind of plant, it might be a minute or 2 minutes up to 10 or 15 minutes. So,
let's move on here.
Okay, we have a picture of a solar array with a coal plant in the background, or maybe it's a coal plant with a solar array in the foreground. I don't know which, but
something like that.
Okay, this comes from Sour Energy, and I want to point out, Sour Energy is not SOUR energy. It is SAUR energy, and SAUR in German means the same as SOUR in English, but I kind of suspect that this is neither German nor English because it's
like sauerkraut, huh?
Yeah, like sauerkraut. This Sour Energy is an organization in India, so I think it probably
interesting. Yeah,
comes from a different source altogether.
Well, renewables top coal in U.S. generation every day in April.
Yep. Data from the Energy Information Administration shows that renewables generated more electricity than coal every day in the month of April. This impressive stretch actually began on March 25th and is still going as of May 3rd. And by the way, it is still going today as we're recording this, apparently. This point was not expected to be hit until 2021.
Well, the figures are even more remarkable when compared to 2019's annual total of 38 days.
Yes.
So we've exceeded that.
Yes.
That was for the whole year.
Well, what's happened, of course, has been the coal-burning power plants have been shut down because, and this is, again...
They cost too much.
They cost too much, but that baseload power has to be there. It absolutely has to continue generating power 100%, or it's going to produce its power very inefficiently. And so what's happened is when the demand goes below the predicted base load, those plants get shut down. And it takes a long time to get them back up again.
I was just going to say, even though it takes a long time to get them up again.
This is a desperate move in a lot of cases. Shutting down a coal-burning power plant because there isn't demand is not a good sign.
It's expensive.
It's not, and it's not a good sign for the coal industry.
For sure.
Which
we've talked about it here. The coal industry is itself a fossil.
Yes, I suppose it is. And we have a picture of the Hambach coal mine coming up.
That's an interesting picture. That's a very interesting picture.
Some of these mines in Germany...
It's a big mine.
Yeah, some of them are bigger than the island of Manhattan. This thing is miles and miles.
And it's soft coal. It's lignite.
Oh, it's horrible. This is very dirty coal.
Very dirty coal. Well, Meyer Burger, which is the name of a company, plans 10 gigawatts. 10 gigawatts. Gigawatts is bigawatts. Of floating solar for the North Rhine-Westphalia area.
The CEO of Swiss technology company Meyer Burger said it is developing plans to build a factory in Germany to make photovoltaic panels that are up to 44% efficient. That's high efficiency.
24.
24. Yes, you're right. He said 10 gigawatts of the panels could cover the lake left behind when the Hambach coal mine closes. This is a Clean Technica article. And that coal mine is going to have to close sometime soon.
For sure.
So
as of now, the best panels you can get are 22.8% efficient from sun power.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to do something to get even better.
Well, they've got the technology. We've got like 3 minutes to do 3 articles, Tom. So,
well, let's move along then. We got another picture coming up.
Yep, this is from Neoen Solar Farm, and we are at Wednesday, May 6th, and we have an article from PV Magazine Australia.
And it says Neoen to build Australia's largest solar farm after a power deal with Clean Company.
French, huh?
It's CleanCo, I guess.
CleanCo, yeah. French renewables developer Neoen will build a 400 megawatt solar farm in Queensland after a contract to sell most of its power to CleanCo, a state-owned clean energy company, which is state-owned by the state of
Australia.
No, it's not Australia. It's
Queensland. Yeah, they just mentioned that.
West Downs Green Power Hub will be Australia's largest solar farm.
Well, that's largest exclusively solar.
Yeah.
Because we've talked about a farm's going to be much bigger than that. But it's detached.
But also is not going to be built for a little while.
That's true, too.
Our next article, it has a picture of a BYD electric truck, and it came from Clean Technica.
Build your dreams.
That is a big truck.
It's a big truck.
And it's all...
California on the verge of making truck manufacturers produce electric trucks. They're going to say you got to do it, guys.
Yeah. California Air Resources Board released a final draft of the Advanced Clean Trucks Standard, a policy that will require truck manufacturers to sell electric trucks. There will be a 30-day public comment period followed by a board vote on June 25 to 26. So this is the final draft. They don't plan on changing this draft, but they are going to get public comments from people who say this is a great idea. It's a terrible.
This is what they're saying. This will require 4,000 electric trucks to be sold in 2024 out of roughly 75,000 total.
Right.
And the proposal will result in roughly 100,000 electric trucks in California in 2030 and 300,000 in 2035. But the policy alone won't transition the heavy-duty truck vehicle sector from one fueled by diesel to one fueled by batteries and hydrogen. It's going to take additional actions. So this is just a first step.
It's just a first step, but it's saying if it's a new truck, it's going to have to be like this. And our
4,000 of them anyhow.
Yeah, and our last article is from Manifold Times, and I chose this article just because I thought you'd get a kick out of it, Tom.
I did get a kick out of it. I was looking at a picture of it and say, what the heck is going on there? And it seems that those things are actually sails.
Yeah, well, they also have solar panels on them.
Got solar panels on there. They got a word for it that I've written in here somewhere, but I can't.
Yeah, it's
energy sails.
Energy sails, yes.
And they turn around to face the wind.
Yeah, so they can pick up wind power or they can pick up solar power, and they'll work either way.
It's not enough to propel the ship, but it saves enormously on
fuel.
On fuel.
Yeah.
Well, it says the Aquarius Marine Renewable Energy Solution undergoes a feasibility study for an LR2 tanker, which means a large range 2. It's a pretty big tanker. Anything bigger than that is a super tanker. Yeah. 800 feet.
Marine renewable energy technology company Echo Marine Power, based in Japan, announced that it has started a feasibility study regarding the implementation of an Aquarius marine renewable energy design for an LR2 tanker. And you know, I looked at this and I thought, wait a minute, you're powering a tanker with renewable energy? What are you carrying in that tanker? Oil?
Interesting. I didn't think of that aspect.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what it reminded me of. 20 years ago, I worked in a law office in Washington, D.C. And, you know, I was living in Winchester, New Hampshire, and commuting to Washington, D.C. And I'd go down, stay down there.
Long trip.
I'd stay there for a month, and then I'd come back for a weekend. And it was always by train. But while I was down there, I had a dealing with one of the lawyers, and I said, I have something I've invented. And I said, if it makes me a billionaire, it means that I would be able to exercise a desire that I've had for years to do something in each of 3 areas. And the 3 areas were high technology, ships and boats, and music. And he looked at me very puzzled, thinking, how in the world are you going to combine those?
I'd be pretty puzzled too.
And I said, I'm going to build, if I have $1 billion, I would build the world's first nuclear-powered collier. Now,
nuclear-powered what?
Collier. It's a ship to carry coal.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. It just didn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. So he laughed at the idea. Of course, this was not serious at all. You know, it was just a joke. But he laughed at the idea, and he said, what does that have to do with music? And I said, I would name it the Cole Porter.
Okay.
And for our younger viewers, Cole Porter was a very famous composer once upon a time, many years ago, when I was a little teeny kid. So there you have it. And Tom, I guess that's the end of the week. So
I just wanted to mention that picture of that ship, that whole ship is an experiment.
Oh, yes. It's an experiment.
They built it to test all sorts of technology. It's an interesting article.
Yeah. So it's time for us to say goodbye. So we will hope that you all come back next time. And have a wonderful week in the meantime.
With that, I will say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay.
So I will officially call the meeting to order.
hold on a
I'm
second. Hold on
seeing
a second.
7 o'clock.
Hold on a second. Let me start the recording before you officially call it.
Okay.
You going, Rich?
Yes.
Okay. Action.
I will officially call the Jamaica Select Board meeting for May 11th to order at 7 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. First item is to call for any late additions to the agenda. I actually have one. There is an overweight permit, and I'm going to suggest that we move item 9, which is the Communication Union District, up higher in the list, and then also move the paving bid up higher in the list, just because we've got some extra players on for those. So I'll put. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
I'd like to plug the Jamaica Journal at some point, but I could do that in public concerns, or I can do it after everything, just to kind of give an update.
Okay, so we'll add the Jamaica Journal update from Tom down at item 14. We'll add the overweight permit at 15, and we'll move the Communication Union District up to number 5, and we'll open the paving bids at number 6. To be real official. Okay, so first item then after that on the agenda to approve the minutes from our last meeting, the April 27th Select Board meeting. Do I hear a motion or any?
I'll make a motion.
First motion by Tom. The second.
I'll second the motion.
Any comments, any changes? Hearing none, I will move that we approve the meeting. All in favor? The minutes, I mean. Got aye. I see all 5 boards' hands goes up, so minutes are approved. We will, Terry did send out an update with all the timesheets, the select board orders on the Google Drive. I don't know if anybody has any comments on those, if they want to share right now. If we don't have any, I will officially sign off on those tomorrow as we've voted our new remote protocol. But any comments on those? Any questions? All good? Yeah, great. Yeah, they all look good to me too. Okay, so on to, that was numbers 3 and 4. On to number 5, which is now the, I think I moved the CUD up to that location, if I can remember 5 minutes ago. So on the phone here, we have Stephen John, who's, I guess, correct me as far as titles go, but the head honcho, basically.
No. Vice chair, Greg. Hold it down.
Vice chair of the Deerfield Valley Communication Union District, which has been formed already. His title also, I believe, are you the chair of the Marlborough Select Board also?
No, I am moderator of the town of Marlborough, but I am the chair of the Developmental Review Board there, and I am the chair of the Marlborough Committee for Universal Broadband, which preceded the CUD by years.
Okay, and we have Betsy on the line. She's the representative for the town of Stratton, which is also a member of the CUD. And then also Chris Robbins, who is soon, I mean, as part of this topic, he's been kind of acting as our head, and
yeah,
we will.
Can you wave, Chris?
Put him in there as our representative.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good. I recognize you now. Yeah. Okay.
So I will, if you don't mind, Chris, I'll turn this over to you just as a quick update of where we're at, and then maybe have Stephen jump in as far as, I know our board has been going back and forth a little bit and just trying to familiarize ourselves with the process. Also, all the state statutes that pertain as far as moving in and moving out, and also, with the Wyndham Regional moving to develop a business plan for this too.
I became aware that the Deerfield CUD was had been formed and was proceeding to look at possible contractors and business options for implementing a broadband system in parallel with the WRC study to develop a business plan. And Sue Westa of the WRC encouraged us to look into joining the Deerfield CUD. That's the issue. Do we want to join the Deerfield CUD or wait to see what the WRC comes up with, when they finish their business plan sometime in July? In conversations with both Stephen and Sue Westa, they but made it very clear that they're working together, and the WRC and the Deerfield CUD anticipate that the two are going to emerge, and there's really going to be one CUD if they have their way, I should say. There'll be one CUD for the entire Wyndham region. And so the issue is, do we want to join now? Do we want to wait and see what happens? I guess there is some possibility, I don't think it's very great, that a second CUD would form in the Wyndham region, but in all probability, the Deerfield CUD is going to expand town by town until everybody in the Wyndham region that's going to join has joined. So the issue before you is to join now or wait and see what happens. The argument for joining now is the sooner we're members, the more we'll have to say about how it's formed, what its bylaws are, and his business plans. I guess the argument for waiting is, it's just a new idea, and we need to think about it a little bit and see what else might happen. There is an off-ramp. This was one of the questions that I asked both Stephen and Sue West is, if we join now and then for some reason regret the decision and want to get out, we can. You can join, if you join now, we join by vote of the select board, and we can leave by vote of the select board. And if we do before they make any financial obligations, it's just that we leave. After financial obligations are undertaken, then there's a clause in the statute that says the board of the CUD can impose fair and equitable conditions on our leaving. That does not, repeat not, because involve any tax obligations to the town or our taxpayers. So, that's about where the matter rests. Right. Oh, there's one other condition to join, or two other conditions to joining. We have to appoint a representative and two alternatives to the board. And I have some ideas who I might ask, but I haven't mentioned it to anybody yet, except you, Greg. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is we have to make 2 sites available for leasing to the CUD for equipment that they might want to place in the town. And that most likely would be switching cabinets to connect to the Consolidated's line, or perhaps an antenna if they end up downloading from a satellite. So there it is. If I missed anything, I guess Stephen could talk better to where the Deerfield CUD is in plans.
I appreciate that, Chris. So just to backtrack a little bit, there really isn't any competition between WRC and the Deerfield Valley CUD. What really the history was that 5 towns or so got together, not including Marlborough originally, but and met like informally about the problems with the internet. And that was called the Deerfield Valley Group at that time. They didn't really have any officers. They didn't have anything official. Ann Manwaring kind of moderated the meetings, and vendors showed up. I mean, lots of people showed up. It was kind of a mixed. It was an interesting, evolving group. But that led to a commitment to bring to the 5 towns, Marlborough, Wilmington, Whitingham, Reedsboro, and Halifax, an article at the town meeting in March. That's how the CUD got formed, because actually all those votes went pretty much unanimously, certainly at Marlborough, and to form a CUD. So then shortly thereafter, April 9th actually, was when those 5 towns met, their 5 representatives. One thing about this governance board is it's 1 vote for each town. So, Jamaica, no matter when they join, they got equal, equal play with the rest of the towns. So those 5 towns actually adopted a mission statement and a vision statement and bylaws and elected officers. They didn't do that though first. The first item of business was that Stratton, Betsy's there, and let's see, I'm losing it now, Betsy, tell me. Stratton and Wardsboro wanted to join. So certainly they that was immediately approved. The theory of the CUD is that, the more towns you have involved, the more potential customers you can serve, the better critical mass you have. And the reason why all of these little towns don't have any service is because we don't have enough takers to make private enterprise tempted to build. So then we had 7 towns now. That's what we're standing at now. Now, when we have our annual meeting tomorrow, which is required by law every year on May 12th, the CUDs have to have an annual meeting. And so there are actually 2 towns that are, want to join, and we'll probably approve them. I don't see any reason why not to tomorrow. And that's, I'm losing it here. It's Stamford. This is interesting. Stamford's way down past Reedsboro there, and Dover. Dover's critical because that's a good geographical connection to pull us all together. Certainly, Betsy's happy about that. And up in Stratton. So the WRC, we were asked, all as towns, you probably as a select board approved this application of the WRC for a grant, for a big broadband innovation grant. This was way back last December or something, the grant was given out. And my town, Marlborough, applied for one too. We didn't get it, but the WRC got it, and they hired a consulting team, and that's who's producing a feasibility study that will be out hopefully tomorrow. It'll be submitted to the Public Service Department and for comment, and then we'll get it out to all the towns in the regional area for their comment, and certainly it'll be a point of discussion at our meeting tomorrow. People haven't seen this document yet, but it is 38 pages long. It's pretty thorough. It approaches some of the aspects that Chris was referring to regarding a business plan. And it's very clear in this feasibility study that Windham County is not big enough to support two consolidated communications union districts. So it is true, Chris, that eventually, at least as far as WRC is concerned, they'd like to see, all the region pulled together. But in fact, the first towns that should be served are those that have the least service, that have the most unserved areas. And that's actually coincidentally the 5 towns that originally, no, not Wilmington, but except for Wilmington, the other towns are all on the, pretty much at the top of the list of unserved across the state. That's enough of an introduction. We do have we will appoint tomorrow a treasurer, so we'll begin to get the finance committee together and work on, exploring what the means are to get sufficient capital to actually start to get going. Once we have something going and it's a sustainable 2 to 3 years, then you can qualify for revenue bonds as a municipality. This entity is really considered a municipality under the law. So as a town, Marlborough could not borrow money to build a fiber optic infrastructure as a capital expense because it wasn't considered essential by the law. Only fire, sewage, water, you know, your town office. So this municipality, a CUD is unique because as a municipal entity, we can go to the municipal bond market and borrow money on a revenue bond basis. It's a little bit harder to get the capital, and that has to come from other sources. So that's the challenge we face. It's not a road paved to it's not a paved road to heaven or whatever, but it's better than working on this alone. That's my thinking. Thanks for listening.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think those are kind of I guess I'm maybe summarizing a little bit from some of the comments. But I think for me, my concern is that we want to go earlier than later, I would think. Me personally, I'm speaking for myself. But jumping in too early, I think we're a little, I say we, again, me, worried that we wouldn't be able to get back out if Wyndham Regional then moved forward and we said, no, that's really the right opportunity, because these things are both moving on parallel tracks, but when these tracks come together, can we make sure we can jump on the other train?
Yeah, so the feasibility study is done by this grant with the Wyndham Regional Commission and has to, by the terms of the grant, cover the whole county or the whole Wyndham Regional. Now, interestingly, Stanford's already joined us, and they're not actually, they may be in there, I'm not sure, but they're definitely in Bennington County, so there really isn't a distinction there. And there isn't any distinction for a CUD regarding borders between towns. You could have a neighborhood in a town that's served where the rest of the town that already has cable, they don't care. They don't need it over there. But you're right about joining now, because now we're deciding and interviewing vendors. Not that we have anything to propose to them, but we're trying to learn what it is that they can do for us and to what extent we do individual contracting for the various stages, like engineering, pole study, and then construction, and then management. This CUD doesn't want to have any employees, doesn't want to, it doesn't want to be a business itself. So like the most successful cut up north, EC Fiber, we have to contract or have a relationship with these various vendors. It's going to end up being a private-public partnership, probably. But we would like to maintain as much control and not have dictated to us what we can get and what we can't get by big corporations such as Comcast or CCI or whoever else is providing service for people. So this is a good time to get in, but it's always a good time to get in. And it's if it's not satisfactory, you get out. That's the way I rationalize it with Marlboro.
Yep. Paul, you had your hand up. Comments?
I have my hand up because I couldn't find the button. A couple of questions. Question number one, you said earlier, you alluded to the fact that if we join the CUD, prior to any financial decisions being made, we can bail. After the financial decisions have been made, then you vote us out, or you have to come up with some sort of a plan to, I guess I'm not even sure what, to cover the decisions made, the financial decisions. What is that all about?
Well, the law is trying to be very complete and very clear about protecting the taxpayer from any liability if the whole situation goes bankrupt. Okay, say we take out money and we can't pay it back because we don't have enough customers. Okay, but it's very clear the way that law protects any of the members, citizens or taxpayers of the towns that are members of the CUD from any liability at all. So the only thing that can happen, and what you say, what happens to the assets? Well, the assets get distributed by the judge of the bankruptcy court or whatever, whatever assets there are, which at that time may be some physical fiber or maybe some work that's been done. But the way any borrowing gets paid back is by a fee, a user's fee, in addition to what the ISP would charge. So for example, if I'm paying $75 for internet right now, I would pay $85, I mean, I'm just quoting how there's a little margin there, and then that money's collected from all the takers, and is the means to guarantee the bond will be repaid over 10, 20 years.
And that was
25.
and that's solely coming from that user fee on the individual user.
Right. That's it. Yep. And that's what EC Fiber's been doing up north too. There's no, there's been no liability or any default on payments or anything happening up there with, I think they're up to 27 towns there now in that group.
All right, so that fee would then be deposited into the CUD.
No, well, just
Develop a-
transferred. It just
Transferred.
Yeah, just transferred directly to the bond payment. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And initially you won't have enough to make it, but that has to be one of the understandings about the bond, about the loan, right? And we can't go forward until we have enough takers, of course, to support that.
Let me ask you a technical question that you may not want to answer right now because I'm not sure there is one. I had a conversation today or the other day, I lose track, about the actual, the geography and the physics of running fiber optics up, say, the Deerfield Valley and then over the pass into Falling 100 down this way, or coming up the West River on Route 30. And it seems to me, with what little I know about the way you've got signal loss and that sort of thing with fiber optics, it's certainly cheaper than copper wire, but nonetheless an expense. So would we not presume that the physics and the geography would be more, let's say, it seemed to me a little bit more practical to run up the West River instead of going up Route 100 through the Deerfield Valley. Now, you're saying that this CUD, you're talking about the entire Wyndham. So it's going to be priced out at the entire county as opposed to individual feeder lots?
No, you can only base it on what you have. I mean, we can't project whether other towns will join or not. So we're in the planning stage, depending on what our area is that we're trying to cover.
Mm-hmm.
And you're correct. In the feasibility study to be released tomorrow, there is an idea about incrementally how you build out in the most efficient way, and how you you don't go to the towns. For example, Wilmington would not be one of the first towns to be built because they have so much cable there. There's no sense sending a fiber over the same place that a cable is serving people.
Right.
Unless the reason for that fiber is to get to Stratton or to get to Wardsboro. So, and the other thing that I didn't know about till this last month of interviewing vendors is that one of the keys is how do we get connected to the rest of the world?
Yes, that's another question.
And there are these really large, what I describe as large, they aren't that large, but they're fiber cables that have a lot of fiber in them. They have 14 tubes of fiber in each, and each tube has 12 fibers. So the group up at 27 towns, they only lease out about 48 fibers for the whole shooting match. So you don't have to have much, but we're very lucky right here in one way, and that is that we have fiber going across Windham County to Bennington that's already pre-installed. That is what they call available unused fiber.
From where?
Velco owns one of them. Velco is the Vermont Electric, anyway, it's something that the state put together to hook up all the electrical facilities in the state so that they could communicate with each other and maintain our power. Basically, Green Mountain Power has most of the control over that. In our region down at Whitingham, there's Jacksonville Electric too, co-op. But so, by the way, that's the Green Mountain Power takes care of their poles there down there. But anyway, another one is Consolidated Consolidated Communications Incorporated. They're running a fiber across Route 9 as well. Velco's goes across Route 9 and then goes down towards Stamford 2 and over to Bennington. Then there's another one. The most promising for us is really First Light, which is who bought SoberNet. And if anybody's on a school board when I was working at that time, they know that we supported 19 million being spent to put in fiber to connect all the libraries and schools. And that is the backbone that is still there, that is underutilized by any of our towns in terms of residential access. We don't have residential access. But that's the most promising thing and would determine what you're pointing to there, as to what's the most efficient and effective way to connect and the cheapest way. You know, who's going to, this is, you know, this stuff is out to bid. Who's going to give us the best price?
Where's this? Now you say it's running across Route 9 to get to Brattleboro. That makes it sound to me like it's coming from the Albany area. Is that accurate?
Well, Albany, Keene, Boston, Montreal, those are all the big, you know, hub centers. They call them carrier hotels.
All right, so there's one in Keene to use.
Yeah.
There are. We don't have to go all the way to Albany. We could come out of Keene.
Springfield, Mass. There's
all that level of stuff's going to come out of the feasibility plan and the business plan and all that, and really not so much our worries, so to speak. I mean, if it doesn't make sense to move forward, even once we're part of this, we can, then it just dissolves.
Right, but just to point out, that's the responsibility of the board to oversee this and make the judgment call on those things and direct the action to happen. See, that's why it's important to have a, you know, very capable representative from every town involved.
Okay, yep.
And it helps to have a local committee to support that person, or at least give sounding board for that person, so when they're coming to vote, they're representing the town adequately. Thanks.
Yeah, Chris,
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think Consolidated has fiber running up Route 30 through Jamaica and up Windham Hill Road too.
Yeah, if you're getting any consolidated service, it has to be through fiber that's connected to these nodes they have, these stations they have, and then they distribute by copper wire out from there.
Yeah.
So they have fiber coming through our towns. They just don't want to put in the money to, at least so far, they haven't put in the money to do something with it.
Exactly.
Maybe I give Chris a chance, Betsy a chance to say something about Stratton's interest in this and why they decided to join. Unmute yourself there.
I did, so I was
There you go.
clicking on the wrong button. Hi, everybody. So like everybody else, and as I'm on the West Jamaica, off the West Jamaica Road, and actually I'm trying to sell a house in Jamaica right now, and internet is one of the contingencies, and it's 3 megs and it's not enough, and it might kibosh the deal. And it's really important. And I do think I've been involved in listening to this, challenge with internet for years, and have seen what EC Fiber was successful to do. So convincing our townspeople who are just suffering without internet, other than those who are on the mountainside, we've all learned since March 15th when we got a stay-home order how important it is. And we need to come together with all the towns. And there are, as Stephen John said, it's not necessarily Windham County. We need to overlap, so we need to get Winhall, the Jamaica side, to jump on, because there's folks in Winhall who only have Consolidated. And, I've always been told by the field engineers who are out fixing my box today here in Stratton that, until it's, a federal mandate, we're not going to get it fixed. And we all got excited when we saw the governor, announce that the state is going to, put some funding towards this, but we have to stay focused with our CUD to make sure we get, some of those fundings, or, do it ourselves, because we know what happened last time with VTEL, and, so much of it stays up north and it doesn't get its way down here. And we have to. Game is over. We are relying on internet more than ever. It's more of a public utility right now than our telephones are. So, I'm hoping that Townsend will jump on. I'm hoping that Newfane will jump on. I think people are challenged because they don't know the details, and they're reading the paper thinking now that the state's going to deal with it. And we can't rely on that. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I think our board and certainly the people we've talked to, I may have lost my internet connection. So
no, you're good.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. It's telling me I'm going in and out, but anyways, I'm sorry. I think certainly our board is very committed in realizing this is important. We're trying to just maneuver through here to figure out our best mode forward. Just as kind of presented now, do we wait and see what comes out of the Windham Regional, or do we jump on an existing CUD with an understanding that they're not really competing, they're both trying to figure out the same solution. So that's kind of where we're at.
I mean, you could certainly wait after, seeing the feasibility study and see how that influences your opinion about what the time is to, get involved or not get involved. We do meet monthly. The board is committing to monthly meetings the third Wednesday of the month, despite tomorrow being Tuesday. That's an annual meeting required by law. So there are going to be probably some more meetings, because we, at least those members we have up to now, feel like we can't afford to just sit around and wait on this thing. We got to be ready to go. There's an auction, a reverse auction of serving our towns offered by the government, federal government. And there's an emergency plan that is being issued by the Public Service Department, asked for comments as we speak, to connect people because of the emergency needs. We realize we're inadequate serving during this COVID. So there are lots of things going on this summer. This is, wouldn't be the time to think, well, we'll wait till the fall and things will come back. I just urge you to stay tuned. And whenever you decide, just all you need to do is take the vote and appoint a representative with at least one alternate, and whatever the next meeting is we have, we'll probably have no questions about approving at this point. We don't have any of these complications that someone else referred to about what if you have arrangements or contracts and stuff. Well, that's not,
we're not there.
Not an issue.
Yep. Chris, yep.
Stephen, you mentioned paperwork that had to be submitted to you. Would you explain that?
Well, look, if you vote tonight to come in, I'll make a motion to accept your membership pending the completion of the certification. You have to have there's a form that the select board has that can make this appointment about the representative, and then that is sent by our clerk, David Jones of Halifax, is our clerk secretary, and he sends it up to the PSD and the Secretary of State, and then then we're official. And but as I said, I've already figured out. We did this before with somebody else, Betsy. I don't really remember, but it was some town didn't have all their paperwork in.
Wardsboro.
Wardsboro. Okay, yeah.
Wardsboro.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. And so you're a voting member as soon as that happens, as far as we're concerned. And of course, then we want you to pull part of the wagon too. So
yeah,
there'll be some tasks to do or something to work on. So.
Tom commented in the chat I just saw about the money's up at the government, and that's our point, is that we want to make sure that we get a piece of that pie. And I think if we just sat back and waited, it's going to end up all in Burlington. The number to bring fiber to this state is huge. What's the 283 million or something? I forget the number.
Magellan study estimated that.
Yeah, I mean, the number's huge, and we can't just let this be decided up in Montpelier, because
if we're ready to go, and we'll grab some attention. Yeah,
that's right. That's it. That's it, Greg.
Yeah, Andy, did you have your hand up, Andy? Did you have a comment or?
Not to put Chris on the spot, but I was wondering what he thinks we as a board should do.
I'd say go sooner rather than later. I mean, if it goes south, we can always get out. So I don't see what really there is to lose, and there's a lot to gain.
Yeah, I just don't see there being a lot of risk here. If we can get out, what's the risk? We go in and we see how it is, and if it's not working for us, we get out. I mean, that doesn't seem to be a lot of risk there. Whereas the downside is if we don't get in, we're not at the table and we're not making decisions, right?
Right.
Input.
Wearing my Marlboro hat, I feel very confident that I got to be on this team to make it work with the CUD. If it doesn't work, we got to get out. The whole thing falls apart. You can't afford to have towns leave, so you got to be taking care of your customers.
Yeah, and if we can learn a lot from this and make a stronger case and form the leading CUD, if you want to call it that, in Windham County, then everybody will be joining into this. So, I mean,
That's
that's how,
certainly,
I mean, I agree that I don't think there's a whole lot to lose, and we can benefit by being in the beginning.
yeah.
I don't see how there's going to be a way to have another CUD within Windham County. In our meetings, we've also talked about Bennington and Windham actually consolidating
Getting
Sure.
together.
buying power and making one just Southern Vermont CUD. It's just they're focused on getting their members, and eventually we may all be just one, so that we overlap and provide the best service to all of Southern Vermont.
Yeah, yeah, and I didn't mean that there were two of them out there. I was referring that if another one, if Wyndham Regional thought it best that they start one and then everybody jumps onto that one versus, I
Yeah.
mean,
They don't
but
want to.
not that there
That
would be.
won't happen. That won't happen.
They don't want to. They
That
like
won't
us
happen.
doing the volunteer work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think unless there's other comments, I'll entertain a motion, you know.
I'll make a motion for Town of Jamaica to join the Deerfield Valley CUD.
Second the motion.
Second, Jessica. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? Looks unanimous. Thank you. Yeah, so we'll, and then the next part of this, I guess maybe Steve's getting to it, is
Yeah.
we need to appoint a representative.
Well, but also just be clear that your minutes show that you voted to join the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District. That's the official name
Okay.
as far as the state's concerned.
Right.
And then you're right. The next step would be to just and you can indicate this or send it by email. It's okay. I mean, Betsy and I will certainly attest to your.
Yeah, well, I know
There's some
Chris has expressed interest and a desire to be our representative, and I would like to propose that we nominate Chris to be our representative.
Absolutely.
I'll second that.
Second from Paul. All in favor of that? Aye, aye. Unanimous. Any opposed to? Unanimous. Thank you, Chris. And then I guess you had mentioned also, Chris, I mean, there's some potential people that would make sense to be our alternates, but I'm not sure we're prepared to announce any of those now or ask it.
I'd like to ask him first.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's why.
That's what I mean.
Before you go on camera.
So Chris, you're going to be available tomorrow at 5?
At 5? Yeah, I'll be there.
Okay, so I'll try to make sure that yeah, I got your email. So I'll try to make sure you get the link. We do the same. We meet the same way, just like this. Only it's maybe a few more people.
Okay.
But, that's by Zoom. And thank you very much for your time. And
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Betsy.
We just gotta be committed to making it work. And it'll be a struggle, you know. Don't get any expectations out there. You're going to be able to light up your broadband tomorrow, or a year from now, or 2 years. These things take a long time.
Exciting though. It's good. It's awesome.
But making any progress would be, wonderful from my point of view. So, having a plan is the first step. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
We say goodbye. Yeah, it's good to see you again. Some of the familiar faces. I wish you all well there in Jamaica, and tell all my friends and enemies I still love them out there. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, super. I guess the next item and moving up, just because there's some others on the call here as far as opening the bids. We had two bid estimates go out, or two RFQs go out for bids. One of them was for mowing of our cemeteries, which we'll get to later, but we do have some representatives on the call here, or at least one from All States Asphalt. And so we will open up those bids. And this is kind of an interesting process too. I've got all the envelopes here. Terry had put out there, and hopefully everybody had a chance to grab our bidders kind of estimate sheet, I guess. But if not, it's fairly simple. Did everybody get a chance to see that or get that? I mean, it's just a spreadsheet.
Was it out on the share? I didn't see it. And the spreadsheet I saw there was blank.
Was blank, same.
Okay, well, it is, I can recreate it. I mean, if everybody has a scrap piece of paper, it wasn't all too complicated. More or less, there's 4 bidders. We've received 4 bids from Allstate Asphalt, Pike Industries, Sunapee Paving, and Basin Brothers. And on the estimate, I don't have a form in front of me, but on the RFQ, we were looking for two, and Terry, jump in if I miss something. We were looking for two numbers, basically, paving per ton and the reclaiming price for asphalt that was going to be reused. And we're looking at two projects here. We're looking at a South Hill Road and Pikes Falls. So Terry, I'll let you jump on too a little bit more.
And Wyndham Hill Road.
And Wyndham Hill, a little section up there too. Yep.
So the reclaiming is just a square yard price. So each bid should have two different prices, one per ton for the paving and one square yard for the reclaiming.
Okay, so I'm going to open up those and I will read anything extra that's in their cover letter or whatever. And then also read through the bid form or the estimate form. And I'm probably not getting all the right terminology here, but the first one I'll start with, I'm sorry, F. Aldrich, I'm sorry, that's all I see on my screen, and I missed your first name because you had mentioned you're from Allstate, so I'm going to start with. So.
It's Fred Aldridge from Allstate.
Okay.
Yep.
So Allstate, nice big envelope, perfect. This is kind of odd. I've never done a bid session remotely. So within here, we have a cover letter. Dear Madam Sir, we are pleased to submit the following proposal for the town of Jamaica paving project, paving bids. We guarantee that all materials and work done comply with the Vermont Agency of Transportation's 2018 standard specifications for construction, as well as those of the town of Jamaica. We hope the attached will permit our being of service to you. So within here is a copy of our RFQ and also our bid form, along with a list of references, a list of paving equipment that they use, previous work that they've done for neighboring towns. There's a number of different forms here. There's a certificate of insurance, which we also asked for. So I don't know if anybody has any questions on that, but I'll jump right off to the two numbers. The first one for the actual paving per ton, our estimated need is 9,200 tons, and they bid that at a price of $65 a ton. So that would be into the spreadsheet. That's what Terry had prepared, just so we could kind of lay everything out and kind of do apples to apples. And it was nice to have a bid form that consolidated that too.
Blank.
I'm sorry?
Did you say the one that I posted was blank, though?
Okay. Well, thank you for doing that. I picked up in the office.
I have it here.
Okay. All right. So
Go backwards.
Yeah. So that was $65 a ton, and then the reclaimed price square yards was $1.75 for approximately or estimated 9,400 square yards. So Fred, did you want to add anything, comment to that, or?
No, I think I figured Fuller would be in I figured Fuller would be bidding this job too. I think they picked up Stratton just a little while ago and also Wyndham. So I'm surprised that Fuller wasn't out this one. But no, it's staying on nice easy haul up there, right up Route 30.
Oh, good. Yep, that's always key. So super. All right. So the next one, just in order of how they were listed, that Terry had them listed here, was Pike Industries, and I'll find that one. So within the envelope here is a bid sheet and the certificate of insurance. They came in at $67.40 per ton. And the reclamation price was at $2 a square yard. Any questions on that one? That was a little bit more straightforward in the packet, at least. The next one was Sunapee Paving. And within that was our RFQ along with the insurance certificate, and the price sheet is $74.83 per ton. So $74.83, and then $2.05 for the reclaiming square yards. And then the final one was from Basin Brothers. They're out of Westminster. I guess I should have been clear too, more clear. So let's see. So Allstate is out of Sunderland, Mass.
Also Winchester.
Oh, in Winchester. Okay, yep. Yeah, I see that you have a number of different locations. So
yeah.
The Pike Industries, they are out of Wallingford. The Sunapee Paving is Claremont, New Hampshire. And then the final one here, Basin Brothers, they're out of Westminster, Vermont. And within their envelope, they have the insurance certificate and also the bid form. They are at $73.30 per ton and $2 for the square yards for the reclaiming. So I don't know if anybody has any comments on that or questions, or not that I have any answers, but.
So quick question.
Sure.
So that was the per square foot price. We had said in the RFP and in our meeting when we discussed it that we were going to consider some other maybe soft characteristics versus hard, if you want to use that expression. So are we doing that, or we're making a decision based exclusively on price?
Well, I think at that point, unfortunately, I think these had already gone out. These packets had already gone out as far as the timing. And if I remember right, I think timing was one of your key ones, right, that you brought up, and we talked about integrating that into a contract. I don't recall.
Were you talking about the amount of time that it's going to take them and when
they would
to do it?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I did talk to a few of them about their timelines, and I think it was going to become pretty difficult to give a firm timeline because of plant closures, breakdowns, things like that were beyond their control. So, and that is not actually a normal request, I don't think, that they get, but Fred, if you want to chime in, you certainly can.
Yeah, most of them say end of September, September 30th, 1st of October, last few days of them. That's when you usually want to put down your top course, because it is a thin lift. So you don't want the temperature up there in Jamaica is a lot cooler than Massachusetts. So we need to get it down. I'm thinking well before September 30th.
And
that would be my. You should always put a completion date on these. And I think you may have one in here. I'd have to look back.
The completion date was definitely in there. I think it was more specific as far as length of time, maybe.
Yeah, usually we go there, we stay right there, we get the job done.
Didn't we have a 30 September date on it?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Oh, it is? Yeah, I thought so.
Are all the bids for the exact same work?
What was that, Andy? Your little.
Are all the requests for quotes or whatever, they're exactly the same, right, for the work to be done?
If I'm your little.
Not money-wise, I mean the work itself.
still a little muffled. I'm not.
Every one of the bids is for the same exact work.
Right, exactly. There is a bid form that very
Okay.
specifically says how much tonnage and of what type of material. And the V-Trans, basically, it's the state standards as far as the road course
Right.
goes. Does that answer the question? Yeah.
Yes, and what does what Aldrich what does he think about the plants? Are they even open yet? Are you guys expecting to be delayed in general?
No,
or-
we're actually a little light this year. We usually get the New Hampshire DOT District 4 resurfacing contract, which is anywhere from Claremont to Milford to the Hinsdale on Mass Vermont borders. So we didn't get that contract. So this year we're chasing after all the towns. So right now I have 40,000 ton on the books, and I'm looking for a lot more than that. I'd like to do 100,000 in 1 year. So we definitely, this one fit right in there nicely. I'm thinking right now, based on my schedule, what I have scheduled, I'm out to the middle of July. So I'd be looking probably late July, early August.
Thank you.
Yeah, Paul.
I have a question, and it just came up today at noon about this issue of out-of-state contracts. And the discussion with Phil Scott and a couple of other people, ACCP and some others, ACCD rather, was how they're managing out-of-state contractors coming in to do long-term projects. And the discussion went back and forth, and the ultimate last line of that discussion was that they would expect to have the employees of a construction company, specifically they were talking about something happening on Route 11 apparently, to come into the state and stay there to get the job done instead of going back and forth as a commissioner. I mean, as a commuter. Jessica, you're nodding. Did you hear that comment today?
Yes, I did.
How'd
Yes,
you
I
hear
did.
that?
I did, but it's not implemented in an addendum yet, I don't believe. I haven't had a chance to look at what was promulgated, but I agree. By the time this project is done, that could very well be a requirement.
So that may be a concern if there are people who don't want to come in here and spend 14 days sitting in a motel before they can actually get out and start work. And that's brand new. That I just got today at noon. I apologize. That wasn't something we could build into this. I had no idea.
The governor also kept saying over and over again that we don't know what's going to happen day to day.
Andy,
So,
I'm not hearing you, Andy.
So projected at further out. I mean, can you hear me?
Nope. Come to your right a little bit. That worked better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now try it.
Okay. I don't know where the speaker is on this thing.
No, it's the microphone you're aiming for, not the speaker. There you go. That's better.
The governor did keep saying that, you know, we don't really know how this thing is going to go, and that, you know, we can't project a couple of months down the road. There might be nothing going on, or, you know, we might have to pull back on some of our on the guidelines. But he kept going back to we didn't want to get too far ahead of ourselves on guessing about what might happen and what might not. But I did hear that about Route 11 also. None of this is being enforced. It's all guidelines, sort of. So.
Well, I think one of the advantages of it, I mean, it's not being enforced because people are adhering to the guidelines. As quickly as the guidelines go down the toilet, I think the enforcement action may come up.
I hope not.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good question to ask. You know, if it turns out that that or something similar is implemented by the state of Vermont, could a bidder utilize local labor, or could they accommodate keeping, you know, the crew residing for some period of time while these 3 projects are completed?
A lot of
few of our employees are Vermonters too. We have like a couple from Mass, a couple from New Hampshire. I think 3 of them from Vermont.
And the other side of this is if these guidelines or recommendations, executive orders, et cetera, move out further, there's always the possibility of, pushing the actual work out further, before we get to September at least.
I believe part of the conversation was that the governor's going to continue the emergency declaration, but relax the stay-at-home order, which sort of colors it one way, depending on which order you're looking at. It's unclear and probably won't be any more clear, at least until the end of the week, when he was promising to make some more specific proposals on Friday. Is that the way you read that today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, do we feel that, I don't know if there's do we feel that we want to push off on making a decision, or do we feel comfortable we make the decision and then work with it, a month from now when it's ready to roll, or 2 months from now, or whatever?
My thought about this as this was developing was the ground is moving underfoot. I think it's unfair for us to ask for proposals from a company when something is dramatic as a requirement to use Vermont labor, for example, or to come in for 14 days before you start work. That seems unfair to the contractor to have to build that into his bid, and nobody knew about that until
Right.
just now.
Unfair, probably super impractical.
Well, I'll give a slight counterpoint, which is that bids are being, proposals are being issued, bids are being awarded, and typically contract boilerplate requires compliance with law in completing the work. So there is a risk that's being undertaken by vendors that they're going to have to figure out a way to comply with law. And there are also slightly amended force majeure provisions that are being typically adopted, so that the purchaser of a service or a good, actually both sides, are protected in the context of this pandemic. So I don't think it's, I'm not going to say that it's that we can't award a bid, and then just make sure the contract reflects the reality of today, as most contracts and even arguably there are elements of Vermont law that read terms into contracts that would accommodate, such as compliance with law. So I'm whether or not we go ahead with it or not, I don't think from a legal perspective we are inhibited completely from awarding the bid if, that it's a risk that both sides are taking, but
Right.
The contract can accommodate that.
Let me ask Fred a question.
Sure.
Fred, as a contractor, would another delay of us making a decision, say for till the next select board meeting as an example, screw up your time to get the job done very much?
Not at all. No, there's just this week, I have 4 bids that are due. So I like to know ahead of time what I'm looking at for my schedule, just because of the size of these contracts that are coming out this week. A couple of them are over in Milford, New Hampshire. One's in Amherst, quite a ways the opposite way than Jamaica. So when I schedule my trucking and stuff, I kind of we already have Reedsboro, we have Whitingham, we have Vernon, Vermont. When I go to those, I want to kind of schedule that with the Jamaica job. So because of the truck, if you get 10 trucks all in one day, you want to keep them on for 3 or 4 weeks. It's awful nice for the truck drivers to stay with us. It's hard when you go local, then you go long distance and local. So that's why it does make a difference if we get this or not, because it dictates my bidding from the next 2 weeks.
Greg?
Yes.
I'd like to make a suggestion, and then we can see if we want to bother with a vote. I've got a telephone conference with the state on Thursday. Between now and then, we should get some written guidelines. If not, perhaps I can put it to the people on the state call to ask the specific question, because it would seem to me to complicate things. If not, I don't have any problem so much awarding it as I just seem like it's unfair to the contractor to be bidding on something. Now I understand, first of all, it just heartens me to think of our governor as force majeure, but I understand the concept. But having said that, we're asking them to bid, and they have 2 sets of state laws they're going to have to adhere to. plus all the international compacts and all the other kinds of things, interstate. I don't know that that's a problem or not. Fred says it's not a problem. Maybe that would be the way to go. But
Yeah,
that's
well,
a thought.
I think to take that kind of that advisement along with what Jessica said and integrate those concerns and integrate what you learn on Thursday into a contract is how I kind of see it. And maybe it's already in the contract or in a contract. It's built in, and that we still move forward with making a decision. And it's going to be 2 months down the road that we're actually getting the work done anyways. And so things are going to change so much by then that it's hard to figure it out between now and Thursday.
Is there a provision in the bid request that gives either or both parties a faultless bailout position? Or you don't have to find fault. You can bail for no apparent reason. That this reason would be sufficient for them to say, sorry, we can't possibly meet our bid as we thought it was on 11th of May.
I don't have the whole bid memorized to the extent of knowing that.
Do you mean can the bidder withdraw their bid?
Yeah, once we've accepted it.
Or once we have a contract that one or either of us could get out of it based on.
Well, we have a bid. We don't have a contract yet. We have a bid.
Right. The parties are not bound until they sign a contract.
There we go. And that could be
once we sign the contract, I thought is what you were asking, whether or not we can, but that's all going to be built into the contract. So.
Now it is.
Yeah. Andy.
I wrote it down, but who was the lowest bidder? Is that what we're going? If we were to decide, who was it?
It was the lowest that I showed.
All states.
All states was the lowest in both categories.
Correct.
And from, I mean, I don't know specifically these companies, but they're all reputable companies that I know that exist out there. It's not somebody who just started up. So I don't think we have to worry that there should be other aspects of the bid that, unknown aspects that we're not dealing with the company who's going to be able to commit to it.
I as a board member, I might be in the minority, but I'd move we accept that low bid.
I'll throw a second
now,
out.
not 2 weeks from now.
I'll second that. Jessica?
I say aye, but you haven't called for the vote yet. So.
Further discussion in there.
Further discussion. Yeah, I thought it was further discussion that she had.
No.
Real quickly, remind me again where the other company's from. Basins I know is local.
Westminster.
Basins from Westminster.
Yeah.
And Pike and the other one.
So Pike actually is in Wallingford. I mean, I think they have a number of plants.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sunapee is in Claremont, New Hampshire.
Okay, so 2 New Hampshire and 2 Vermont. All right.
What I don't like about it is Greg has seen them. We haven't seen the responses to the RFQs. So I know that you open them in the meeting, but we haven't had a chance to look at them.
Right.
So,
well, that's
an intangible thing
described. I mean, it's the form filled out. I mean, and 3 out of the 4, that's the only thing that was in there.
Okay.
It was a very structured. I mean, I understand that and what you're saying, but it was a very specific. What the item, the description and the itemization of what they was part of the IRFQ. I mean, we can certainly don't have to. Yeah, we certainly don't have to vote on it if that's a concern. I mean, it's obviously a different time of different time that we're doing these things remotely. So.
Yeah, of course. That's always my concern. That's been a pet peeve of mine in the past.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I like to look through things.
Well, point of order. We've got a motion on the table.
Yeah.
Yep. I will. Any further discussion? So Andy's made a motion to accept the lowest bid, which is from Allstate Asphalts, which has been seconded by myself. All in favor? Aye. I've got 5. So unanimous decision to accept that. Any opposed? There are obviously none.
Obviously, Fred, you made it a good impression.
Yeah, no, I think we didn't. I'm pretty sure you'll see a nice job out there.
Yeah,
This
well,
is-
thank you. And of course, we'll still be working on the contract and some of these things is best between both of us. We'll try to work them in. I'm sure it's all, there's a lot of question marks in your world just as in ours.
Oh, yes, definitely. Everything's delayed this year, so.
Fred, have you seen anything about what I was talking about, that the state wants contractors to be in the state for the duration?
No, I've heard a few things, but I haven't seen it yet, no. I know we've had a couple of guys, a couple of our employees we usually hire back was talking about that, staying at home for the 14-day quarantine. If they
Yeah.
if they come back to work, then they have to go. Then they can't leave the state of Vermont, or they have to stay back. So they didn't mention it, but nothing's really came of it. Especially now that everything's relaxed, all the states are opening up. So
Is New Hampshire also beginning to start the relaxation process the way Vermont is, in little pieces?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
They're in a little more trouble than we are.
Their stay-at-home order goes through the 31st of May. But they've relaxed, like state parks and golf courses, a lot of what other states similarly have done. So
this is probably going to work out just fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Paul, if you could, I mean, kind of keep us apprised of what you learn on the call, and then we can integrate that if we need to, as far as into the contract or into our timing of this, if we need to push it out further into the summer.
Right.
I'll do that. I'll see if there's anybody else concerned. It's actually an emergencies management thing, but it is with state reps who have these kinds of things in their bailiwick. So let's see what I can find out.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Fred.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you, Fred.
Yeah.
Take care.
Okay. So next item, trying to find myself on the next item we had was I don't know if I want to change. I mean, I was going to do the other bid right now, but let's stick to the order, I suppose. Was updates and discussion regarding COVID-19, and this has been kind of a standard item on our list, obviously with everything, but just to see what kind of thoughts are going on, any community issues that need to be brought up, if anybody's hearing anything, any office issues as far as operations go, or anything like that. So,
Just an observance.
And Andy, go ahead. Yep. And I'll get you, Sarah, next.
State Park has a whole bunch of no parking signs all around their pavement now. Inside,
Yeah,
they weren't there the other day.
Yep.
I don't know what that's all about. No parking in there. I don't know if somebody blocked their access but and just another observance was the other day, I stopped counting at about 25 cars. I think that's part of the reason, if I had to guess, that there's so many cars parked in there that they couldn't get into their, to get to the dam or whatever if they had to.
Yeah, I know.
It's an observance. I'm not complaining or anything. It's just, I don't know who put those signs in. I imagine the state of Vermont. They're not, they're the ones you buy in the hardware store. So
And I know I've heard some of those same comments as far as parking, and I've seen other locations use the parking aspects of their facilities in an attempt to limit the usage. And I did notice somebody in the state park building today. So I just drove through there, did the loop, and saw somebody in the building. Maybe they're just gearing up for operations, and that was one of their first steps, but I don't know the answer either to that. I guess
on that general topic, after our conversation we had before, we did bring this topic of transient usage of State Park, and then the down at the Newfane line, up at the Emergency Operations Center meeting we had, and it turned up on other reports throughout the state. So the state police are taking a look at that sort of stuff down there, and they're beginning to take some notice of what's going on across the state. Nothing was really done, but be aware that that is an issue that has risen at least to the state level now after our conversations about it.
Yeah,
down
and I
the
think
border.
we've kind of had a harmonic convergence, obviously, of a lot of people wanting to get outdoors, but also we've had, other than this past Saturday, but we've had some really good lineup of weather with days when people can get outdoors, and it's just put a stress on all these outdoor locations. I think, my take, it seems like there's a lot of people paying attention to it. I don't know if we want to pass any comments back up to the state. It seems like they're concerned and aware of this taking place at a lot of different locations. I know it came up last week, at least in one of the press conferences with the governor, with their outdoor person. I don't know their title, but they're definitely aware of these things. So I saw, Sarah, your hand up there too. I think the other aspect of what we're talking about is our outdoor opening up, but then we're also talking about our office and all the other, people that work for the town, the road crew and the office crew and things like that. So Sarah, you had a comment.
My only concern is the lack of cleaning supplies. I tried to make my own like Clorox wipes, and it was like wet paper, toilet paper.
Okay.
So that's kind of my only concern is you can't get disinfectant wipe stuff anywhere, and you can't spray bleach on the copier in the books, and so that's my only concern.
No, very, very valid concern, and certainly as we start to, make appointments for more people into the office and things like that, and something we need to address. I don't know if the vendors, I don't know where you typically, I guess obviously Staples and everywhere else you go look, you can't find this stuff where we normally get it, but
so restaurant supply stores still have, and in fact, I happen to have it. They are still carrying the tablets that you can dissolve in a spray bottle. That is it's a sterilizer, and it's actually used for food services. And it meets the CDC requirements. So for the time being, Sarah, I can bring over tomorrow, at least for now, a container that has a sterilizer.
What is it? TSP?
I can go down to my kitchen. I have it. I took it from the house, not just for the bakery, but for the house. I can show it to you. It's these tablets that you dissolve.
Trisodium phosphate, probably. Yeah, that's food grade. I have a can of Lysol I can bring up to town too. I got a couple of them at Walgreens last week or 2 weeks ago. I can bring one up if you can use that.
Okay. There's really no way to fill a bucket in the office because the only sink we have is in the restroom. If it's a small bucket, we could do it, but it's just a hand sink. And like I said, I can't spray the copier down. I can't spray the land record books down. I need to just wipe them with a wipe.
Right, but you could spray the wipe, right? That's how I do it. I spray the wipe, or you're not comfortable with that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to break the copier, but yeah, I mean, that's what I've been doing, like with the fixtures and handles and light switches and everything else, is spraying the paper towel and wiping it down.
Right.
Like, I get that. But yeah, I can do it on the copier too. Hopefully it's fine.
Yeah, as long as it's probably not a direct spray, if it's into a towel or into
We need a new one anyways.
Okay, yeah, Paul.
Can I bring up something? We had a conversation the other day that probably we ought to be having with the select board about putting in a sneeze guard or a plexiglass barrier at the counter, so that when anybody has to work with someone who comes in for things that require some degree of intimacy, to the extent that you have to look at someone's signature for whatever things need to be done, exchange tokens, exchange checks, those kinds of things, to put in a plexiglass barrier with maybe 4 inches or so at the bottom. I think that might be, I think we're going to be looking at some major changes in how we do things for a long time to come. This seems like an investment now that'll pay off for quite some time, because I think that this is not going to go away in a couple of weeks or a couple of months. I just thought the idea of that sneeze guard, or whatever you want to call it, seemed like a pretty good. It's not perfect, but it keeps the people at the counter protected from each other, and I think that might be helpful.
Right, right. Yeah, because there's definitely going to be, I mean, we need to continue our operations, and we're going to need to continue our safety methods here too. So, you know, I think any one of those things, that makes sense to me. I mean, to have any kind of more restrictive areas around the office and around the people working there.
Terry, you had a thought.
I can't imagine plexiglassing this place in.
No,
you know, there's so many big, and the counter is 4 feet wide. So all you got to do is stand a foot away on each side, and you're the 6 feet distance. I mean, it's not like you have a foot counter and you are 2 feet away from somebody.
Yeah.
I don't know how you would plexiglass. I'm just looking at the window because I'm sitting here at the office. It's a fairly large space. So are you gonna plexiglass the whole thing in? But then we've got this big door opening that.
Well, it was more for the person standing there that was on one side of the counter versus, you know, here somebody needs to notarize something, somebody's handing a token or a check, and you're coming face to face as opposed to, you know, that I think we're obviously not going to fence in or box in the whole office.
Well, I would think you just hang it, right? You just have some hooks and hang a piece down that would kind of be free floating.
That's one way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cheap way.
But
and
just enough so that there is a sufficient barrier between the customer and whoever's working at the counter.
Yeah, and if it's hung there, then you can always remove it too. I mean, when time
that's why
says,
that's the easiest way. It's removable. No, there's nothing permanent.
Yeah.
So I would recommend that if that's something that we want to talk about.
Yeah, I think it makes sense as far as, I mean, I think any little piece of what we can do to make it safer for people that work at the office, coming into the office, and if it's easy to do, I'd say do it. But
I think we're going to be faced, I think, in the next week or so with the state's going to pull a lot of the restrictions off, and people are going to be expecting us to be open a little bit more than we have been. If we could just start kind of preemptively putting up the kinds of barriers that are helpful to us at our pace, we'll be a little bit ahead of the mandated stuff, and I think it'll be smoother for everybody, because I really think this is going to go on for a long time.
Right, and it is going to open up more and more, and like I think the word you just said, the expectations is people are going to expect that they can walk in the office and still have them limited to where they can come into, have them cordoned off and plexiglass in place.
And the other beautiful thing about that sneeze guard is they're all over the place. McDonald's and Walmart and everybody else, all the grocery stores are doing that. So it's at the point now where it's sort of the expected kind of way to do commerce right now.
So what's the process? Do we vote on it? Do we just say, because it's not going to be a large expenditure? We just
we don't think it's going to cost more than a couple $100, so therefore we can do that without having to go into a vote, because it's within the purchase of the
who's going to get a vendor, who's going to get a contractor to do it?
Well, if you want, I can go find out what plexiglass costs and how much it's going to cost to hang it. It may not be a big deal.
Okay.
And I think we kind of brought in, and I know I always throw this out there as far as an agenda item, just to get some, it's not an official vote necessarily, but we're gathering information and we're getting different thoughts, because we need to, need to keep moving forward and need to open up the office probably a little bit more each week or every other week. And it's baby steps, and make sure that we're following the baby steps that everybody's comfortable with.
Okay, so I'll find out what it costs.
Vote, but, yeah, Andy.
Probably not a big deal, but how long do you think we're going to go without selling dog licenses? Is there any idea when we're going to start that again, or is that's not a big?
I think.
Are we doing dog licenses now?
I think it was just delayed, right? We just gave people more time to do them. End of May.
Okay. Oh, no,
I've just been doing them through the mail.
Okay.
So we're still.
So you can
doing
just send me a
that, yeah.
check and I'll send
Right.
you a dog license.
With a copy of the rabies certificate, probably, for my dog.
Yeah, and I believe
Yeah,
that.
if we don't have a current one on file.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Our
he's
vote was to delay them.
He's
delay
expired. The reason I'm asking too is the vets are going, it's really hard to get to a vet now. It's, like it is to see a doctor. So I imagine people will be having some trouble if their pets need rabies shot, their dog needs a rabies shot, but I don't think it's a huge amount of income as much as a safety precaution.
Yeah, I mean, we did vote to extend it till June 1st. We
Okay,
won't.
I couldn't remember.
Do we want to have a vote to extend it further?
No, I was just curious.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
It's
And I
fine.
wasn't even thinking about it from the vet side. We were thinking about it from our side.
Right.
I'm in favor of letting it just run its course and let it
Okay.
lapse unless something else comes up.
Right.
Yeah, makes
That's
sense to me
fine.
too.
Agree.
All right, so I will get the information on the plexiglass, and if it's anything more than $200, I'll get in touch with everybody.
Okay, and then as of now, we're still in the operational mode where the door is closed. Terry and Sarah are taking alternate weeks off. We may, and I'll throw it out there. I mean, say, hey, both of you can be in the office and still stay in the operational mode where it's only by appointment and the door's still closed. I mean, it seems to be functioning. I mean, people are getting done what needs to be done. I don't have any real thoughts on that other than slowly getting back to a normal operation would be our main objective, but we want to be safe about the whole thing too. I don't know, Terry or Sarah, any thoughts on that? I mean, it kind of sounds strange coming from the boss. I mean, all of us are the bosses. To say, make it up and come in if you'd like. I think both of you in the office is practical because I mean, there's a lot of stuff that gets done in there, but I don't want to push it too quick to either.
Did something change today to allow 2 people in the office though?
Something has actually changed even before today. Today, it did open up that even retail starting next Monday can have up to 25% of the capacity of the store in there. So as long as they're following the safe distancing guidelines and we can set our rules as far as wearing a mask and the same what we're talking about now is washing your hands before you enter the vault and those things. But we are allowed to have 2 or more, I mean, up to 5 people in the office.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the one today, so.
So I mean, that was, I don't know, it seems like there's one different every day, but I think we've been moving forward on the more cautious side than we need to be. And as long as we're staying functional and, you guys are getting done what you need and you're feeling safe and the outside customers or whatever are feeling comfortable and getting done what they need, then we're okay.
Yeah, there certainly hasn't been anybody coming to the door, really. And if they are, they've called beforehand and said what they need. And then we just put it out there on the post and they can just drive in and pick it up. So
yeah, and that all seems to be working. I mean, I would suggest that we still keep the door closed for now, and it's better to be safe, and it's working.
Judging from the sounds of the governor and the people in that area, we can anticipate the lawyers are going to get busier, and the real estate thing is going to get busier in the next week or so too. So that might make a difference.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's keep everything the same, and Paul look into getting some what it takes to get just a temporary plexiglass shield in there.
Okay, we'll do that.
And everybody can we'll bring in more disinfectant. Okay, thank you. So I guess now we're actually on to reviewing the bid for the town cemetery mowing. We got one bid in for that. I gotta just find it here in the pile for everything. The bid was from D&K Property Maintenance. And there's one sheet in here. And basically we had asked for, I mean, it's the spring cleanup and the mowing of the, I'm just finding the actual RFQ. So it was this spring cleaning and the mowing of 6 cemeteries, the Rossonville and East Jamaica 3 times a year from May to October, the South Hill, South Wyndham, Pikes Falls, and West Jamaica were 3 times a year. And we received 1 bid for that, broken out and itemized, spring cleanup, fall cleanup, and per mow cost for each of these cemeteries. The total was $5,000 for the season, was $1,300 for Rossonville, $1,200 for East Jamaica, $710 for South Hill, $1,000 for South Wyndham, $395 for Pikes Falls, and $395 for West Jamaica.
For a total of how much?
A total of 5,000.
5,000.
Let me see if I can find their bid from last year.
I was just going to ask you.
Yeah, and that was one thing I was thinking of this afternoon too.
Damodon, or is it Damodon?
It is. It's for D&Ks. Yeah. And they did do it last year.
Who's here?
I thought he was.
Look at Big Bear.
Dreyfus.
Wasn't there 2 last year? Didn't Ben Lowe try to get into?
I think it was 2 years ago where we weren't very specific in the bid request, and they were all bid on independently.
Right, that's right. We had to figure out.
And then last year they were bid on together. This does say in here in the bid, it says note that the bid reflects D&K's being awarded the entire bid, and that's how we quoted it too.
Right.
And that, you said 5,000 total, correct?
Yes.
So that's the same as what they bid last year.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well.
Baby.
All right. I'll make a motion to accept the bid for D&K's property maintenance for the cemeteries, to mow the cemeteries and caretaker cemeteries.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Any further discussions? Yes. Paul, thank you.
I thought
you could remind me.
That's what, hey, Tom reminded me for the last bunch of years. I thought that he specifically said that he wasn't going to do it for the last year's price, and that's why we had to go out to bid. Wasn't that your understanding, Terry?
No.
No?
It has to go out to bid because it's such an amount of money.
Yeah, but I just thought he was not, I mean, he was, all right, never mind. If he says 5K, that's what it was last year, I'm in favor of it.
No,
Okay.
We've put it out to bid every year for the last probably 4 or 5 years.
Okay, I just got my memory has him making comments that what he got paid before wasn't worth his time or whatever.
He didn't want the cemeteries, he didn't want to get just some of them. He either wanted all of them or none of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's a proviso he put in this bid, right?
And it was in there last year.
In there, yes, yep.
Okay, all right.
Okay. All in favor of accepting D&K as the cemetery mowing contractor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Next item, just an update, quick update on the RFQ for the trash hauling. That has gone out. We, at our last meeting, we decided to extend that to, I can't remember the bid date deadline, but prior to our next meeting, or not our next meeting, but our first meeting in June. I have spoken with Casella, and they have sent a 1-month contract extension to cover us for the month of June. So we're basically taking that 3-month extension and extending it 1 more month. Upside, that gives us a little bit of time to accept and review new quotes, and also kind of lines it with our fiscal year too. So that's a good thing. So that's an update on that.
Okay.
The item, we're on to the original item 10. I don't know what it is now, but review and approve the road standards.
Wait, before you go.
Yeah.
Back on the trash. Tom sent a letter out. I got a copy of it. A couple of others did regarding the issue of bags and trash. You want to talk about that now or later?
Yeah. Well, I received it from a resident in town about our plastic bags. Now, the law that I understand, basically in 2014, said the towns now need to charge for the amount people throw away. So there's different ways to approach it. You could get a scale, you could weigh the garbage, you could get bags. Bags seems to be the easiest. But the townsperson was concerned that the bags are not compostable, and it's a lot of plastic we're using, and just wanted us to take a look at different options and think about, is this the right way we want to do it, or is there other ways to do it that would be more environmental? Obviously, if you have a scale and Dan has to weigh everything, it's going to slow everything down, and it's going to cost a lot more money, potentially to have all that running. So, I mean, those other things to look at from that side. I don't know where we get the bags, but is there a possibility that we could get compostable bags? And it might raise the cost a little bit. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out.
I can ask them, but the problem is I just ordered bags.
Okay.
They're more expensive. Remember we brought some up for, they were for compost. And I brought some back to the meeting. I think they're $4 a bag. But anyway, if we're going to discuss this, I think it should be at least an agenda item where there's a lot more people know about that we're going to be talking about this, because this is like a huge change in the middle of a pandemic. News flash, I guess, for us. But and another thing, it was a lot of work. I'm not saying that, I'm not closed-minded to this, but it was a lot of work to get to where we are now. I don't know what Wyndham Solid Waste District does with the bags, but I couldn't imagine trying to tell everyone in town we're going to use barrels or do things differently, especially right now. I'm sure we could talk about it, but
well, I think
I was in on all of that transition and then bear in mind on July 1st, we're supposed to be composting 100%. And I'm telling you right now, I don't compost. I haven't started yet. I guess I better hurry up. But we're going to have a lot of there's going to be garbage still coming into the transfer station. It's a tall order that I don't know now if they will enforce that. Greg might know a little more about it than me, but I think the state of Vermont's got other things on their mind right now.
I thought, Andy, they had delayed that now because of the pandemic.
I don't know if they're clear on that. They've never enforced it anyway.
Right. I don't think they've delayed it.
I don't think so either. There's been discussion of delaying it, and right now it kind of fits in with the other mandatory recycling of other products. It's called mandatory,
right?
But there's nobody out there policing it. It really is just saying you're not gonna pay for it is really what it boils down to, because it's free recycling or free food scraps or something. I think that the point that the concerned person brought up about the plastic bags is well worth looking into. And like you said, Andy, we're not going to decide it right now. Bob from Wyndham Solid Waste just happened to be in the office today, and we bounced a few questions off of him, but not every single question, about other towns that might be doing something different and what our other options are. It's not something that we change overnight, that's for sure. And these bags are, I think one of the concerns that may have been kind of hidden in this request to look into it was that these bags, they're right now on July 1st is slated to be a ban on single-use bags. These bags don't fall into that, even though they're technically single-use. They're not under the definition. They're a heavier gauge and they're not used for the grocery stores and et cetera. So it's not a legal aspect that we have to get rid of them, but from an environmental consciousness side, we maybe should look at alternatives, but I don't know what those are.
Can I just say that in Wardsboro, we don't use bags. I mean, we do use bags, but we have stickers that we have to buy, and that's our pay as you throw. But they go on a garbage bag, so you're still using the plastic no matter what, the bag. And in Stratton, they use a punch card. You buy a punch card, but the bag still has garbage in it. You still.
Same in Londonderry. They do a punch card.
Yeah. So no matter, unless you're gonna weigh it and just throw it in there, it seems like there's, no matter which way you go, there's always gonna be a bag. Now, I will say, using our bags, now you got two bags, because a lot of people put their bag in the bag. So
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Or it's 5 bags in a bag.
Well, that too. Yeah.
The other thing too is if we did get stickers or something like that, then if someone wanted to use compostable bags and spend the extra money on that, they'd have the choice to do that. So just idea to throw out.
And stickers take up a lot less room here than cases of bags do, for sure. But
yeah,
like I said, I just ordered the green bag, so.
That's okay.
Well, any change we would want to deplete our store, obviously, and then do a transition. So, but I agree with Andy. We should put it on the agenda so that we could potentially get more townspeople input.
Yeah, and I'd like to also include in that, and it's something I've been thinking about, and Dan's pointed out on a few things. There are some of our pricing right now is a little bit out of line with what the costs are to get rid of it. I mean, one that comes immediately to mind is refrigeration. We used to have somebody come and take that away at no charge. Right now, they're charging us $10 per refrigerator, and we charge $12. We're still not losing money on it, but that's just one example of a lot of our cost or pricing at the transfer station hasn't changed in 10 years.
Right.
And then in conjunction with reevaluating the contract and things like that, it's a bigger picture that we should probably be looking at the whole thing. Maybe put it out there on the agenda for into July or so, once we got our new cost structure for our hauler, just to make sure everything else lines up within that.
Yes, I agree.
I can't speak for all the contractors, but they, I shouldn't maybe phrase it this way, but I don't think that they would be too alarmed if things went up a little bit, especially in the demo, the construction, and then they would be grateful to still have that, that we offer that service for a little more money.
Right. I agreed. Yeah.
Myself included.
Yep. Okay. Well, maybe we'll put that on there as an item for review in a little bit later on this summer.
Okay. That sounds good.
Thanks. Good point. So on to the reviewing of the road standards. These, hopefully everybody had a chance to, they were out there as far as the document goes. This is something that the state requires us to sign off on every year. They publish a set of road standards, and we basically certify that we're going to adhere to those standards. I think that's what it boils down to.
And we get more money in a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Eligible.
These are this is one of the rules and how they hold our feet over the flame.
Right. I had 2 quick questions. One was, there's a reference to an inventory of roads. Do we have that?
We do.
Yeah, it's right here on the wall. I mean,
have it, but it's there.
Yeah.
In the town clerk.
Yeah.
Okay, terrific. And then just, you might know this, Terry. Do we feel, how far off does the road crew think we are from these standards? Or do we feel like we're pretty, there's actually some wiggle room. I read them, and it does refer to feasibility. But I'm just curious, do we know, are we generally in compliance with these standards?
I think generally we are. I'm sure there's places in town where, you know, the forgotten corners or whatever, but I think generally we
Is that
are.
at your house, Terry?
Huh? My house?
Is your house the forgotten corner? No,
Yeah,
just
except I don't live here, but. And the other thing is that when, you know, if for instance, somebody had a private road that they wanted to make a public road and the town maintain it, then they would have to go by these standards. And that's one of the biggest points of having these road standards. Not as big as getting more money in a disaster, but the reason to have these standards every year is so that somebody, if they came along and wanted their road taken care of by the town, they would have to upgrade it if it was a cow path or something like that. So
got it.
Okay, I will take a recommend or a motion to accept the road standards.
So moved.
Andy, thank you. A second, Tom. Any further discussion? All in favor of accepting the state approved road standards, say aye.
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 Approved, unanimous, thank you.
So can I just ask, this is one of those things that can't be signed by one person. It has to be signed by every board member. So would the easiest thing be for me to send it out to each person to be signed, and then you can just send it back in the envelope that I give you to send it back? Or would it be easier for you to come to the door and sign it? I'm not really sure.
What's the time frame we have to get this done in?
Well, I mean, not within the next 2 days, but they do have to be signed because they have to go back with the financial plan.
Yeah,
So
I didn't see a deadlines per se. I'm thinking it's fiscal year, right? The end of June, but I mean, it's.
yeah, probably. I mean,
I'm going to be in the office, so I can sign it. I'll be in
I
there.
can too. I can come over.
I'll swing by.
Same.
Yeah, easy enough for
I'll
me.
just call in advance and just
Yeah.
make sure it's a clear window.
okay. And
Yeah.
Paul, that'll give you an excuse to come to the office.
Yeah.
To measure. Oh, I was looking for an excuse to come to the
I
office.
know you are. That's why I said that.
I'm running out of them though.
Making it difficult for you.
Right.
I go by and blow the horn. Do you ever hear me do that? I go by the window, blow the horn, wave.
Oh, well, I'll have to pay more attention to
I
that.
don't know. Not allowed in the office anymore.
Yep. Well, you can make an appointment.
I know. I really wanted to, I know.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I guess then the next item on the list, I'm going to do the overweight permit because I've got it scribbled in right in this spot, and I'm going to forget it if I don't do it right now. We do have one overweight permit since we're talking about roads. Came in from Cardinal Logistics Management Corporation. They're in Concord, North Carolina. Sounds like they're a big freight transport company. They have filled out their fleet form here. And I'm going to guess, Terry, that they've paid and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
They have. Okay. Anybody need any more information off of here?
Yeah, overweight permit from Cardinal Logistics Management Corporation out of Concord, North Carolina.
I second the motion.
Second, Jessica, thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Paul.
Are we voting to give it to the road commissioner to sign?
Yes,
I hear that part.
typical, right.
Yeah, because we didn't do that last time, but we should be giving it to the road commissioner to.
Okay, right. And that is what happened last time. So it's our same procedure. So
Sure.
all in favor of accepting the road permit? Thank you. I didn't, is that everybody? I think I was.
Yeah.
Paul, you're in? Okay.
Yes.
All in favor? Any opposed? No. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item was just an update on the town technology. It's another kind of catch basket, I guess, but Tom's been working a lot on updating the town website and the office network and things like that?
So the good news is the website has been up now for a couple of weeks and we haven't gotten hacked again. So I did end up purchasing the backup. We had to spend a little more money. It was, I said $2.99 a month. It's actually $4.99 a month because of the size of the website was 11 gigabytes and the $2.99 was only 5 gigabytes. So I had to go up to the next tier, but that's up and running. I've also gone in and done there were some links that were broken. Greg pointed out like the agenda and the minutes on the main page on the quick links was broken. So I went in and fixed that up. I added years, kind of cleaned up some of the minutes. So I made years for 2018, 2019 to kind of just make it so it didn't look so cluttered. On the computer side, I've managed to upgrade all of the computers now to Windows 10. I still have 2 of them here. Lewis, that's the 2 listers machines. Micah's machine was upgraded. Barbara's machine was upgraded. I have an extra one here that's finished. I just have to bring it in. I also upgraded Lex's machine, but it was running really slow. So I bought another 4 gigs of memory. It'll be here Wednesday, and then I'll pop that in, and hopefully that helps because it was really, really, really slow, like unbearably slow. As far as the wireless network, I haven't really gotten started on it. Greg and I had a conversation when I went in and did a tour with Lou. I just think I still think we could go with this solution, but it may be some additional costs because just the way the wiring is set up in the office. I thought it was a little more robust, and it's not. So, you know, I have the equipment here. I can still return the equipment within 30 days to Amazon. What we have now is working, or I can move forward on it. So I just wanted to present that out to the board. I really leave it up to you. We may have to get Chris Clark in to pull some wires for us and stuff like that. We don't have drop ceilings, so that makes it a lot easier when you have drop ceilings, because then you just pop it up and pull the wire through. So it's a little more complicated just from a infrastructure standpoint of how things are set up. From a hardware standpoint, it's already, like I say, it's already bought. I can still set it up, but it's mainly in the placement of the access points. Where are we going to put these access points? Because we're going to have to get a wire to wherever we put them, and that could be a little challenging.
And what is the benefit of this act again?
Well, I mean, the benefit is it's manageable remotely. Gives us more insight into who's on our network, what kind of traffic's passing through our networks. So it's a little more advanced than what you're going to get with a consumer-based model.
This is what we approved at the last meeting, right?
Approved at the last meeting for 450-ish, and I'm pretty much on budget with that. It did come in under budget, but I have to still buy some cables and a charger for one of the devices. So it's going to be pretty 450.
Are we looking for approval to have Chris come in, suss it out, and give us a proposal?
That's probably the next step. I would have to talk to him, and I'm still thinking about what I can do. And you know, it's really, I need to come into the office and kind of brainstorm on it and say, where could I put the access points that's going to make sense and potentially not have to run wires. You know, maybe we just get some of the plastic channel stuff that you put on the walls that covers up the wires. I mean, that because it's going to be in the ceiling. I don't know. Or we could just bag the whole thing.
I think we maybe need an estimate to, I mean, we discussed and decided that this was something we thought was worthwhile. Yeah. I'm not sure we can go backwards and send it back, but I think we need to go forwards and say how much, I mean, maybe get an estimate of what it might cost to pull some wires here and there, or best case scenario, you can find a location. I don't know the details of how you find a location, if it's possible or if it requires wires.
You want a central location, like you wouldn't want to put it right next to the vault per se, because the vault's going to block a lot of the signal. You want to kind of have it, like I would think it would be in the main office is where the wireless would be. That probably would cover the wireless, the second floor and over into the listers area. And then if we put the second access point in, we put it in the meeting room. And then that would cover the entire building there. So that's
Tom, are you willing to continue to kind of pursue a resolution and
yeah, sure. Let me talk to Chris. Let me call him up, and I'll go and meet him over one day. We'll let you know when, guys, when we're going to be there, and we'll just kind of look at things and see what he thinks. Because you know, for him, it may be like, oh, I can do that in an hour and it's no big deal. And it's, you know,
Yeah.
whatever he's charging now, 30, 40 bucks an hour, or a couple hours. So I would say probably it would only be a couple $100 more, but I just don't want it to be 500 more. And everyone goes, oh, now we spent $1,000 on all this stuff. What are we doing? So I just want to be transparent about where we're at, and that we could back out of this now still if we wanted to do so.
My thinking is, as the further we get into this Corona thing, we're going to be fighting the technology battles for months, if not years to come, based only on all the changes that are happening right now. My thinking is that we should move forward and drag ourselves kicking and screaming into the 21st century.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense. I would say have Chris look into it. I mean, and do that maybe before your 30 days is up, and just in case it's an unbelievable number. But
I will call him and meet with him. I'll have him come over this week. I'll call him tomorrow.
Thanks.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you.
Technology. I'm trying to think if there was any other technology.
I think there was one other one that I wanted to throw out there. I know Lou brought it up because I think in this meeting we're using your license for Zoom.
Oh, the Zoom. That's right. Yeah.
Lou
So
brought
this
up to
license
get a town one,
for Zoom,
so
right?
the listeners could use it, and a few other whoever else from the town needed to do the meetings.
And it's what, $99 a year?
I don't even know.
There's different levels, I think, aren't there?
Yeah. I mean, a single license. Let me see what I can work on. I gotta meet with my sales rep anyway tomorrow. I have an email out to him, so I'll see if he handles. Yeah, a lot of times they just handle higher ed or whatever, but I'll figure out who's doing Vermont, and maybe we just buy it. I think it's $99 a year.
Yeah.
So, you know, from a standpoint of cost, it's not that much.
And I think it fits into everything else we're talking about. And if the listeners may need it, and any other town organization, maybe not ultimate town organization, but any with, you know, the library or whoever might need this, I mean, it's better to have our own than.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't be using my account, right?
Oh.
But that's fine. I mean, I'm willing to do it because we needed it. But okay.
And
So
I think
I will look into that. I will also look into the Zoom
budget
account,
somewhere.
where that goes, and see what we can do for that.
Great.
Do we need to approve that $100 so that we shouldn't have to approve that?
I think that's. I don't think we need to approve it. I mean, if we're all in consensus on it, and it fits into our office supply budget type of thing.
Yeah. Okay. While I'm talking, I'm just going to also want to bring up the Jamaica Journal, which is the new online newsletter for Jamaica. The first issue came out May 1st, and Jackie Brown in town is the editor. And if you want to, shoot, she texted me. Hold on a second. So it's a monthly newsletter for residents and friends of Jamaica. First issue is online right now. If you want to submit content or to the next issue, you have to do that by the 20th of the month for the following month's newsletter. You just go to www.jamaicajournal.info. So the old issues are there. The new issues will be there. The old issues will be there, and there's information there to submit new content. So always looking for interesting things going on in town. If you go read the first one, it was very impressive in my opinion. I thought you just really covered all sorts of events, had some COVID links, had events around town, had a shout out to a student who wrote a poem. It's just a lot of interesting stuff, and it's really for the Jamaica community. So go and check it out.
Yeah, I liked it.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Let's see, on to the next item. We're getting there. We're almost done. Throwing out there a decision on whether or not to hold our next meeting, which is typically, it's the fourth Monday, which lands on Labor Day, and in Memorial Day. Sorry, yep. And in the past, at least for the past few years, we have punted on having a meeting there and just left it open. If we needed to call one for an emergency, we would do that.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to not have the meeting on May 25th, Memorial Day.
We don't have anything important pending, do we? Any other decisions?
I'll second that. Second.
Oh,
second by Andy, and then discussion to Paul. I don't know of anything, and having typically not had a meeting that day, going back to refer back to what did we discuss last year, says we didn't discuss anything. So
true.
And this meeting and the last meeting we covered a lot. So Does
Yeah, there's always there's always the option, I guess, if for some reason something unknown pops up, we can call an emergency meeting and just schedule it for that night. So
Sure. Okay, works for me.
so there is a motion and a second. All in favor of not having a meeting on May 25th, say aye.
Aye.
7 yeses and
Aye.
so unanimous. Thank you.
Rich,
Just
get
have
that?
one other thing, and I throw this out on every meeting so far, is just a reminder again of the school district vote. Sarah's all ready to go with absentee ballots, so call for those. Sarah, anything to add? Yes, yay.
I spoke with the Secretary of State on Thursday, and they told me anyone who had requested a ballot already, I could send another one to. So I did that today. So if you'd requested one before and done one, you'll get another one in the mail this week.
I got mine yet today.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. Any other comments, concerns, public?
Concern, I've been taking walks up Warden Road. I was talking to you before the meeting, and they put a new culvert in at some point, and the old culvert's just sitting on the side of the road. And I'm curious if the town's going to pick that up and get rid of it, because it's plastic. It's not like old metal ones that would rust away or whatever. It's just sitting there, and it's ugly, and it's like you're in the middle of the woods, and all of a sudden there's just all this plastic on the side of the road.
Yeah, that
up.
in my mind shouldn't be there. So I'll bring that up with Keith. Or
Thank
point
you.
it out to Keith.
I mean, I just go in the back of a truck, bring it down to the town garage.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not even, but I'm just bringing that up.
Good observation.
Thank you.
One quick thing, Greg, I think I'd mentioned to you that I'll raise, and we're getting up to 2 hours, so I'm going to go really quickly. But there was a reference earlier to the $1.5 billion available and COVID-related relief. We received a kind of a referral or a note of interest from Dufresne Group around the fact that since our village area is still struggling with the elements of public water permitting and wastewater permitting, part of the new statute and the new money within the state of Vermont will be allocated to towns that will be undertaking or be shovel ready for projects, infrastructure projects that in the long run will help the towns accommodate increased either second home ownership or even individuals who had been second homeowners spending more time in Vermont. So this type of, looking at potentially a wastewater project would fall, in the opinion of Dufresne Group, would fall within that. So this is just a quick note to say that the Planning Commission is looking at the feasibility, costs, size, and potential location of a wastewater solution, much lower cost, lower complexity than a water system for the town. But again, they're just at the looking phase, and just wanted to let everybody know that that's something that's being looked at. And before we get too close, temporally in time towards the point at which that COVID money would be allocated, it's the intention of the Planning Commission to have a dialogue with the select board and to potentially, put together a shovel-ready project.
Yeah, I think that's great. Yeah, and thank you for forwarding that to me too. And I think that, and you had mentioned that Chrissy is willing to help and act as an intermediary and a consultant off the record, so to speak, or whatever, to help guide us.
She said it to me in writing.
And to have these options out there and have knowledge, it's maybe not a full fleshed out plan, but at least some options of what opportunities may be out there to grab some state funding and things like that. That's awesome. And I'm super psyched, and I'm glad that the Planning Commission is being engaged and I mean, they always have been, but I mean, it's great to have a relationship with them with our board here too.
Yep.
Thanks. And thank you, John, for sitting through a meeting with us.
And John actually was the person who sent that, but at the time he sent it to me and I forwarded it back out. So just to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
I had it to only send to the host. So I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, can I just ask a question?
Yeah, Andy.
Has anyone seen one of these meetings come up on SB Cable or whatever? One of our Jamaica meetings?
I've looked at them, yeah, because I post them. So yeah, I've
Did
looked
you
at them.
search it out, or have you seen it on the cable?
It's on the cable.
Okay.
No, I've seen it online. So I mean, it looks just like this
online.
Online, right?
Nope, I was just wondering. I'm up all hours. I haven't seen it, but and I wanted to ask Rich. Rich, is BCTV see any light at the end of the tunnel for maybe filming or taping things live again, or just waiting to see what shakes out?
The instruction I have so far is we are out another 6 weeks.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just curious.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Second. All in favor of adjourning? Aye. Yay.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks very much.
Greg,
Night.
Thanks, Sarah and
Bye.
Terry.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Greg.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Rich.
All right, so we can call the meeting to order at 6:31. First thing on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the April 28th meeting. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the regular select board meeting from April 28th.
So moved. So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from the April 28th regular select board meeting signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I would entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with Sherwood for COVID-19 town updates.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of taking the meeting agenda out of order and starting with COVID-19 town updates signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Welcome, Sherwood. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. And all of you?
Doing all right.
As far as updates go, overall, we're doing pretty well. All of the town staff has received KN95 masks. These masks should be used when you're in contact with somebody that's potentially a risk to you. With the KN95s, they are not as protective as the N95s, but they're better than the cloth masks or the paper ones. So these will protect you from somebody else and somebody else from you as well. The problem with them is in wearing them all the time is there's such an air draw to get air through them that they're uncomfortable. So the recommendation is still to wear the cloth masks in general, but they are available to staff, and each one of the board members should have received some of them in their boxes. Carla had put them up. We have received a shipment of hand sanitizer. We're working on the distribution for that. And the thermometers we hit a glitch with, and I had that order canceled, and have another supplier that can guarantee that they can be here, and that's in the process.
Okay.
Oh, and one other thing, the update for the policy was distributed on Monday, and of course, when we hit Friday and they make changes, there'll be another update to that on next Monday.
Okay. Anyone have questions, comments?
Yes. My wife does.
I
She's
have a
jumping
question.
around.
Okay.
Are they supposed to be wearing them in the town hall? Because I did go register my dog and there were 3 people in the town office and none of them had masks on.
In general, when people are facing the public, they should be wearing masks unless they're outside and they maintain the 6-foot distance. But if somebody comes into the town hall, particularly the town clerk's office, as long as that shield is between the general public and the clerk, the mask is not really necessary. If you were in there in close contact within that 6 feet parameter, yes, it should be masks on.
So the 3 of them who are next to each other, they don't need to wear masks? They're next to each other?
If they're in a space, in a confined space, they should be wearing masks if they are within a space that allows less than 6 feet.
Okay, I was just wondering because they were conversing close to each other with nobody had masks, so.
It's going to be, there's going to be an adjustment period to it. And I mean, that's the biggest thing is sometimes it's difficult to get that, get that across. But it's a work in progress.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's all about building new habits.
Yeah, totally agree.
I have a question about the sanitizer. Because it's so liquidy, I have some like old spray pump bottles. If you think that might be a little bit more effective than the actual pump bottle.
I think, yes, the spray bottles would actually be much more effective in distributing it, since it is the consistency of water. It's obviously not the gel consistency that most of the commercial hand sanitizers are. This is industrial stuff. It does not have the
aloe.
Gel aloe. It doesn't have it. Yeah, and if you use it, you definitely want to have some kind of a moisturizer available to you, because a few shots of that stuff will really, really dry you out.
Okay, I'll see what I can find. I think I at least have 3. I'll see if I can dig up some more and bring them in tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carla.
My pleasure.
Anybody have anything else for Sherwood? Sherwood, do you have anything else for us?
I don't think so at this point, other than I'm here based on the new business discussion in case you need any input from me. So I'll sit back and listen and do some work, and when you need me, shout.
All right. Well, since we're already taking the agenda out of order, 2 things I forgot to do. One is just I want to list everyone who is in the meeting. There is Christina Wright, Will Bissonette, Irv Stoll, Rob Wright, Rich Melanson from BCTV, Steve Frisk, Crystal Mansfield, Helen Holt, Sherwood Lake, and Carla Lumbrough. And then we do have one deletion to the agenda. I forgot to ask Carla to make everyone copies of the Bartlett Tree Service contract. So I think we'll just table that until the next meeting and we can discuss it then.
I think that's in the, was that all of the on the clipboard? Because I put it all in the packet.
I didn't get the Bartlett stuff in the packet.
Oh. In the PDF?
Nope.
No. Okay. I apologize. I thought I scanned it in.
No big deal.
Okay.
So then let's move down to new business, and we'll talk about town hall / common events upcoming for spring and summer, and how COVID-19 is going to impact that, and if we need to suspend use of the town hall and the common for some given period of time. So Sherwood, has there been a direction from the SEOC around summer gatherings, events yet?
Currently, no. Right now, everything is down to indoors or in a congregate setting, no more than 10 people. Indoors is still pretty much prohibited unless under certain strict condition. You can require anybody entering the building from the public to wear masks. But there's nothing, I expect that that's going to change very soon, but as of right now, you couldn't use the building for anything more than what we're using it for now, any of the town buildings. And the town common, under the addendum 13, which was issued this last week, you need to create an independent policy for its use, limiting numbers of people and how they can use it for outdoor recreation. And that's something that hasn't even been explored.
Okay. Well, I guess the question is do we have any events coming up? Carla, do
We
you,
have the,
go ahead, Crystal.
so Carla, do you have the calendar in front of you? I'm not sure. So I know there, so May 30th is now Green Up Day, which we had talked about having a town truck on the common. There are a couple of community groups. Community Hope and Action comes to mind, as does West River Valley Thrives, looking to do some tabling at that event. And the intention was to be able to hand out food, and we have had last year there was a bit of a cookout happening. My sense is it's a little early in the reopening of the state. When you look around the state and see what other, I guess towns are not deciding, agencies are deciding, but there are many, multiple activities in group settings that are not happening through the spring and summer. And I feel really strongly that we need to make a decision, because a lot of these events take months of planning. To my mind, Fair Day comes to mind with, the first weekend in August is packed. There's 1,000 people on the common. I guess I just have concerns about public safety, and I think it's worth talking about and maybe making a decision about as a town, and then letting the area agencies that utilize the common over the spring and summer know, so that they're not planning for an event that isn't going to happen.
Right. Yeah, I mean, my hunch is that as we go forward, a lot of the agencies are going to decide to cancel on their own. But I think you're right. If we make it easier for them to make that decision, then that probably serves us all fairly well.
Will that
I mean, to my mind, we would.
Hey, Crystal.
Sorry. I just would say that to my mind, we would be as a town making a decision that in some ways is protective of the townspeople. And in my head, that would be my role, doing my due diligence. And rather than waiting for people individually to say, well, we're going to cancel this event or we're going to postpone it, I think that's a little gray, and I think it sets the town up to have this conflicting. I think we have to have one message, is my opinion.
One of the things that I was going to point out in the share screen, and I'll put that up so that you can see it, is I know that there's a lot has gone on about, can you see the share screen?
Yeah.
With the map?
Yes.
The thing to take into account is right here where I'm circling, Windham County has, as of today, this map is today, 75 cases. But if you look down below, right below us from Greenfield, Springfield, down south to the Connecticut border, if you see that tan area or beige area, those are the hot spots and those are the numbers of cases. Instead of that kind of migrating away from us, that is coming closer. This area over here around Boston, Cambridge, that area wasn't even into New Hampshire 3 or 4 days ago. So there's a lot still to potentially happen, no matter how much they say or they're telling us that, you know, the numbers are peaking and they're balancing off or dropping in some cases. If you look right close to us, those numbers are migrating more towards us. And the more people start moving around, the more potential that is going to come into our area. So I think that's an important thing to think about when talking about allowing any kind of events for the immediate future to occur. think I sent this out to everybody today
Yep.
in the executive summary.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. And I think, Crystal, I think you're also right that it probably behooves us to take some sort of action. As far as Green Up Day, I don't know, maybe we just suspend it until maybe July 1st. And then we can always revisit it at any given meeting, like the governor does every day. We can always amend it if something changes. But I'd like to not have to, I think it makes sense to not have to do it like every meeting for 2 weeks and 2 weeks and 2 weeks, particularly because, as you pointed out, Crystal, some of these things take months to plan. So if people are made aware now, they can figure out either another venue or another avenue to go down.
Yeah. And the commitment to Green Up Day by the town, if I'm remembering correctly, was only that we would have the little town truck somewhere where people that wanted to green up on, the state has now bumped it back to May 30th. So those green trash bags would be able to be put in the little town truck, and maybe we just relocate that town truck for the event on that day or something. I don't know. Maybe we put it at the town garage instead of on the common, and you know, people can bring their green up bags there and
yeah,
be done with it. No granola bars this year, or no barbecue.
Right. Right.
One of the things specifically towards Green Up Day that came out, I believe it came out of the governor's office, was he was suggesting, or somebody around him was suggesting, that people just take the bags on their own and take a walk, and then they would be collected, you know, at some point or multiple points after a weekend walk or a trip, something like that, rather than a more formal event. That, again, may change, but that's one of the suggestions they had, rather than having any kind of group events around something like that.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's what, 2 weeks away, give or take. So if a call is going to be made, they're going to have to do it pretty soon, I would think.
But they haven't delivered the bags yet, have they?
I don't think they haven't delivered the bags yet, have they?
Oh,
No,
the
we
Green Up
can't get the
bag-
5 gallon. Oh,
The
No, the
Green Up
Green
bags,
Up-
they said
bags or the
they
No.
hadn't decided when they was going to deliver them.
Right, the Green Up Day bags, Carla.
oh, okay, sorry.
Steve, what do you think?
Is Steve on the line? What does Steve think? Are you on the line? Are you?
Yeah, he is.
Because, you know, often, many times towns, you bring your Green Up bag, you leave it, you know, at a designated spot at the end of the road, and then the town trucks come along and pick them up, and we don't do that here. But is that an option for this year, just given the circumstances?
Well, that has
or
been
another
done in the
centralized
past,
location?
where Green Up bags have been left on the side of the road, and on Monday we go and pick them up. That's been done before.
So I guess I would ask the question then, as we have, well, we have one more meeting before Green Up Day. If the event actually happens on the 30th, do we want to think about how the town might support that statewide event on the 30th in an alternate fashion, and not have it held on the common?
No, I would support that.
Yep, I would too. So go ahead, Irv.
According to the governor, that you're not going to let the bags out till the end of the month anyways. That's what was on TV night before last. The Green Up bags weren't going to be out till the end, just about the end of the month, unless there was a change.
Well, regardless, I think that we should have a plan in place. We should probably make a plan as a town to have an alternate activity happen if we're intending to do that, whether the truck just be at the transfer station and people just bring them and drop them off on that Saturday with their regular trash, or whether we have people put them at the end of their driveway and the town trucks drive around, or we probably ought to think of a plan before it's right in front of us.
Yeah, I agree.
But you're gonna have to pay to get rid of it anyways, because it's nothing's gonna be free this year.
Right, that's true too. So I guess what we're looking for is a motion to suspend large group activities on the common until, I mean, I'm thinking July 1st, if someone has other ideas about that. What's, somebody want to move to do that, or do we want to, I mean, the next meeting is the
26th.
26th, so that cuts it close for Green Up Day stuff if we're going to do anything like that.
What are the other events on the common this summer? There's Green Up Day in May, and then is there something else happening between Green Up Day and the Hospital Fair Day that anyone
Wasn't
knows
there the
of? Carla, do you
5K?
have that's already
Was it
happened.
the 5K already happened?
The Memorial Day parade, is that
Correct.
this year in Townsend? There's the Memorial Day parade.
Oh, right, yep.
I don't know if it's this year's Townsend or if it's Newbrook.
I don't know either. Carla, can we?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything for a parade. The only thing I remember are the 5K that Crystal said already happened, the Hospital Fair Day, and there was one other, I think that was already, that was supposed to be in April. Hold on, I'm pulling up the old notes.
While Carla's looking that up, someone has joined the meeting who is labeled as KL. And if you could just please identify who you are, I would appreciate that.
I'm KL, but.
No, it's not you. There's
Okay.
K's iPhone and then KL.
Hi, it's just Karen LaRue. I was updating or looking at my email and I saw you guys were having a meeting and I thought, hey, I'll stop in.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sure. Carla, were you able to find anything?
I'm looking right now, my computer's searching.
So, are you looking for a motion, Will, or are you just looking for
Yeah,
information?
I think we should make a decision. So yeah, I guess I'd entertain a motion to suspend large gatherings on the commons until July 1st.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of suspending large group activities on the common and in town hall until the 1st of July, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So again, this is something we can do this now, and then if something changes, we can always retract it or extend it, whatever we end up needing to do with that. Okay. Sherwood, anything else that you wanted to check in with us about?
No, I think I'm all set unless anybody has any more questions for me. I just wanted to be able to be part of this discussion, but I don't have anything else.
Okay. Great. All right, so let's go back up to the top of the agenda. And we will do the warrants. Someone prepared to read warrants for me?
I'd make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of the payroll in the amount of $9,857.60.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 1 out of the payroll account in the amount of $9,857.60 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions?
Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax in the amount of $4,112.57.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 2, payroll taxes in the amount of $4,112.57 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $8,466.67.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $8,466.67 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $3,115.88.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, actually, this is one, there was a typo in the amount on the warrant sheet. It should actually be $3,116.05. So Rob, you want to amend your motion to that amount?
I would amend my motion to, what was it again, 3,000?
$3,116.05.
$3,116.05.
Okay. Okay. All those in, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $3,116.05 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund, the amount of $1,371.30.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund in the amount of $1,371.30 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund, the amount of $1,248.06.
So moved.
Second.
Second it.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,248.06 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. We do the highway report, Steve?
I need to purchase 8-inch minus ditch stone. I have 3 quotes. All 3 quotes are delivered price to the town pit. Sir Sassimo is $20.65. Hunter is $20.50. A.S. Clark is $22 a yard delivered to the town pit. I'm looking for 250 yards. At the lowest bid, that's $5,125. And this is for a project that we're working on. Wyndham Regional's very high priority list that we started on last fall.
Where is it?
Simpson Brook Road.
Okay. Anyone want to?
So I'd make a motion that we purchase 250 yards to the bidder for a total of $5,125.
So that would be Hunter, correct, Steve?
Yeah, Hunter at $20.50 per yard.
Okay. All those in favor of, I'm sorry, was there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of acquiring 250 yards of stone from Hunter Excavating in the amount, Steve, what was the amount again? I think I wrote it down.
$5,125.
$5,125, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So go get some rocks.
We have a culvert that's beginning to fail on Deer Valley Road. It's on the dirt section under the power lines. I am working with Agency of Natural Resources right now. They're doing their study on what size pipe we're going to put in there. And I'll update you. I'm working with Scott Jensen on that. And I should have more information by the end of the week.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Everyone should have gotten a copy of counter money report from the clerk. And then I have the treasurer's report. So in the, let's see, in the sweep account is $772,893.95. And in the checking account is 30,000 even. Okay, so we're to correspondence. Kathy Hamels, I believe, was in touch with you, Carla, about tires. Is that correct? Or was it you, Steve?
It was not me.
Oh, okay.
She reached out to me again when I told her that the town would not be reimbursing her for her punctured tire. And she sent back another email to say that she thinks that we're wrong. And she gave us all the evidence and the receipts and asked me to talk to Steve about it again. So I forwarded him the email to see if there was anything different. But I think it was in the sidewall. So there's really nothing new that she presented to us.
Okay. Steve, you didn't learn anything new from it, did you?
No, nothing different than what we discussed at the last meeting.
Okay. All right. Well, I acknowledge her correspondence, but I feel like we have already made our decision.
Yes.
So next up is composting bags. So Carla had tried to order the 5-gallon bags from Organic Solutions, but they are no longer producing them. So I wanted to revisit it and see if we want to order the 13-gallon bags, which doubles the price per bag. It makes them 50 cents a bag instead of a quarter. So again, I'm not sure if that's going to influence the board's feeling on how we give them out, how we order them. One thing that we did, I remembered over the last week, was when we did them the first time, we had them at the garage and people could pick one up. But once they had gotten one, we swapped them. So if they dropped one off, they could get another one. So people couldn't hoard them. So I don't know if we want to look at that or if we want to maybe try to source another smaller bag somewhere else.
I got thinking about it. Well,
yeah.
And I'll know more after Thursday night about what can go in them bags for compost.
Okay.
I believe paper plates and stuff can go in them and go through the compost, but because it's biodegradable.
Yeah,
not
I think
plastic.
right. I think they can take like pizza boxes and stuff like that, which are not recyclable because of the
Right.
food contaminant. Which has came up this week. Someone had a question about what's recyclable, what's not, given the fact that food containers often look very recyclable, but the cardboard ones are not. Anything else, if it's that like corn-based plastic, they can be recycled, but they have to be thoroughly washed.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is they have to be rinsed out because the food
But
contaminates
paper plate-
recycling.
Paper cups, like most of the takeout coffee cups, I believe, would be recyclable, not the plastic coated ones.
Right, exactly. But yeah, those would be compostable when we get there.
Right.
So, I guess
So maybe
really,
the 13-gallon bags would be, because 5 gallons you wouldn't get much for if you had a few paper plates and cups and stuff to mix with your compost. There wouldn't
That's
be
true.
much room.
Yep, that's absolutely true. So does anyone feel like they want to move to go ahead and order the 13-gallon?
When people stop at Riverbend and or Harmonyville Market, does anybody know what they use for cups? Are they compostable or are they recyclable?
I don't know off the top of my head.
The ones that I've had at Riverbend should be compostable because they're a paper cup.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I was just wondering if anybody knew when they stopped to get coffee.
For the most part, I think most takeout stuff now is compostable. Like they're not really making styrofoam anymore. It's that corn styrofoam, which is compostable. So I think ours right. The bigger bag. Well, I'm certain that somebody's going to try to cheat the system a little bit, but it might make more sense. I mean, I definitely don't want to go to, what was the next one up? The
23-gallon.
23-gallon, because then people would just put garbage in it. Yeah.
I wouldn't go bigger than that.
Okay. So does someone want to make a motion to order 13-gallon bags?
Also move.
Yeah, so I would make a motion that we order a stash of 13-gallon bags to be distributed at where, the town garage?
Yeah, I think we do it at the compost, at the station.
But that,
and this is
that
something.
won't be until the 1st of July.
Right, exactly. Yep, it won't be till the 1st of July anyway. So.
How many boxes?
Let's see, there's 60 per box. Should we get 4 boxes to start and see where that takes us?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
So all those in favor of ordering 4 boxes of the 13-gallon compostable bags from Organic Solutions at $29.95 per case, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if you go ahead and order those up so we can get them stashed. And then Steve, you were going to ask Triple T about a dumpster of some sort?
Yes. Pete from Triple T made a suggestion that we try first and we adjust it as we see what the compliance rate is. He has a feeling that with the towns he's been working with, the compliance rate is going to be very low. He doesn't expect us to be generating a lot of compostable material weekly. So we're starting out with a small can and we'll see how that takes us for the first week and we'll adjust adjust it as we need to.
Okay. Yeah, I think that makes good sense. So that being said, we are, once the bags come in.
With that small can, is it going to stay here, or are we going to have to pay to have it hauled?
No, it's going to get put right in the back of the compactor truck.
Okay. All right, no problem.
Okay. So with that, once we get the bags, we are ready to be in compliance for July 1st, which is good. Okay. Next up, talked to Anita this week about extending the dog license late fee charges to July 1st. We had talked when we extended it to, I actually think we extended it to June 1st, the last meeting, or maybe it was 2 meetings ago. But anyway, she has been hearing from a few people that are having trouble getting vet appointments to get rabies shots. So she would like to extend that deadline to July 1st. If anyone would like to move something like that. So I
I
guess
make a motion that we extend the dog licensing fees to July 1st.
Second.
2020.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of extending the dog licensing late fees to July 1st signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right. New business we covered already. We do have need for an executive session. So I will entertain a motion to enter executive session under 1 VSA 313AF as in Frank for attorney correspondence.
So,
Okay, all those in favor, any discussion? No. All those in favor of entering executive session under 1 VSA 313AF for attorney correspondence signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so Helen, I am going to put you in the waiting room. Wait a second. Okay. And Rich, I'm going to put you in the waiting room.
So we're back. We have Commissioner Joan Goldstein with us to discuss the proposed language that we have and get the agency's thoughts on it. And so, Joan, if you'd like to, for the record, and give us your thoughts on what we're thinking of.
Sure. Joan Goldstein, Commissioner, Department of Economic Development. And I just want to make sure I have this up and running, but my understanding is a sum of money would be allocated to spend on particular businesses that are repurposing their facilities and their operations to create personal protective equipment. And I'm understanding this to be not just the medical PPE, but also the overall PPE that would be useful as businesses get back into operations. I just want to make sure I have that correct before I proceed, and apologies for not being 100% sort of up to date. I know that during the, it is the draft, this is, it says DPH draft 4.1, is that the?
Yes.
Okay. So I know that just from the whole experience from the beginning of the shutdown till present day, that this has been a scramble, and the Vermont business community has been extremely responsive in trying to help. And VMEC really led the kind of coordination of that because we were just buried with everything else. So I think that in general, we would support this because it's really about helping out businesses who are helping the state or who have helped the state. It's the first part. The second is, since we don't have a vaccination for this thing, the expectation is that you could never really have too much of this, and the supply lines from the producers that are located overseas have been intermittent and not necessarily 100% reliable. So I think anything that would encourage our own businesses to do this, I think helps us from a kind of security standpoint to ensure that we could ensure further health and safety and protection. So I think from that perspective, this sounds like a very good idea. I think VMEC is closer to it in that they know the numbers of businesses that are actually doing this. I know since the beginning of this, there have been numerous lists generated about who all, about who would kind of step up and create this and what was in the realm of the possible. So I kind of defer to if they've already given you numbers. I know we were like ships passing in the night, and Patricia tried calling me yesterday and we didn't really have a long conversation, but I think generally this is something that we'd be supportive of. I do see you're asking for the funding to come out of the new worker, and I don't know yet if this has already been produced, but I do think that there's an expectation that that will go back. That money is going to be given back to the general fund. At least that's what's been proposed in terms of the budget adjustment because of the shortfall. So I don't know the outcome of the money. Yeah, I don't know the outcome as of this moment. I do know that we were offering up the unused portions back in to take care of some of the shortfalls.
Sure.
You know, having said that, you know, we're probably going to be creating a package to examine whether or not some of the funds from the federal relief could be appropriated to something like this, an initiative like this.
Right.
The other thing, like later this afternoon, we'll be talking to a company about recruiting them to come develop here and to actually do production here. So I think in general, like PPE production and sourcing and all of that, and making sure that we have that is something that we would support. Just in terms of how much and where it comes from is open, but it'll be decided upon probably in the next week what our proposal is.
Sure. Yeah, we still have to have those discussions with appropriations too, and
yep.
I think I think the general idea is to see if there's consensus of moving forward with this, and we can find the money somewhere. So maybe some of the questions are, now that we know that the agency is supportive, that the administration is supportive, to start working on the language. Are we, number one, putting enough money towards this proposition? Are the numbers right at a maximum of $20,000? And then do we have, all the qualifiers, are those correct? So I think we need to work that language out with us and with you. And with
agreed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answers to that because I don't know the cost of the equipment or I don't have that. VMEC is probably closer to it. I mean, I do think that the training component can come from the training program. So I think we definitely would repurpose or kind of reprioritize training to train employees in this particular process or new, configurations. So yeah.
So maybe maybe the language that we want on that piece would be that that we put some language in that would say that would be the highest priority at this time for the training program, is to use those funds to help retrain employees in manufacturing businesses for PPE, something to that effect.
Yeah. No, I think that could work.
Okay. Questions for Joan? Bob? You're muted. You're muted again. There we go. Okay. You should be good now.
I forgot what I was going to say now. My concern is, I wish there was my hope is that there's some sort of source, government or some organizations that could give some guidance on what PP items are expected to be in short supply 1 month from now, 2, 3, 4 months from now. I'd hate to think that we're putting a lot of money into, along with maybe every other state, and producing $1 face masks that in this state, which in New Hampshire can be produced for 75 cents. So I'd like to know before we put that money in, or criteria for we're distributing it, is that there is now or expected to continue a shortage of particular items. And if there is, those are the ones that would qualify, or at least be put up on a higher priority on what they receive. I am a little leery of the whole argument that we're retraining, and this is a sort of the aspect of expanding Vermont's economy. I'm not sure that an investor would want to put their money into that position at this stage. I would hope that there would be some sort of due diligence done before the likelihood that if these funds are going to be distributed, that there is either there's a crisis, there's a shortage, or there is a good chance that this company will succeed and will develop a new product line.
Yeah, no, those are all great points. I think what I would suggest, because we haven't had the time to do this, is there's a combination of people working on this effort, like Commissioner Sherling. There have been questions asked of him, like, will the state supply this for all manufacturers? And the answer is no, not at this time. But a combination of Commissioner Sherling and Commissioner Cole, who from BGS has really the list of sourcing and the price for each source for masks and other equipment, to understand, what is a reasonable cost. And, if we could source it elsewhere, then maybe this isn't necessary. Like, that level of analysis has not taken place. I just know that from the asks that are coming to the agency about, will the state, supply this? Will the state do this? Will the state do that? And now the answer from emergency management has been that the supply lines are not secure enough yet. So that's the only information that I'm going on, but you're absolutely right. I think more precise accounting of, what does this cost? Is this a good company to do this? Is this long-term or short-term? These are all the unanswered questions that kind of nobody has. Nobody knows if this is a short-term need, until there's a vaccination. So nobody knows if there's going to be a resurgence, yeah. So I guess I'm just agreeing that, yeah, there are uncertainties here, and we should probably go equipped with the best information possible.
One last point. I agree with the conversation we had this morning that I would like to see our supply chain moved back into this country on critical items. But Vermont's not going to do it by itself. And to the extent that there's going to be a total free market and no restrictions on imports, I get really nervous if we're going to embark upon saving this country from China.
Gene?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Goldstein, I'm excited about this program for several reasons, and I think it's well put for doing the short term for PPE. I'm hoping that the department will be looking at how this rolls out as a possible, well, it's not a pilot program, but it'll be working it'll be training our manufacturers to be nimble, getting their staff to really get involved with retraining and training their staff. And as we see the economy change, because I think we are looking at a sea change economically in this country as the world as we go through this pandemic, I see this as a possible tool in our toolbox in the future to work with our manufacturing sector. And is that something that the department is looking at? Am I off base, or what do you think about that?
Yeah, I like that idea. I think the way the department is looking at the entire crisis is that there are some significant immediate needs.
Right.
And we have to tend to those. And then there's needs that are a little bit longer term, like getting people, once they're restarting, like how much they need to restart. And then there's the adjustment to new normal and what that means in terms of capacity, and how does the agency and how does the state respond. And some of that might be just like these businesses that were doing X could no longer do that because there isn't a market for it. And as a result of repurposing. So for example, there may be a supply of workers who typically were working in the aerospace supply chain. That's going to be already is severely impacted. There are going to be others that need to work on testing and tracing. So I do see, we don't know for sure how this is all going to unfold. We just know there's a myriad of problems, the first of which is closed businesses. Then there are businesses who, when they're able to reopen, won't have the funds to do that. And then there's, okay, what's this new normal? And then that's all overlaid with probabilities for whether or not there's a resurgence. So yeah, we haven't thought about this one in particular. I've not analyzed this particular offering, but we just know that the hard work is just beginning.
Thank you. And I think as long as we're mindful of retaining all of the data and the information so we can build later, I think it also shows how nimble the thought process is in the state around these issues. It's no one is waiting for somebody else. We're actually doing it ourselves, and I'm pretty impressed. Thank you.
Absolutely. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The bill has got some general outlines, but the major outline is that the ACCD will determine, working with VMEC, how these grants work or how they get assigned. And a lot of the issues of, is this a short-term fix and is it going to be around a year or 2 years from now? Is it going to be competitive, et cetera? But a couple of the people who spoke to us this morning talked about the fact that what they're looking at, and I think this is what, I don't know if we need to put it in the bill. I think it's almost like common sense that you guys were going to create parameters about this. Is this something that they can find more long-term use for, that they can find other customers within the country, outside the country, can do more things with this than just the immediate, PPE? That, I mean, $20,000 really isn't a lot of money. They seem to think it was just fine to get them started. I know you could leverage it if you wanted to take out loans or other things, but the point is that, and I think Bob's alluding to this, is what's the long-term goal here and how can we help them be flexible enough to use it for this and then expand it to something more useful. One of them gave an example of ventilators that aren't going to be used for patients, but that would be machines that you could use to keep people cool under all this medical paraphernalia that you're going to have to wear when things get warm weather. And if you can do that, you can do that in lots of other places where heat is an issue in manufacturing or in other kinds of applications in other industries. So this is something that this guy had a lot of ideas, and that seems to be something that your group at ACCD is going to have to investigate.
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't hear this morning's testimony, so I don't have the context, but it sounds like from what you're saying, Representative Dickinson, that this is like showing the innovation that is getting spurred for this particular purpose, but however, could always be again repurposed, right? If there are further uses, then the response to the pandemic, this can't be a bad thing, right? To encourage this, and that we would have to. It's interesting, like some of the things and the ideas that are coming forward about how to respond to the crisis almost resemble what we went in originally for the fiscal year 21 budget about innovations and technology commercialization and retention of payroll, like all these things sort of blend in a way. I don't have it all figured out yet to present in a pretty package, but you're absolutely right. I think it showed the innovativeness of the Vermont business community. UVM was working on the Vermontolator. This is just a great story. And if we could ultimately have a variety of manufacturers in this state contribute to that, and we could benefit in terms of job creation and repurposing the workforce to work on those things, that's a good outcome. Even though there's going to be so much other pain and suffering in many different sectors. But so I agree. And I do think, we would have to work. And I don't know if UVM is aware of this or have testified or not, but I know that their team, the innovations group, was actively involved in the Vermontolator. So this might be very useful for that same group.
Yes, thank you.
More questions? Okay. So I guess the question now for the committee is, are you willing to continue on with this and turn this into a committee bill and try to get this through probably by next week sometime, so that we can get this ball rolling? And
sure, I think how do I say this? This may be one of many asks. Sure. So I'll work with whomever I don't know, maybe I see Lisa's on the phone here in the meeting. VMEC, I know, has been very active. Maybe we bring in UVM and then incorporate it into a larger kind of sort of emergence plan? How do we emerge from this crisis?
Yeah, I mean, I hope we look at this first as a short-term problem that we have with PPE that we need to address. And I think in just what we talked about this morning, I think there is the consensus, and it's probably the consensus of the state, that we could quite possibly have another 2 or 3 rounds of this stuff, and so that we should be prepared for that. And then the long term, you know, I think, you know, the retraining of workers is a good thing, and hopefully that this retraining is, you know, we'll be able to spill over into other areas down the road for them, that it's not wasted just on that one skill, and that it's not that it's something that's going to assist our manufacturing businesses in the state going forward too. So
yes,
there's a lot in that whole bite, but let's see. Zach, you had your hand up. You're all set.
Well, I suppose I would, yeah, I have a quick question. And maybe this isn't for Joan. I was just thinking about in terms of, you know, putting guardrails around the program, and what Joan might think were some legitimate means of verifying that the funds that we're giving out for this are accomplishing their goals, and how could we put some guardrails in this bill that aren't going to make it too difficult. We don't want to make it hard for people to apply for and get the funds, but we do want to make sure they're going towards the things that we intended them to. And I'm curious about your thoughts about that, Joan.
Yeah, I think we would have to assess that. I'm not envisioning this that everybody who wants to get in gets this funding. I think there has to be a framework to put parameters on it, because yeah, it may not be the right idea for every manufacturer to repurpose and go into this. They may not have the capability. They may not have the know-how. So I think we decide on that. That's why I keep bringing up UVM Innovations, just because we already kind of do that with them on some of these nascent companies or ideas. So I'm kind of thinking that we need to have that level of decision-making. It's not just going to be the agency or just VMAC or just UVM. I think it's a combination to assess, you know, what are they thinking about making? What's the market? Who are they selling to? It can't just be funding of an idea.
Agreed. Thank you, Joan.
Hey, Charlie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think we should pursue it. And to the point earlier from this morning about putting bumpers around the size of the entity, that's something worth doing. And then in terms of the guidelines to be developed either by VMEC in coordination with ACCD or whatever, that's something we could definitely do. And I guess one of my thoughts is about timing and what's realistic for how quickly we could stand this up. In terms of, it would have to be through the budget adjustment process. So we're not talking about anything earlier than May that I know of. Well, it's tomorrow, I guess. But so in order to get through the end of May, that's probably most realistic about when this is going to be up and running. The last part is just a wonder, just to throw it out there, is what are companies already doing this at their own expense? And some of them are. Because it's either the right thing to do or because they really want to be in that business, in that line of business. So this helps fund some of that, so that if somebody's hesitating, that they might jump into it anyway, or they might be convinced that it's okay to jump into it and devote resources to it. But there are those that made the transition without anybody asking them to or telling them to, and because they know it's the right thing. So it's an interesting thing to think about that.
Yeah, that's so true, because there were people who just jumped in and they figured it out and they did it.
Yeah.
and some people are donating, so we'd have to figure out a way to reconcile that,
Yep.
Are there any more questions or just general discussion with everyone that's here? I guess I'd like to get a feel from the committee. Do you want to go forward and then we just keep pushing it on? So, Bob?
Yeah, I don't mind going forward with this, but I definitely want to give some sort of parameters to give preference to items that are currently in short supply or expected to be in short supply under the assumption that we have a second and a third outbreak. And that money also, if it's being given out with the expectations that this is going to be a new product line, then I think we need to have the similar criteria that we apply, that we've talked about in veggie and those kinds of things, that it's going to be something that's likely to succeed. And we're going to have a lot of demands on money here. I want to be very careful about what we spend here.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we need to be very wise on the choices that we make. Zach?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just sort of reemphasize what I emailed about. Was I think that, especially with what Bob said about being cautious about where we're putting our money, is considering this as a convertible loan program instead of a grant, and paired with that are some of these bumpers or parameters. First, if it's a product that already exists, that you're able to get the loan forgiven if you can prove that you were able to reduce the cost of that product, or you were able to show that you were able to develop a product that came out of it. So I think that I would like to see this as a convertible loan program. And in that context, I think that we don't necessarily need to limit this to smaller companies. I do want to make sure it's limited to Vermont companies, but if it's the larger manufacturers that are in the best position to be able to create the largest volume of product, that we don't want to prevent them from having these additional funds from doing that too. But in terms, I was thinking this was in the context of the remote worker program, which was designed to essentially recapture the funds that we were giving out through gain tax revenues from the additional worker. That I also thought that we should be looking at the funding mechanism in the same way, or how are we, it was a revenue neutral program, essentially. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I think if we were under normal circumstances, that would be the preferable way to go, similar to the new veggie program that we've been talking about. I think the problem with making it a forgivable loan is that you need a lender, so I think we would need to incorporate Vita in all of this. And I know Vita is pretty busy right now, and we then are adding another layer of time constraint on getting the money out. So I think it's something to think about, but I guess I would caution on making sure that we're not putting too many levels of too many hoops for people to jump through, and it takes a lot longer. So
agreed. I generally support
understood.
the bill, though. Just want to be clear about that. I do like this idea.
Thanks. Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clearly, I generally support this. I'd like to sort of suggest that I think what Bob is saying is right. We need to make sure that whatever we're supporting to be manufactured, there's a market for. We're pretty sure PPE has a market anywhere. I'd like to sort of add that part of the evaluation could be, if you have to choose, is value added. The window shade people, if they get the machines they're talking about, that will be a value add to their manufacturer later, should they go out of the mask business and into something else, or God forbid, body bags. With our manufacturer who's talking about replacing ventilators with hoods for hyperbaric situations at 95% oxygen, those are products that going forward, we have a real value add. So maybe one of the things we want to highlight in our, if they have to choose between businesses to give this to, is to kind of look at those value adds. Where are we going forward? And I just wanted to say that if people hadn't had a chance to see 60 Minutes last Sunday, where you look at GM that was kicking out trucks and now they're kicking out ventilators, and that technical skill that those workers have learned in nanoseconds will be able to give GM the ability to pivot to other product lines. So I'm kind of excited that we'll, and hoping ACD will look at this as a, it's not a pilot project, but maybe it could be the data that will give us that pilot project to help our manufacturers become more nimble. So long-winded, I think we should definitely go forward.
Okay, Stephanie?
There I go. So I think I wanted to ask this of Lisa, and the 15 companies that VMEC has already been in contact with, are these companies that are already manufacturing PPEs in some shape or form, or they would like to, they need this extra money just to get into that business? Or I want to know what the level of interest was from these companies that have already contacted you.
Lisa Henderson, Client Services Director at VMEC. To respond to the question, the companies that we have been working with, and again, we've been working with maybe 15, and there's another easily 15 that we're aware of are doing different things. These companies are, some responded to the state's request in the form of initially donations and then responsiveness of what else they could do. And you heard some examples of that. And Greg Hillard from Porter Brace is a really good example of that, trying to figure out how to supply, in particular, the medical grade surgical masks and gowns. Other companies, we've actually reached out. So we began huge campaigns when realizing what the critical PPE was, to contact many of the manufacturers we knew had capabilities, to see what their capabilities truly were, what they were doing at the moment, if they were considering retooling, what that might be, where they might fit. We've collaborated or put together collaborations, in the UVM Vermontilator, I know we call that's the term. In that case, we learned about the technology. We were working with UVM Innovations, and they weren't sure how they were going to get the product out. We helped them find resources to immediately go for the FDA approval process. So we used our set of service providers that we work with normally to integrate that. But then we also solicited half a dozen companies and brought them together after they signed the appropriate NDAs to discuss the project, the opportunity, and then what could they each contribute. And we, again, because of our experiences in the industry, we went after the different tiers of the supply chain, talking to the companies who could engage. And I've heard you ask questions about the viability. And one of the first things we were doing was to truly understand their capabilities, but also their condition. Were they in a condition to support? What could they do? And where they had resource to, they might have been an essential. Many of these companies were not already operating, and they were trying to figure out if they could do something, what they could do. But some of them were already essential and still were saying, what else can we do to help? So we, there's 15 companies that, or about 15, that we are specifically discussing specific PPE with, whether it be surgical mask, gowns, the facial cloth face masks for the general public. We're considering that part of this umbrella of needed protection. We weren't directly working with the distillers, that's some of the other people on the other side, but now we need hand wipes. So we've gone back to the distillers to try to figure out how we might convert some of them into hand wipe manufacturers versus strictly sanitizing in bottles that they're accustomed to doing. So it continues to evolve, and it really is being driven by the states and specifically Commissioner Shirley and Commissioner Cole's interaction, and Patricia as our point person, to understand what those critical needs are when their supply chains are limited or challenged or not able to follow through. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have Jean, then Lynn, then Christy. No? Lynn?
Okay, yeah, interesting. Jean brought it up. I've been thinking about it all week, and I thought of it before we came on this morning. I watched the 60 Minutes with GM. Very impressive. It occurred to me that what they did a lot of things. They shut down all their car manufacturing, and they worked with this ventilator company, this team of engineers, designers, people from their line, people from quality control, all kinds of people, electrician type kind of people. And they went out to find, they had a small company in Seattle that had made ventilators, and they went out, like 3 engineers and the head of production or something. And they're working with a small company in Seattle, and they brought it all back because what they said they could do is they could have niche products that can be made in small amounts. What they can do is make lots of things quickly in large amounts. And I think they gave the example of an F-150 truck comes off the line every 52 seconds or something like that. But they put this group of people together. They called all these people back in to do a small number of people, and they figured out how they can put these together. And one of the things that occurs to me is that this company in Seattle has found itself one heck of a great partner. Even if GM doesn't go into the ventilator business, everybody learned from everybody. And you know, it always seemed to me with Detroit and the car manufacturers, here you had all these highly skilled people. There was got to be a way that you could go and put these people back to work if they've been laid off and there's all sorts of crisis with their cars. They have great manufacturing skills. They have great engineering skills. They have great trade skills. And that's precisely what this ventilator thing has done, will potentially do for them. And I think that's some of the things that we could have here. I mean, I'm not talking about the guy making the cloth masks, but I think that this is something where one of the guys talked about the niche. We're a niche manufacturer, we have niches. And I think this is really worth doing. I mean, $20,000 isn't a lot. It does come out of the new remote worker program, which means that as Zach said, you may be missing some people who would come and bring their taxes and their family with them. But you know, we could do it out of the Vermont, the worker that comes to work for the Vermont company. I mean, I don't know. There's got to be a little bit of the money there. I mean, $500,000 for $20,000 is 25 manufacturers if they all get 20,000. But I think it's an opportunity we should try to take advantage of if we could, even if we only get 10 of them. You know, cut it in half, but it would be helpful.
Okay. Christy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I'm hearing is most everybody on the committee, at least, is supportive of this program. And it is kind of a neat concept, neat idea. I'm glad to hear that that there's some coordinated effort out there through VMEC, and just listening to Representative Dickinson talk. I think that's the kind of effort that could create some jobs on the other end. I'm curious what this might look like after it ends, or after we're out of the emergency program. If our efforts go back to buying products from offshore suppliers and for 6 cents a piece versus 94, there's those types of concerns that I love nothing more than to see manufacturing or ingenuity come back to the States and be provided domestically. I'm concerned a little bit about where the funding is going to come from. Did I hear that the remote worker program may go back to the general fund, or we still have opportunity for that. Certainly, a small program like this to benefit some small manufacturers that are willing to jump in at this critical time, and to maybe restart when we do come out of this and be able to provide some products for Vermonters and for our regional area. I think it's worth looking into. I know there's a lot of volunteers out there that are making the cloth masks for people and businesses and organizations, and it's that kind of ingenuity that I think that we're trying to capture.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so committee, if you're in favor of pushing forward, just put your hands up. Okay, I was talking about your blue hand, but that's okay. Okay, so I think we're all in favor of going forward. And Jim, we couldn't see your, oh yeah, Jim's hand's up too. Perfect. Or did you want to talk, Jim?
Nope, I was just raising my hand.
Perfect. Okay, so I think we're in unanimous decision to move forward. We'll ask David to turn this into a committee bill so that we can get it introduced. And then I would ask Charlie if you'd keep working with David and Joan and Lisa, and probably if you can bring UVM Innovations in. And I think you've heard some of the things that have come up, parameters, really start looking at whether or not we're in the right ballpark as far as dollars go. Is 20,000 enough? I like what I heard this morning that, you know, as little as, you know, a few $1,000s could be helpful to some, and you know, 20 certainly would be helpful for anybody. And should it be just a one-time grant, or should it be up to 20,000 that you could reapply for if you only ask for 5,000 at the beginning? So, you know, the question of where the money is going to come from, we have don't have an idea yet. You know, that the new worker program, remote worker program, new worker program, not remote, was an area that there was money. I know that you know, the administration is looking at areas where we can get money back into the general fund, and I know appropriations is also looking. So working with the administration with appropriations, I think we'll find the money somewhere if everybody wants this to happen. What I would say is, Charlie, if you would reach out, well, actually, I'll do that. I'll reach out to Senator Shirakin and ask him if he would, I've already told him a little bit about this, that we were going to explore it. But I would like to see if we can bring a member from his committee on board so that we get some of their thoughts at the same time. And I'm just watching deer at the other end of my pond go by. And see if we can narrow down the scope so that when we pass it, maybe it's good to go on the Senate side, so that we can get this rolling as quickly as possible. So is there anything else that anyone wants to talk about pertaining to this program? Okay, great. Anything else anyone wants to bring up? We still have, well, I guess one question I do have is time frame on getting a new draft. Our regular schedule is Thursdays, 9 to 11 and 12:30 to 2:30. If I can certainly ask for time on Tuesday, if that's a possibility. I don't want to push too hard, but I don't know what kind of a time frame Joan or Lisa you'd all be thinking of to be able to put a new draft together.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would certainly be happy to circulate to both Patricia, to Lisa, and to Joan some of the ideas we talked about, whether it's establishing those parameters, whether 20 grand is enough, whether it's a one-time grant or somebody can come back to the well a second time, as long as we go over that, and then coordinating with UVM what kind of process this whole thing looks like. So I think those were the 4 areas. Is there anything else in terms of what you'd like to see included in an updated draft?
Zach, yeah, your hand up.
Yeah, I was. Well, I completely understand the desire to get this out as quickly as possible. And so I don't want to belabor this, but if we were able to bring in Vita for a conversation to talk about making this a convertible loan program, and if they say no, they can't do it, then I'd be happy to drop it. But I think it might be worth exploring it. I think if we might have some challenges if people feel like this is too broad and there's not enough limitations, and it's and we're putting out money that we don't have. I'm worried about the economist report that came out in the BT Digger that we're looking at a $430 million budget shortfall next year. And so I think that any amount of revenue spending people are going to be particularly cautious about. So I wonder if you'd be okay exploring that. If not, I will happily drop it.
I wonder if I could interject here just a moment to let you know what we're doing. And we're working with Vita to figure out what type of disaster loan program that we could develop with them. Right now, there's quite a lot of tourism and dairy in their portfolio. So we are in constant communication nearly. And I'm not sure, whether this convertible loan idea for this particular subset of businesses, but I think what we'll do is bring it to the discussions to see. I mean, just to give an idea, like we know that there's a whole host of businesses that are not qualifying for PPP or SBA funding. So we are thinking about a alternative scenario where Vita could possibly fund some of these businesses. So I just don't know the landscape yet. I mean, we are talking and we're thinking about it and we're trying to quantify the numbers. We think another transition point will be when businesses find out precisely what will be forgivable in the PPP. Yeah. And we're hoping it's not going to be too shocking and horrible that they'll be faced with an 18-month loan that they need to repay. So we are trying to get a handle on just exactly the amount of need. We've surveyed businesses. We've only gotten 3,000 responses, and the 3,000 amount to a loss of $350 million a month in revenue loss. So we're dealing with a enormous monster here. I don't know how else to put it. And trying to figure out how businesses that are closed could actually have access to capital. And how long will they be closed? So that's the kind of immediate need and thing that we're focusing on. I don't want to say that I'm giving this short shrift. I just wanted to show this in the context of the numbers and the programs that we're thinking about and contemplating.
Yeah, and I wonder if maybe include have Cassie from Vita as part of the vetting process, so that we have that that financial institution background looking at the applications that come in, whether that would give people feel a little better about it. Also, I think we should touch base. I think, Joan, you can do that with the administration, but I think we should touch base with JFO, probably talk to Klein, and ask about this particular program that we're pushing, because it is for PPE basically. If that would fall under the
1.2 billion.
Yeah, the COVID relief. Yeah.
Right. So that, we don't have to, we're not using state dollars, that we use federal dollars to prop this up with. And
Sure. Definitely.
Lynn?
Yeah, I support the idea behind this program, just like I really supported the innovation stuff that we did with UVM and that we heard from during the course of our regular session. I do think that the numbers that Joan just gave us are really sobering. And in light of all of the things that we have going on, VITA being involved and seeing if they can either help vet this or can help. I mean, I don't know if they're going to have enough money to be able to help do a convertible loan. The convertible loan was the appeal of the PPP, and I think that Joan's right. People will find out, maybe not so soon, they're going to get it, and then they're going to find out later they've got this big loan they have to pay back. It's really very low, it's 1% interest, but it still becomes a loan. It's a different kind of beast at that point. And so I'm guarded in my support, but I think we probably should pursue it with some of those other things that we've just talked about.
We could incorporate it into the overall recovery package that we're thinking of.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, one of my concerns is that, and part of it, Joan, I think, is that I'm not sure we're going to be needing masks a year or two from now. But if they can find a way to do something that they can convert it to, that this adjustment can be made, and that can be a very small amount of money to help someone go and create a long-term manufacturing niche for themselves.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else that we think we should ask them to look at as they develop this? Or do we have a pretty good sense right now of? Okay. I think we've have a good idea of where we want to go. So we'll leave that up to you all, Charlie and Joan, Lisa. I'll try to touch base again with Senator Sirotkin, and we'll see if we can get the Senate on board, if they have an interest, or if they just want to wait until we've done the heavy lifting, and then they can come in on the backside. Okay. So Charlie, I guess I'll wait to hear from you. Everybody can work with David, and we'll let David know to turn this into a committee bill, and we'll go forward. And Charlie, just let me know how things are progressing, whether or not we should. I'm thinking probably Tuesday might be a little too quick to turn something around. So I'm thinking more, we'll use our next Thursday to see where we are with this, and see if there's some new drafts, and any new drafts that come out, we'll send it to me, and then we can share it with the committee.
Okay, and I'm going to reach out to some of the committee members that expressed some concerns about the parameters and try to flesh out as to what those could be, what they could look like.
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good. Is there anything else that anyone wants to bring up before we go? I just can't believe that, I let you guys out early in the session, and now I'm letting you go at half an hour early again. It's just, I don't know. Botso is wearing off, I think.
I'd like to chalk that up to a well-run committee.
There you go.
Have a good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you, Joan.
Bye.
We appreciate it. Lisa, thank you.
Thank you, Joan.
Bye-bye.
Here we go. Greetings, everybody. This is a meeting of the Joint Rules Committee, and we've invited Senator Sorokin and Representative Marcotte as the respective chairs of the committees that handle UI, since our one topic on the agenda is to get an update and have dialogue with the Commissioner of Labor, Mike Harrington. And so, Commissioner Harrington, thanks for joining us today. I think it probably makes sense to just turn it right over to you to give an update from the point of view of the department about where things stand. It would, I think, be particularly helpful if you could maybe have it start with a discussion about the original unemployment, the conventional unemployment bucket of people, talk about where that stands, then with the new group of people under the PUA program, and sure, speak about how you guys believe those two universes, where they're at right now in terms of getting the benefits processed and so on. And then we'll open it up for questions from there, if that works.
Where they collide, if you will. As you know, traditional unemployment insurance, I think out of the gate, we ended up with about 82,000 initial claims. Within that population, about 57,000 to 60,000 were eligible for traditional UI, and most of those are being paid. There's a variety of reasons why they would not be paid, and I'll go through those. The additional population are people who were ineligible under general UI, so this would be self-employed individuals, independent contractors, but there's also this other population of what we consider to be non-monetarily eligible Vermonters. So one application I looked at just this afternoon was someone who worked in the food service industry and only had $444 recorded under Q1 of this year. So in that sense, they fall into the not monetarily eligible category. Before we shift to that group and the PUA group, most people are collecting benefits. What we are seeing is a change in type of issues we're seeing people running into. So we're seeing more issues that are more related to either I didn't understand or I didn't completely comprehend the question that was being asked of me, or we've had a couple where people just aren't filing their weekly benefits. I'm seeing that more and more often, people wondering why they open their claim but haven't started to receive benefits, needing to have them go back in and start filing their weekly benefits. There are multiple populations within that group, but the different cohorts of people, I would say, that are likely to not be receiving benefits right now are those that are outside of the self-employed and independent contractors, those not monetarily eligible group. There's also a group that have gone to adjudications, and unfortunately that typically requires us to meet with the person and the employer. We're working on some broad solutions that might open up these valves on these streams of people. So in those two categories, that's what we're typically running into, or it's just someone who's completely not eligible. So they might have past misconduct on their file from a prior employment. They may be incarcerated. They may have quit their job for an unrelated, something not related to COVID-19. There's a handful of different quit issues that come up in those cases. With the group of adjudications, we are moving through these by groups of people that are impacted. So for instance, there was an entire group of people who fall under the educational wages adjudication. So if you have educational wages on the books, we have to validate those and then cross-match those against to make sure that people aren't collecting unemployment on designated school breaks. So we obviously run into an issue with spring break, which just happened, which caused a lot of issues. So I think we've devised a way to work through that issue. There's a couple of other large batch issues that I think we're hoping we can automate some process to move through those in a relatively quick fashion. The not monetarily eligible population creates a little bit more difficulty. And so for those who know the UI system, there are 3 methods of determining monetary eligibility. The first method is calculated in the system and it's completely automated. However, if someone does not meet that criteria or that threshold, method 2 and method 3 are actually manual determinations and calculations. So that creates an entire group of people that we're having to do some type of touch with. So we have been working with our technical support staff to see if there is a way to either calibrate the system to do some of that monetary calculation or other method so that we're not trying to bottleneck the system again for weeks on end trying to process these. But there are 2, the issue we're running into is that method 2 and method 3 not only are manual, but in some cases require us reaching out to the employer to follow up on wages for an individual. For those that we've already done, about 30% of the ones that we've done outreach to employers are because the employer misstated the employee's social security number. And so what we are constantly running into are, I'll call them user error for lack of a better term, but they're either a messed up social security number or someone not filing or incorrect answering of a question. That was another issue we've tried to resolve too recently. So that has created the majority of the issues we're running into. Under the pandemic, once we're able to resolve and get these what we call non-mons or not monetarily eligible individuals through the PUA system, it should be relatively smooth from there on out. We've already begun to issue payments through the PUA system. As of as of noon today, I think we had about 9,300 PUA applications that have been completed. We had issued direct deposits as of today, and we have a check writing process that should be issuing checks by the end of the week, hopefully, as long as everything lines up with the banking institutions. And we're going through the process of training up. You know, with every new program, we need administrators or subject matter experts of those programs. So we are training our staff right now to be the subject matter experts in how to administer the PUA program. Not only the program as it relates to the federal regulations, but also the program as it relates to actually how do you use the actual system to maybe update someone's information or change a piece of information, an answer that they answered incorrectly, or help them file a weekly claim and move it through on the back end for payment. So that's kind of the landscape as it is right now.
Commissioner,
I'll answer questions if you want to go from there.
Commissioner, can you give, from your best knowledge, the grand total number of people in both categories who have not yet received a benefit?
We're scraping that information today. It looks like it'll in the adjudications world, that could be as high as 7,000 to 9,000. And in the not monetarily eligible category, that would be around 10,000. Again, those are people who are eligible, and at least for the most part, those are going to be a majority of people that are eligible and able to move through the process once we resolve either the adjudication issue or the not monetarily eligible issue.
And just for simplicity, for those of us who aren't expert in Labor Department regs, if you're non-monetarily eligible, under the conventional UI system, you are likely going to qualify for the PUA program. Is that the issue? They applied for one, they're ineligible, but they will be eligible for the other, but somehow the system has to move them over there. Is that?
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is determine, is there one, how do we satisfy method 2 and method 3 of the calculation in a more efficient way so that we're not going hands-on with these 10,000 claims? And then I think the technical part of actually moving the claim into the system, what happens is if we don't satisfy method 2 and method 3, if we just move them into PUA and start paying them out of PUA, and then we determine 5 weeks from now that they actually were eligible, let's say under method 3 of the calculation, we actually have to move them back to UI. We have to figure out how to pay them for the missed weeks in UI, and they have to actually pay us back for the PUA. So we end up putting them in overpayment to pay for the PUA payments they received, and then we have to essentially make the system whole. So we have to pay back the PUA funds, and then we have to pay out the general UI funds. So I know it's frustrating because even I feel like it's taking a long time for us to get there. I think the biggest thing we're trying to prevent is moving too quickly to the point where it actually creates a bigger issue on the back end, both for the claimant and for the system.
So you've described the 7,000 to 9,000 of the adjudication, maybe approximately 10,000 of the non-monetarily eligible. Is that the exhaustive list, or is the PUA list on top of that?
No, that's the exhaustive list. There's a couple of outliers. So there are people who aren't getting paid because they simply are not filing. So there is a group out there that have an open claim but are not filing. There are people, it's not adjudications, but there's an outlying group of people who are, and you may see this come through your channels, people who are serving penalty weeks. So these are people who were fired from their last job for misconduct or gross misconduct. And then they're serving penalty weeks. So again, there's a couple of smaller outlier populations.
Okay.
But those are when we talk about the universe, I mean, the big chunk are the adjudications and the adjudications, the not monetarily eligible group.
So Becca had her questions up first. I see Michael and Mitzi. I would only skip Becca in the order if Michael or Mitzi, your question was very specifically to what the commissioner finished with, or should it wait?
It's on this.
So Mitzi, why don't you go first, just so to keep the continuity, then we'll turn to Becca, then Michael.
In the category of the 7,000 to 9,000 of adjudicated that you mentioned, roughly how many of those do you clear a day? I'm thinking about this a lot in terms of, throughput. Like how many people can we serve and wrap up in a bow and move on in a day?
Mm-hmm. It's not a clear number. We have about 12 or 14 people doing adjudications. They can do somewhere between 50 and 200 in a day. It depends on whether or not they're clearing an easy, like they can look at it and say, well, it's clear by looking at this that this person is actually eligible, and they misfiled in some way, and we move them through. If they are actually having to adjudicate with both the claimant and or the employer, then it's a much smaller number.
So we're looking at give or take a week to move through those.
Yeah, so, but for instance, so the educational wages one, that was a group of like 800 to 900, and I think we were able to clear 90% of those in bulk. There's another group in there that I just saw a number today where we might be able to clear in bulk almost 3,000 or 3,500 of those. So again, yes, it's multiple weeks, but I think we're trying to figure out, are there are there batches of people we can clear because it's not an actual adjudication issue or something that has to be really adjudicated in full.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Becca?
Hi, Commissioner. Thank you for joining us. I know you're very busy.
No, absolutely. Thank you.
I got a lot of questions. So I want to start with the call center if I could, because I had an all county call with all my House members and senators this weekend, and we're all still getting phone messages and emails from people who still can't get through. And I just want to know what's the status there. I had one woman who redialed 7.5 hours and still couldn't get through. Another who was on hold for an hour, got through to someone, but the person who was trying to help them didn't have the knowledge that they needed to be able to help them. And so I know everyone's working as hard as they can, but I feel like the customer service that we're giving Vermonters right now is really lacking. And I have a lot of anxious constituents who don't understand how in this day and age, they can't get somebody on the line to help them. So I just would love an update if you could start there.
Sure. Well, one, I appreciate the frustration. There's a lot of people on hold for a long time and spending large portions of their day calling to get through. So I certainly understand that. What I have used as the example in the past is we have constantly talked about this crisis from a medical perspective in terms of what is our capacity and how do we not exceed our capacity, whether it's hospital beds or ventilators or whatever. If you took the capacity of the department at the start of COVID-19, our capacity was probably at the most 6,000 claims to 9,000 claims that we could handle. We were handling roughly 3,200 claims. So if we put that in terms of perspective to the healthcare crisis, we essentially had 9,000 beds and we ended up with 80,000 patients. And so, we are way over and above, not even close to what our capacity was. It's been, the vendor for Maximus came online at the end of last week, Thursday and Friday. They started, I think, Wednesday night actually, or Wednesday late day. They've been ramping up staff that are going through staging that have to go through training. Today they had, I think, roughly 50 people on the line. They have another cohort of people who are going through training to the tune of 25. So we're on the dash to get us, within a week's time, 70 plus call center representatives. That's in addition to the 150 that we have through our other partner organizations. We were seeing the number of calls coming in on any one line. On one line alone, we had 700,000 calls in a day. So there's not enough people. In the world, I shouldn't say that. There's not enough people in the state for us to answer that volume of calls. But that volume has steadily dropped. So on the same line, I think we saw 20,000 pings on the line or 30,000 pings on the line as of numbers I looked at yesterday. So down from 600,000 or 700,000. That's a big change in terms of the number of calls. That doesn't answer your question. I'm just trying to set the scope of what we're talking about. So we are adding more and more people. We are finding that a lot of people are calling, actually don't have an issue they're trying to resolve. They're actually calling just to find out the status of their claim that they recently filed. So we're also trying to find other ways to reach out to these people and follow up. We will ramp up beyond the 70,000 customer service representatives and have full intentions to do so till we can get there. But their onboarding staff, their training staff, their staff go through background checks. So they even ran into some delays on background checks that they were trying to get done because every call center in the country is ramping up. So those are the hurdles we're running into right now. And we know call volume remains high. So we're still adding people as we talk.
And so I think what's confusing, and I appreciate all of that, I really do. I think what's confusing is we had a statement from the governor saying that for anyone who was still in the backlog, they were going to get a check sent out to tide them over till things cleared. And I'm not hearing that in my county. I'm hearing people who never got through. How are you going to capture those people who never got through? How do you know who they are? How are those checks going to get to them? I'm just a little confused about how do you know what the universe is?
So most, if not all, are coming through on our online application. So if they have completed the online application for the initial claim, they are in the system. And then we can track those in terms of when they filled out that initial claim, that's when we determine eligibility. So if they filled out the initial application and they were eligible, there is a method right now for them to go in and begin applying through the claimant portal for back weeks even. So not even just for the current week, for back weeks. But at the same time, if they fill out that application, we are also reaching out to them or doing clearing on issues. You know, the issue with UI across the country is that it's a system designed for face-to-face, person-to-person contact to minimize fraud. I mean, it's the number one reason the system is built the way it is to minimize fraud. And so we're trying to circumvent a system that is inherently designed for touch points of people to people. And the fact that we're using our system that was implemented in 1970 when the entire system was face-to-face contact, where you went to the unemployment insurance office and there was a person on the other end who filed your claim for you face-to-face, you know, that creates a lot of challenges in our system right now. There are people who continue to file daily on their claims, both their initial claims and their weekly claims. But we're also, again, clearing issues. I can't tell you without knowing who those people are, whether they fall into the not monetarily eligible category, whether they fall into the adjudications category. You know, those, again, we're hoping to resolve over the coming days.
Commissioner, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Becca, can you clarify who it was that received the $1,200 checks from the state funds? Like who was the universe?
So
was intended.
Thanks, Tim. Yep.
Yeah, at the time, it was those individuals prior to PUA, because PUA wasn't implemented yet. It was those individuals who were determined to be monetarily eligible, but were stuck in the bottleneck, if you will. And so they had a weekly benefit amount that had been determined, and they didn't have any major issues on their account. So we cleared a bunch of general issues that allowed for payment to process up front. And then there was a handful of, we call them issues, but they're numbers in our system. So a 6 issue equals something, a 22 issue equals something. So these were issues, individual issue codes that we had said, these are ones we're not willing to waive. So again, it could be that someone had misconduct on their file.
So are any of the 17 to 19,000 people you outlined at the beginning, did any of them receive the 1,200? And so that they're still being adjudicated, but because it was a lesser concern, they got the 1,200 in the meantime.
There is a cohort of the, and I'm just pulling up to see if I have some new numbers, but there is a cohort of the 8,300 that received checks that also fall into the adjudications category. Not all of them, but some of them. But none of them were in the potentially PUA eligible. So you had to have a weekly benefit amount. So we had to determine that you were at least somewhat eligible for UI for us to issue the check. And so if you were self-employed or an independent contractor, if you were not monetarily eligible for other reasons, then you were not on that list to get a check because we hadn't rolled out the PUA program yet.
Okay, Becca, back to you.
Okay, so I would like to, Tim, just go through a couple of these more specific questions. Or does that work?
Yeah, I would, if you're selecting from ones that some members of the Senate, I would pick ones that you think are of the broadest benefit.
Yes.
And then the others maybe could be submitted, in writing so that we can distribute them after.
Okay. So Commissioner, for self-employed people who applied for PUA last week, I just want to be clear that I understand. You expect that they would get checks out sometime this week. Is that what you said?
So we've paid probably 50, it's like 50 or 55% through direct deposit, and those have gone out already. And then the others that had already been processed, we're going through a vendor. So that's what we're looking at right now, and hope to have that resolved and issuing checks. Again, them mailing checks by the end of the week.
Okay. And I got this question from quite a few people. If you've applied for PUA and only qualify for the minimum benefit amount, do they still need to file their 2019 tax return within 21 days?
So I would say yes, because that allows us to then validate after the fact. But the real advantage to someone submitting their 2019 tax return is that they may actually be eligible for more depending on their tax return. So the system will calculate their benefit amount, but will only issue the minimum if they haven't uploaded their tax return. So if based on what they filed, they were only eligible for the minimum, then the tax return may not make a difference, other than it's an important piece for the department to complete its validation on the back end, so we can meet the federal requirements.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to somebody else while I go back in my emails and try to find some others. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Senator Sorokin. We'll let him hang for a minute.
That was all thank yous and accolades and all the hard.
It was well said.
Thank
well
you.
said. Yeah.
You wouldn't believe how well said it was. Anyhow, going to what Senator Ballant said, I just sort of want to hear it again, because your presentation was all about people who are hung up in the system. And I think the issue that we hear more about is customer service and the people not getting through. And I just want to hear that you feel you're doing absolutely everything you can do, forget about resources, to address that problem, because we're hearing it over and over again. And probably more than any politician or legislator out there, I've had more conversations with you between the bill and my committee and the joint rules, and we keep hearing the same thing, and it seems like it's just on the edge of getting there, but we don't get there. And it's really, we're hearing the same thing from our constituents. So is there anything else that can be done at this point to make people feel more comfortable?
Respectfully, what I would like to do is take your question, Senator, go back to our logistics team and ask that of them. Again, just to say, okay, let's tear down any preconceived notions we have, and let's relook at this maybe from a different angle. And is there anything else we can be doing? My hope had been that once we had the PUA application up and we were resolving some of these issues, that the call level would go to a manageable level. I think what we're finding, though, is that in the PUA system, there's just a lot of questions on how do I answer this question, right? So it's not even I'm frustrated and want to figure out how to get my payment that I haven't been getting. It's even just in the initial application, how do I fill out, how do I answer question this or that? So
Commissioner, can you just on this point, can you, and I think we all appreciate that this is a lot of having to modify practices on the fly and not easy with a system that is effectively both computer system, but also bureaucratic structure. And I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, just it is what it is. Well, things like having people be able to leave a voicemail seem to the average person not innovative or complicated, but would mean the world to people who are hitting that 6 or 7 week period without income. And I think that's why every call that we get now is more frantic, because the bill paying ability is getting more and more challenged. And so I appreciate you'll go back to your team, but can you say something? Can you tell us, like, why isn't having the ability to leave a message, what blocks that from being a simple solution to give people a place to at least know they've registered their name somewhere, and then doesn't have them hitting redial, hundreds of times, blocking the phones and causing a lot of the issues that your staff have to deal with?
Well, so I think what creates the issue is email is another one, right? I mean, we could set up all the email boxes in the world, but I mean, we have email boxes with 4,500 emails in them, right? And right now we have as many people as we can answering the phone lines or clearing adjudications issues or processing non-monetarily eligible determinations. So we can create another system to capture these people. The issue is we then have to designate someone or a group of someones to follow up with these, right? So when we get a voicemail box now that has 200 voicemails in it on a day, then we're now pulling someone who's performing another task off of a phone line that they're answering to now listen to a voicemail and then call the person back. And
well,
then
it would seem using that example that the capacity of a staff person to talk to human beings calling is no different if they're responding to voicemails versus picking up a live call. The only difference is that with the voicemail, the person hasn't had to endure 8 hours calling and getting busy signals or being told to call back at some other time. So I get that someone then would have to go in and check a voicemail box, but from a workload point of view, it actually seems more sane.
I think what you would find from those that are running call centers is it's actually more efficient to handle a call as opposed to having to listen to a 3-minute or 5-minute message and then call the person back and have to then rehash what was said in the message to resolve the issue. So, I mean, if we look at numbers, the average call takes roughly about 8 to 10 minutes. And so if we're adding now a 3-minute voicemail message on it that has to be listened to ahead of time, we're now taking an 8-minute call and turning it into a 11-minute call or a 10-minute call and turning it into a 13-minute call. So from the numbers perspective, it's actually more efficient for us to have more people on the lines handling the volume of calls as opposed to reducing the number of people on the lines to now follow up on voicemail messages. It's the same thing we're running into with emails, to be honest. I read an email, I then have to follow the person up and then they have to explain it to me again as we walk through it, and then we resolve it. So
I'll make a brief response and then go let Senator Sorokin go again. I mean, I think, if we had the benefit of going back in time, we might be willing to be slightly less efficient in order to address the human side of the equation. Because some people have been contacting us say, I can be patient if I know that someone has heard that I need help or something like that. But Michael, did you have additional questions?
I did. I had a couple. I think what the pro tem was getting at prior to this point in time about the people who got the $1,200 check and the people who are in issue category right now, is there any comparability in your mind that the governor or you should consider another batch of $1,200 checks?
I can't speak for the governor on this. I know that it was asked during the press conference on Monday. And I think the governor's response was appropriate in saying, you know, we're going to see what we can do out of the immediate. If we get to a point where we reach that threshold where another group of people need to get paid, we will cross that bridge. And I think the question is, when do we reach that bridge? We are finding that even in the first round of checks, there's actually quite a few people who have returned the check because they didn't want it or need it. And we also are finding that there is a whole host of people in that first round of checks who were paid who actually aren't eligible for UI to whatever extent. So again, we just have to be cognizant of the fact that that will happen anytime we would do a batch payment without the necessary processing. But I think the governor's, the governor's response was, I think all options are on the table if we're not able to do this in a timely and appropriate manner.
So I think what we're hearing and what you're hearing from us is this is taking on a human element that perfection and possible error down the road has to be weighed against what people are suffering from upfront. And your example of 10,000 people who are non-monetary eligible for the traditional UI program, I understand how that program works with option 2 and 3 very well. It seems to me that it would make sense to pay those people right now under the PUA system. And even though it's hard for you administratively 5 weeks down the road to do the correction, to side on getting money into people's pockets now. And I think we need to look, I mean, if everybody on this panel said, we want those people declared eligible now, and then figure out how to get the money back from the traditional program later on, that's a choice you have. It's not impossible. And, I think to the extent you feel that the feds are going to come down on you hard in one case or another, I think we have to balance the human interest of people going without money, without any kind of resources, and the anxiety they're putting through. So, it's like getting the problem, sort of the immediate problem fixed now and figuring out the solution 5 weeks later in the repayment system. Mm-hmm. And I think it's getting to the tipping point at this point.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I've got, I see Speaker Johnson and anyone else who wants to get in the queue. Marcotte. Okay, so Speaker and then Michael.
I just want to wholeheartedly second Senator Sorokin's comments that I've had 2 different reps text me saying, what do I do? Each of these reps had somebody saying that they were basically like emptying whatever little change they could find in their house to just go get milk and bread. And that's what they have. They are now at the end of their resources. And this is really critical. The National Guard is doing everything they can, distributing MREs. Food shelves are pushing out as much food as they can. We're at a really critical stage for people. And so whatever we can do, understanding that it's going to take a lot of extra work on the back end, understanding that the state may be on the hook for some money that went out that shouldn't have, that is a preferable situation than Vermonters having absolutely no resources to when we're still asking them to stay home and stay safe, but they don't have the resources to do that. It's really problematic. And I think we also just can't underestimate how incredibly frustrating and draining and how damaging it is on Vermonters' mental health, just calling and calling and calling and calling when there's no there's no rhyme or reason, and there's no kind of known process. There's no there's nothing that they can count on in terms of an anticipation. I think most people are willing to wait when they know what they're waiting for and when they know how long it's going to take, to the degree that anybody can wait right now, given the lack of resources. But so So I appreciate what you're saying about how it's more efficient to just answer phone calls. But it's really hurting Vermonters on the back end that don't have any predictability in a system.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Marcotte?
Thank you, Senator. Michael, a couple of comments and a question also, but I had some constituents who I was able to touch base with Amanda, and she was able to get someone to call them. But the person that they talked to then said they should be fine. I'll touch base with you again Friday. And they called me yesterday and they hadn't heard a word back and they still couldn't get in the system. And I think we've got to be very careful on promising people that we're going to call them, somebody's going to call them back and then nothing happens, because that really, really upsets people and really frustrates them. So
Agreed.
I think we want to be careful on doing that.
Yeah, and we, you know, you and I are on the same page with that, so I'd love the opportunity to just follow up on that. One, with that claimant, but two, just I'll reiterate to my staff that, you know, if we say we're going to do something, we need to do it.
Yeah, agreed. My son had an issue. It took a couple of times for him to be able to get through. I just texted him, wanted to make sure that he was able to file his claim Sunday, and he was able to do that, and he got his check. And thank you and the staff for being able to get that. But one interesting thing he said was that he tried to file on the phone and he still couldn't, but online he could. So is there an issue with maybe the phones and the ability for people to file, and they're better off using a computer to file? I don't know, but I found that an interesting comment that he made.
That I will follow up on. He's filing under general UI.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not aware, but I will follow up on that.
Yeah, I thought it was just strange that one worked and one didn't. And I think we should make sure that people understand that are filing with PUA, that there is a threshold of the amount of UI that they receive in order for them to receive the extra $600. That it's different than the regular general UI, that it's only $1 on general UI and you would get the 600. But with the PUA, you have to get a benefit, I believe, of $191 before the federal extra $600 kicks in. And so,
yeah, kind of. So let me just clarify too that, so in general UI, there is no minimum. So you could earn you could be eligible for $1.
Right.
In PUA, the minimum is $191. So in both scenarios, if you're eligible for the minimum, essentially the feds have said if you're eligible for $1 of UI, whether it's PUA or general UI, you get the $600. It's just that the minimum, there is no minimum in traditional UI.
Okay.
So it could be less, you know, it could be $5 that you're eligible for that would trigger the $600. It's just that the minimum in PUA is $190.
So that's the minimum that they will receive.
Yes. So it will, okay. If they, let's say they filed losses for the prior year, then at the minimum, they would be eligible for $191 plus $600.
Okay, so everybody is eligible for the 600.
Yes. Yeah.
Good.
If they are,
Okay.
As long as they're eligible for PUA, they're eligible for the 600.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions from committee members? Becca.
So Commissioner, back to the PUA program. I'm assuming this is because it's a federal program that even though they've extended the deadlines for tax returns, they haven't extended the deadline to have to upload your tax return, right? So people still need to have their taxes done to be able to upload within that 21-day period. Is that right?
Yeah, so correct. Even if they don't upload their taxes, they still get the minimum. There's a 21-day buffer. I even asked today, like, what happens when they don't, let's say in 21 days, they haven't had their taxes done, then what? Unless the feds change their guidance, which they are coming out with new guidance on a weekly basis now for PUA, unless they change that, the only disadvantage to someone who doesn't meet that 21-day threshold right now, unless the rules change, is that their monetary determination their weekly benefit amount will still recalculate when they submit their tax return if they're eligible for more. But if they do it within the 21-day window, it can be retroactive to when they started filing for PUA. If it's outside the 21-day window, it's only for claims going forward, is my understanding.
Okay, just jotting that down.
Yep.
Also, and again, like, I know that you're in one particular wheelhouse, but we deal with lots of
Wheelhouses.
competing interests. Yes, many wheelhouses.
Yes.
And so I had a senator ask me, why is it that we as a state, we send money out to our designated agencies and other entities, and we push the money out the door, we reconcile later. But with this basic issue of getting people, checks in order to be able to live, we don't have that same ability to reconcile. So I just want you to bring that to your team and to the governor, that we do this all the time in other areas of state government. And I think we're all, what you're getting from us is what we're getting from our constituents, which is people are at the breaking point right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions from committee members? Commissioner, just, I'll just maybe ask a couple more summary questions. The number of individuals in the two categories you gave obviously doesn't include people who've never yet been able to get into the system. Or do you suspect there are still people who, after all this time, either because they held out to the PUA program at the encouragement of the website and the department, do you suspect that there's a whole nother group who have yet to successfully do that initial submission, such that they're not even yet categorized, but they've been trying to call but unsuccessfully?
Possibly. I will say that just from the initial claims application piece, at the height we were processing 6,000 of those electronic applications a day, and then it went to like 3,000, then it went to 1,200. I think, and I'll pull it up here to see what I've seen recently. As of Monday, we are still around the 1,100 initial claims mark. So people are still getting through. I think if we're talking about, it sounds like if I'm picking up what you're putting out there is, someone who maybe is not technologically savvy or doesn't have internet connection or a computer, who's still trying to call and get their initial claim answered. I think we've got a good handle from the Green Mountain Power team on the initial claims form, in terms of those people who are calling for initial claims are pressing the right number and are getting through. And to be honest, I have not heard. I think if there was still a large cohort of those people out there, we would be hearing about it either through them contacting their legislator and that person contacting us. But I'm not seeing a lot, personally, any that are about how I haven't been able to file my initial claim. What I am finding is I'm stuck in limbo, right? I've filed my initial claim. I either know I'm eligible, but I'm not getting benefits, and why, or I know that I'm not eligible and how do I get into the PUA system? That's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing, unless you are, and people who are unable to file their initial claim.
Well, obviously, the people that we hear from are the ones who've reached their wits' end, and so it's, and they're all the hard cases. Something's gone wrong, or they've reached a level of frustration. Senator Mazza, are you?
Yeah, I just think that some of this responsibility is, we haven't kept up probably with the system that they should have had a long time ago, and it come to light like the state colleges. And I think it's, no one ever expected this kind of input, but maybe it's if that system would have been updated and we'd have taken, what it was going to cost, probably this wouldn't have been happening. But we look back now and say, well, we could have, should have done. But maybe now, if that system comes forward and it's $100 million, whatever it is, I bet it's going to pass, because we're going to have the responsibility to keep this in the future. No one expected this to happen. So that's just, not that it's going to solve the problem today, but I'm just looking at the future. Thank you.
That's a good point. The computer system, for all the reasons is what it is not helping.
I would say, and I just wanted to say, there's another group of calls that are being answered, and those are calls that are going outside of the UI system. Those are calls that are going directly to our career resource centers, and we do have those people monitoring those as well, and assisting where they can. So these are people that haven't been assigned elsewhere because they're doing other programmatic work. And my understanding, I'm not hearing that. Normally those would be the people I'd worry about, because they're used to coming into our career resource center, sitting at one of our computers and filling out the application. And my understanding is, I think in most cases, our staff have literally worked with them over the phone to make sure they get into the system.
Couple last questions. One is an observation. One of the things that we've been hearing on individual cases is that the form emails and the form letters are totally baffling to people who aren't accustomed to utilizing programs like this. I think that's something that when we get on the other side of this, we really need, and it's probably not limited to this department, but things that are automatically triggered that go by email or hard copy letter often have very little to do with the actual issue that has been presented or the conflict with the system. And I think that's another one of those dehumanizing aspects when people say, well, what the heck, I did everything they said and now I get a letter which seems completely contradictory to what I was told. So I hope we can, when the dust settles a little bit, have some process of thinking about that a little bit. But
I think we're also in our communications where every time we circumvent the system, right, or try to do something to expedite something, I know that there's also miscommunication that's going, right? Because the system processes something and puts something in the mail, and then we might resolve that issue the next day before the mail ever gets to that person, right? So there's a lot of miscommunication just because of all the different avenues we've created for trying to correct or move people through the process. But yes, I would agree that we need to look at that communication.
So a question I have in terms of capacity, you used an analogy that came up when we first had you here, when we urged you to think about it in the same context of medical surge capacity. And hearing you talk about the actual task of taking a phone call or responding to an email, all those things, is it the position of the department that more call takers wouldn't help?
Again, I think if we're trying to, if we're wanting to give people just a voice on the other end, then we could do that, and more call takers would probably help. The only part that slows that, there are two issues. One is it's just a slower ramp up when you're trying to actually get someone educated in UI, not only in the system, but they have to be able to pass on whether or not someone's eligible or not. And I think that's a harder part. So it's one thing to be able to navigate the system, help them file a back benefit week. But if there's an issue on their account that needs to be adjudicated, or they need to be able to determine whether someone is eligible, that's a much different conversation. And we are onboarding and expediting people in those methods as well. or training people in those methods. So that, I think that's one component where we're seeing, you know, I'm not opposed to bringing on more people. We are actually bringing on more people. It's just a slower path to follow to get them skilled up.
Well, let me just suggest on that note that this is, I think we've heard this from the administration before on this issue of the level of knowledge that's required for someone. You know, I think it's maybe looking at, maybe the legislative side is looking at this slightly different from the administrative side, in that many of us are looking more for like a, you know, oftentimes if you call after hours to, you know, a plumber or something, hi, this is Tim's plumbing service, you know, after hour answering center, give me your name and number and we'll get it to them and they'll call you back, not requiring that person to know whether my, you know, my heating system is about to go kaput. And there are so many people in the state workforce, some of whom probably have the capacity right now because other work has diminished with the stay-at-home order, seem doing that answering service function, but don't require, we're not asking for them to be, you know, understanding monetary eligibility and all that, just understanding how to take a name and number.
Okay.
Speaker Johnson, and Senator Sorokin, and we'll start to ramp up or ramp down, sorry. So if others have questions after we go for Mitzi and Michael, we'll do one last go around and wrap. Speaker Johnson.
Thank you. So we just launched a tool so that legislators could actually take some very basic information so that there could be some triaging on the back end. It seems to me that, and then we have about 24 legislative volunteers that will be doing some of the call taking or trying to call people back to get information with some additional training. It seems to me that if we got more legislators not trained to do the call taking, but even just trained in some of the problem sorting, have you tried X, have you tried Y, then we've got 180 people. We're fielding the calls anyway. We know the people anyway. We're having the conversations anyway. If we could get more information ourselves on how to be helpful, we could at least direct somebody to the right system.
Yeah, and just so you know, our team, I think we were trying to cater, like you said, call it whatever you want, the FAQ or the desk guide or whatever, so that it was less about how to navigate the technical system and more to how to navigate the process system. So that was my understanding, and it was being worked on today. So I hope to be able to provide that to you.
Super, thank you.
Yes.
Senator Sorokin, and then after Senator Sorokin, I see Senator Ballant. Anybody else who'd like to ask a question before we wrap? Okay, Senator Sorokin.
Thank you. So I heard from a number of people today, I think senators, that they would want to know if there's a value to reinstituting a dashboard in terms of number of claims, waiting time in terms of processing the claims, how many benefit checks have gone out. It would be a metric that could show some how much progress is being made that people could look at. I think I know that you did have that at one point and it was taken down. Is there any thought about possibly putting that up again?
There is actually, I think, and we're on the cusp of that. So we've had to really do some serious, for lack of a better term, data mining to get this data, because it doesn't all reside in a place, and it comes from obscure locations deep within the depths of our mainframe, and other ancillary systems and programs and applications. So there's been a whole team of people who are working on setting up the system to automatically capture and aggregate this information. And right now we're truth testing it, doing testing on it to make sure it withstands scrutiny. But then there will be a public facing side of that data to get you what you're looking for.
And how many PUA applications do you have at this point?
As of, I'll see if I can pull it up here, but as of this morning, like 10 o'clock this morning, I think we're at 9,200. So 1 second here.
I thought I remember you in the press at least, or you said that you're expecting 30 to 50,000 PUA
Yeah.
applications.
Yeah, we're at 9,536 right now. Again, that's only since Thursday of last week. So that's a pretty good clip. There will be an additional probably 10,000 once we get those non-mons, as we call them, into the system. Again, our guess was based solely on the fact that we know that there are roughly between 40 and 60,000 independent contractors or self-employed individuals in the state. It's not a number that is easily tracked across the state. So we were only basing that information on what we knew the potential population was. So again, I would love for it to be smaller if that meant it was the true number of people in need, as long as it's not a small number because people are struggling to get through or get into the system. So
I have one last, thank you. I have one last question. Do you have a record of when people have applied? Do they have a date of application in their file? And the reason I'm asking, I'm coming back to the idea of maybe cutting another check of $1,200 to people. And if you have people backed up 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, and I know some of the problems are you can't get in touch with the employer to verify, or you have a conflict in the amount of money. Well, sometimes that doesn't fall on the claimant and they're waiting for 4 or 5 weeks. And if you could go back and say, I've got, 5,000 claimants that are dated back until April 1st, maybe they should be in line for a payment like the governor did on the first 8,000 people.
There is a date of filing. So yes, that is a number we can pull. The PUA applications are moving through at a pretty good clip. There's only a small portion of those that need some adjustment on the back end. But I think you're talking more about those people that filed in general UI, 5 weeks ago.
Well, there's 2 groups. There's the delayed group, and then
right.
I hope you'll consider the idea of getting the money out the door under the PUA program,
yes.
Collecting it back on the back end.
Yes.
10,000 people in that category. That's a big number.
Yes, sir. And yes, I am following up even on those not monetarily eligible people as we speak.
Senator Ballant?
So I just want to reiterate, we know, Commissioner, that your team is working as hard as they can. We know that. And I just want them to know that we know that. But at the same time, I think it's really important for us to start doing a post-mortem, because this is our first pandemic. None of us have been through this. From everything we've heard from the science, we can anticipate there's going to be another surge in cases at some point. And if I leave you with one thing that I have learned so deeply over the past week, it's that people want to feel like they've been seen and heard. And what we have heard over and over again is, I feel like nobody cares about me. And that is not what we want to leave Vermonters thinking about, all of us who are working so hard on their behalf. And it just strikes me so much that it's a basic thing. They just want to be seen and heard, and we can figure out the details, because I understand you've got important work to do, but we have got to take that to heart and focus our plan around that idea.
Thank you.
Well, Commissioner, I think unless anyone who hasn't yet asked a question wanted to take the occasion that we have here, I think we will wrap. So thanks for joining us. There are some items that you were going to look into, and I think what I would ask is, if you have follow up with those, that you send them to the list of people here, because of course we include the 2 chairs who can then distribute it to their members if it's generally interesting. So, or of interest, I should say. It's all interesting, as you know. So Commissioner, thanks for joining us. We'll let you go. Before the rest of us leave, I'd just like to ask if there are any other things that anyone on the committee wants to raise, any known reasons for us to have a scheduled next meeting, or if we want to just take it as it comes. Anything that anyone's aware of? 3 seconds, 2, 1. All right. Well, thanks everybody. Have a great evening. And thanks again, Commissioner, for joining us.
Yes, thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. Thank
you.
you for all your support. I really do appreciate it. And I know our team does as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
we're going to turn now to Dylan Zwicky, who's here representing New England Cable and Telecommunications Association. Dylan, did you want to offer some testimony?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I will try to be brief, as Jim and Mike have both already addressed many of the concerns that NECTA has. Just by way of background, NECTA is the New England Cable Telecommunications Association, is a regional trade group representing primarily the private telecommunications providers. Our members in Vermont are Comcast and Charter, and so both of those companies have spoken to some of the individual concerns with the 911 board's proposed outage reporting rule. I think really just at a high level, the discussion this afternoon has peeled back and highlighted the concerns with the underlying statute and the constraints that the 911 board is operating under when drafting this proposed rule. And it goes back to the inclusion of the term subscribers backup power equipment in Section 25 of Act 79 of 2019. That has created a great deal of uncertainty in terms of potentially requiring providers like Charter and Comcast to report to the 911 board on what they are not technically capable of knowing. It has always been our intent or our feeling that the 911 outage reporting rule should require of providers that they report on what they do know, and that language is clear, unambiguous, and technically feasible. The Senate Finance Committee acknowledged the concerns with the underlying statute, and they, in an attempt to try to provide greater clarity and flexibility to the 911 board to draft a better and more precise rule, made some amendments to S301 that we feel would give the 911 board that flexibility to produce a higher quality rule. You know, as I think Executive Director Neal acknowledged in her testimony, both the underlying rule and the proposed fix that was brought to the 911 board at a recent meeting is not as clear as it could be. And in the comments back to stakeholders during the rule development process, the board acknowledged that it was constrained by the statute. I think that the language included in Section 3 of S301 will provide for greater clarity, will still guarantee that providers are reporting when they get to that 25 customer threshold, when there truly is a loss of 911 service and not just the result of perhaps someone's Tesla battery being offline or malfunctioning. So we would strongly support once S301 does get over, hopefully to the House and off the Senate action calendar, that the Energy and Technology Committee support the language included in Section 3 of that bill. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dylan. Don't see hands up right now, but would ask you to stand by. And I'm going to turn to Ben Aaron right now, who's joined us. Thanks for joining us, Ben. And you're here representing CTIA, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. My name is Benjamin Aaron. I'm here on behalf of CTIA. CTIA is the trade association for the wireless industry. So I want to start by, once again, thanking Executive Director Neal. It has been a long process, but Executive Director Neal, on behalf of the board, has listened to our concerns throughout and allowed us to express our concerns. We haven't yet seen eye to eye on all points, but it hasn't, again, and I've said this before, it has not been for a lack of listening. So our appreciation there. Let me start out by highlighting something that Executive Director Neal had asked slightly earlier in this hearing. She had asked how we're doing on for COVID response and whether COVID response would necessarily be a reason that we might have trouble implementing. And I guess I would point out at the beginning that we're doing great. The industry is really responding. It's very troubling times. We were able to acquire 2 million pieces of PPE for our field techs, and our networks are doing great at handling excess capacity or capacity above normal operations from before COVID. So we're doing great. But why do I start there? I start there for this simple reason. Executive Director Neal is recognizing that our networks are critical. She asks whether we need time to implement, because a failure of our networks would be terrible, particularly at this time, but in general, we recognize that, and obviously Executive Director Neal does, and that's why she asks. We find it puzzling then that the type of information that she's reluctant to protect is exactly the type of information that could be used to take out our networks. Now, the statute, Act 79, does not extend protections in any particular way, and we don't. That's not Executive Director Neal's fault. That's simply an oversight in the statute. But what we want is to be able to maintain our systems, to be able to protect our systems, and there are steps that Executive Director Neal can take to make sure that that happens. Now, I want to make a distinction, and that is a distinction between competition, competitive consequences, and what we call PCII. Let me start with PCII. PCII stands for Protected Critical Infrastructure Information. The Federal Department of Homeland Security, years and years and years ago, I mean, this is 10, 12, 15 years ago, declared the wireless industry to be protected critical infrastructure information. I believe that includes cable and other segments of the industry. Mike and Jim could answer that if I'm wrong, but I'm going to assume that it does include them as well. We're protected critical infrastructure or we're critical infrastructure. Information regarding weaknesses in our networks is called PCII, Protected Critical Infrastructure Information. At the federal level, there are many protections in place to prevent the release of that information. We're a little bit troubled that in Vermont, the exact same information that measures have been taken to prevent the release, those same measures won't be met in kind in Vermont. And at the federal level, we submit our reports, they're kept fully confidential. There is provisions and exceptions to the federal FOIA law that enable that. There's an analog in the Vermont laws that would enable it. And there's also in the Vermont laws, trade secret protections that could be used to protect this information. The interest should be in protecting our protected critical infrastructure information from release. That should be the #1 protection. Now, on the competition side, as I said, the competitive consequence, so the PCII consequence, the release of that information is what Executive Director Neal was curious about at the beginning, and that is, are your networks running? Are they running well? Can we keep them running? The answer to that, of course, today is yes, and that's great. But releasing this information brings us closer to that answer being no, because bad actors can come in and know exactly what to do to take out our networks, which is a terrible consequence. Now, Executive Director Neal had indicated that some information, the name of a carrier, the location of an outage, things of that nature, that information she doesn't see any reason to keep confidential. Now, I'm going to agree with her in principle, and she's not wrong. A customer knows when there's an outage, their phone doesn't work. Of course, a customer might still have their phone work because they're roaming on another carrier's network even while there's an outage. But setting that aside, they may very well know that there is an outage, and that information is not particularly confidential. But the issue from the competitive perspective is this. A carrier may have no way to prevent that outage from occurring. It could be that some other provider that is involved in the backhaul network, for instance, has lost its connectivity somewhere down the line. It could be a host of consequences that have nothing to do with the carrier's ability to protect or willingness to protect its network. But making that information publicly available exposes the carrier to competitive consequences that just are inappropriate. Your regular citizen is not going to have any way to distill the information that might be made available through these reports and to understand that it either is or is not the carrier's fault, or it is or is not some other provider's fault. These are competitive consequences that can and should be avoided. The FCC has identified these competitive consequences and has instituted protections against those competitive consequences. So both from a protected critical infrastructure information perspective and a competitive perspective, there are a host of reasons not to release this information. And we have yet to be able to convince Executive Director Neal to take the necessary steps, which is to designate this information confidential on the front end. Now, I want to make another point. During the dialogue with Executive Director Neal over these rules, she's made it clear that the reason that she rejected some of the standards that we had suggested as reporting standards, and I'm not going to talk about that, I just want to use that as an illustration. We had suggested some other reporting standards and she had rejected them. What Executive Director Neal indicated is she needs situational awareness. Her primary concern, situational awareness, the ability to know the facts on the ground. Releasing this information to the public in no way helps Executive Director Neal achieve her goal. It has nothing to do with her goal. Executive Director Neal has expressed her goal as improving and ensuring situational awareness. Releasing this information after the fact doesn't have anything to do with that. They're entirely unrelated, and the one should not be used as some hindrance for the other. Now, finally, just to circle back, and I'll close my remarks here, the current rule allows for marking, but doesn't indicate the information that ought to be protected. We want this information to be declared presumptively protected under the Vermont Public Records Act. There is a trade secrets exception, and that is 317C9. There's a trade secrets protection that could very easily be implemented or instituted or relied on to protect this information. It's our position that it should, both to match the federal regime and to ensure that we don't suffer either competitive consequences that are inappropriate, or that our PCII be released and the network vulnerabilities are available to bad actors. Alternatively, there is a provision under the Vermont Public Records Act that's an analog to the FOIA provision used to protect protected critical infrastructure information. That is 317C5A6. I'll be candid. I believe that 317C9 is a much more obvious protection. The language in the PCII analog is a little bit clunky for this particular purpose, but designating these trade secrets and keeping them confidential would be exactly what is done at the federal level, and there's no reason that Vermont could not do that. We encourage you to make sure that our network weaknesses are not exposed, that people are not able to draw inaccurate conclusions regarding outages that will lead to competitive consequences in the market. We ask you to take these simple steps and protect our information from disclosure. I appreciate the ability, the opportunity to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ben. That was helpful. And I'm glad this is the first context that we've had today in terms of that portion of the rule. If this is something that this committee digs into more deeply, legislatively, I don't believe that this is dealt with in S301, nor do I believe that there was legislative intent in Act 79 on this very specific piece. I might be wrong on that. But something that I want to understand, and there's a variety of people participating in this call who may have a view on this. I'll call it this confidentiality provision in the rule. Again, I don't think that there was I don't think that there was direction from the Vermont legislature given on this in Act 79. There may be, somewhere else in statute, and you referred to other parts of Vermont statute and obviously federal statute that affects this. My sense is that not only do you disagree with the rule that the E911 board came out with, you also disagree with the grounds on which the LCAR committee objected to that rule, because it would seem that the LCAR's objection here would look for even more stringency and the ability of the E911 board to override what your confidentiality concerns are. So, you know, I see the rule that the E911 board came out with in January is kind of here. And they probably can't show this very well on this call, but here, and I see LCAR's objection kind of being here, but you guys are over here someplace in terms of the confidentiality protections you want. So this seems to be going in the wrong direction for you, from my reading.
Well, I don't disagree that the LCAR, that the letter, let me preface this by saying that it was not my understanding coming out of the LCAR hearing. My understanding of the confidentiality concerns was very different than what was reflected in that letter. So that's not up to me. That's not. But what I had heard in the dialogue at LCAR seemed to be very different than what we saw captured in the letter. I was surprised by that letter and what it said. And I am not alone among those that listened in that day in being a little bit surprised by it. But that, again, that's not for me to decide. It's for LCAR itself to decide, and obviously it was satisfied with that letter. So in reacting to what you're saying, I think there is a way to, I guess the way I would say this is to harmonize these concerns. The industry is not looking to be the gatekeeper for what is and isn't confidential. We don't really want to be marking our stuff as we turn it in and having that decided, you know, on the fly by Executive Director Neal and the board. That's not only inefficient, but it's probably inappropriate. The information that is confidential should be discussed. It should be decided in advance, and much to LCAR's, you know, concerns, it shouldn't be up to us to designate it. Let's do that through a rules process. What we ask, and we do disagree in the extreme with LCAR, is that our networks not have lesser protections in Vermont for both competition and for infrastructure protection than they do at the federal level. It's just a terrible consequence. I don't disagree with you that Act 79 was silent on it, but I disagree with this process insofar as silence on an issue really should not amount to complicity to watching something terrible happen. And if we watch switches in Vermont be, you know, taken down by bad actors or whatever the consequence may be, you know, we can look back to these discussions and recognize that we had the opportunity to take action and we didn't, and that would be a terrible consequence.
Okay, thank you, Ben. We have two hands up right now. Representative Sibilia and then Executive Director Neal. And I'm just going to take this opportunity to say I regret that I have a hard stop at 3 o'clock, and I'm going to turn this over to Representative Sibilia, the Vice Chair of the committee, first for her question, and then Laura, if you wouldn't mind kind of calling on folks after that. Again, Barb is in line after you. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I'd prefer to let Barb go first. I think she may want to respond to a few things, and my question can wait. Is that all right with you, or would you prefer we go?
Sure, go ahead, Barb.
Okay, well, excuse me. I thought maybe I could just add a little bit of context here for how we got to the confidentiality section in the rule. A couple things come to mind. First, we've been receiving outage reports of similar nature from the regulated wireline companies for over 20 years, where we're requesting in those reports or requiring in those reports essentially the same information that we have identified in the rule as what we need to have reported for any outage. And for those 20 years, all of those reports have in fact been treated in accordance with Vermont Public Records law. So we have that history of having treated the information that way. And I do want to also say that I do understand the industry's concerns about release of information that could jeopardize or compromise their networks and their equipment and all of that, you know, sort of the system security concerns. I certainly understand that and I recognize it. I do not believe it's within my authority, and I don't have my lawyer right here, but I don't believe it's within my authority to say that all of this information is confidential. That, I think, would be in violation of the Vermont Public Records Law. How components of it may in fact be exempt under that law. And I don't recall anything specifically in Act 79 that addressed confidentiality of this information one way or the other. And I don't remember the specific order in which we got feedback on the rule, but we had a number of initial conversations with industry stakeholders and members of the public. The members of the public, as I recall, had said all of the information should be able to be released at any time because we need to know about it just as members of the public and perhaps as customers of these companies. And then the industry had an entirely different opinion on that, as Mr. Aaron just explained. I think that they are both valid concerns. And that is why I keep going back to information that is exempt under the Public Records Law, is properly exempt under the Vermont Public Records Law, should be held or would be held in confidence by the board. And that which is not would be released to public records requests. And I think, if it needs to be something other than that, then I would need some clear direction on what the expectation is from the legislature.
Might I respond to that, Representative Sibilia?
I think you're muted, Laura. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm not going to pretend to be Executive Director Neal's attorney, but I've practiced law for quite a while, and you have an agency that has been assigned jurisdiction. Okay. Executive Director Neal is not going to deny that if she gets a records request for something that we've marked public, it will fall to her agency to determine the outcome of that request. It, to me, is ludicrous to say that I can, in response to a request, I can issue a decision, a judgment regarding the confidentiality of that material, but that somehow I can't make a decision until somebody files a request. That's not the way the law works. You are assigned the jurisdiction to collect this information. You are the records custodian. You have the legal obligation to ferret out legitimate and illegitimate requests for this information. You absolutely have the jurisdiction to say in advance the type of information that will and will not be released and the grounds for it. Now, there's a difference, an important difference here. The difference is, if this information isn't protected, there's sort of two things that happen. The first is that we as an industry need to go to court each and every time one of these is filed. Okay? We need to go to court to file for an injunction to prevent its release. Now, that's bad in and of itself, but the second part of it is really what's sort of concerning to us, and that is judges tend to draw presumptions from the presence or absence of things in an agency's rules, in a statute. They look at the entire picture. And from the overall perspective, if I'm a judge and I'm sitting in judgment of this injunctive request that has been filed, I may find it persuasive that the agency didn't see fit to protect any of this information. I may not. It's ephemeral. You don't know what might go on in the judge's mind. But if the difference is a bad actor seeking this information, and the difference between him getting it and not getting it is that the agency didn't take the time to declare things confidential in advance, well, that's a terrible outcome. And similarly, if somebody, not a bad actor, but just a regular citizen is looking for this information, and in the end, maybe it's a reporter, maybe it's somebody, I don't know, but misinterprets it because they're not able and capable to understand the full consequences of how our network is constructed and why an outage occurred and so on, that's a bad consequence too. Again, Executive Director Neal and the industry can have discussions regarding the rule and what it is that we declare confidential. She's not wrong that Act 79 is silent on it, but there is time to correct it. The jurisdiction was assigned to the board to collect this information. They are the records custodian. They have this ability, and we urge you as the legislature to urge them as the jurisdictional agency for this information to take this step. It's a simple step, and it is a vast improvement over the current rule.
Okay. Thank you. Robin, I'm going to just jump in really quickly, and I had a couple of questions. Thank you, Ben, for your testimony. Can you tell me what is there a definition for protected critical infrastructure?
There is. It's long, and I can certainly provide it to you. I have it on my computer. I could probably pull it up and read it, but it's long. The Department of Homeland Security has given, it's almost a page long, but it amounts to, there is a declaration regarding what industries are critical infrastructure. The communications industry, have been declared critical infrastructure. Water would fall into that. You would look at electric would fall into that. Banks would fall into that, et cetera, et cetera. All of those are critical infrastructure industries. If you are a critical infrastructure industry, among the many things that the federal government does not want released is the vulnerability information, the how do I damage your industry, right? Protected critical infrastructure information. They specifically identify outage information as protected critical infrastructure information. So I'm absolutely willing to follow up with that, either just by cut and paste or with the recitation of how we believe it works. I'll follow up and send that to the.
That's fine. I mean, I was looking really for, you know, what types, and you've given some: water, electricity, et cetera, those types of, and, you know, obviously there's an public interest in protecting that, right. So, and I heard the discussion, and it makes sense to me that this is critical infrastructure, and that we need to think about the protections and regulation of it in that way. But I also heard you talk about this being problematic because of the competitive nature of the business. And so, you know, can you talk to me a little bit about this critical infrastructure that is being regulated with market regulation, as opposed to, say, electricity? You know, we have definitely a different type of regulation there, where we're able to protect that, and it's very clear, confidentiality, et cetera. Can you just talk a little bit about how those two things work in tandem?
And so, just to make sure I'm understanding the question, so how market regulation works in wireless?
How market regulation would, why that makes sense, how that works with protected critical infrastructure. So we've got infrastructure that is critical to the public welfare, and we're asking for market style regulation. Or you have market style regulation. I'm just trying to understand in this context, because you've cited both of those.
Yeah, so let me, I don't want to do too deep a dive and bore you to tears, because I could go on forever about this, but at a very basic level, the infrastructure itself is, you know, when we talk about these critical infrastructure industries, they are assigned to a jurisdictional agency at the federal level. For us, the jurisdictional agency for emergencies for the communications industry is DHS. So Department of Homeland Security is our reporting, so to speak, agency for emergencies, and we interface and work with them on emergencies. We also work with the Federal Communications Commission, and we provide them with two different sorts of, you know, outage reports. The most common one is the Network Outage Reporting System. We also provide them with what's called DIRS, the Disaster Information Reporting System. So we as an industry have a lot of obligations that are imposed upon us regarding reporting for outages. In terms of securing our networks, I guess the way I would describe this is, one of the benefits of market regulation is any of my members' customers can leave at any point in time, right? They can drop their carrier and go to a competitor. It is a huge, huge motivator to make sure that your network is running as optimally as possible and better than your competitors. This has driven our members to have backup plans for backup power, plans for floods, plans for all manner of things. There was a hurricane. I want to say it was Superstorm Sandy. Maybe it wasn't, but I was working at one of the carriers at the time, and one of the massive switches down in New Jersey was right next to a river, or near a river, anyways. And they were reporting back to me how high the water level was getting, and I'm asking them, don't we need to call like the state police or somebody? And they said, no, it's due to crest at this this level. And sure enough, it crested like an inch below, and they were good to 3 or 4 feet higher. They build this stuff to last. They really plan it out. They map it out. They are absolutely not interested in their networks being off for any reason. However, weird things do happen. So you're all hopefully familiar with, call before you dig. Doesn't always happen. You might have a lot of conduit next to a highway and a backhoe. They're tearing up the highway to repave it, and they just cut the conduit. And those kind of consequences, it could happen in Ohio, and it might have a downstream consequence in Vermont. So these are massive, far-flung networks. Executive Director Neal talked about this regulation being in place for 20 years for the local telephone company. We certainly get that, but there is also a reason that the local telephone company is no longer the preferred option. The vast majority of the country wants wireless. They want more wireless. And this market regulation is one of the reasons that we've been able to roll it out so successfully. I always applaud Vermont for the Vermont Telecommunications Authority and the efforts that Vermont has made to help us get the network further out into the areas of Vermont that aren't served well, and we're very well aware of that. So we get it. Market regulation hasn't been perfect in places like Vermont, but we try really hard. We're very encouraged by again, efforts like the VTA, and there also is federal money coming available very soon in I think they're calling it the 5G fund. So there's a lot that's right about market regulation. I get it. It's tough in Vermont for me to say that, but there's a lot that's right with it. And the things that are wrong, they're going to get fixed by providing funding for uneconomic areas, not by things like this where our outages are revealed. I mean, it just isn't going to have that consequence. So I hope that answers the question.
I don't know that there is. I don't know that there's actually an answer. I just wanted to hear you kind of juxtapose those two notions, because of course Barb is dealing with a public safety issue and not one that can rely on market regulation to make sure that it happens. Representative Chestnut Tanderman.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask one quick one, and then in deference to, I know we have other people still waiting to testify. But you made a comment, Ben, about not wanting the public to make inaccurate judgments. And I understand that failures can be somebody else's backhaul, and any number of causes. But if that outage information is not public, how can the public make accurate judgments?
Well, I think that the general presumption is the public knows when there is an outage, right? I mean, if my phone is out, there's no signal, I'm aware of that. I don't need to be made aware of it. And if I want to know,
if I want to choose a carrier and I'm looking at Verizon, AT&T and Sprint, I want to look at, well, what are their outages? And I'm a little bit cynical about information provided by the companies themselves. So looking for objective information, what do I then have to turn to?
Maybe an answer by way of example might be helpful here. You all will hopefully remember Hurricane Michael. It slammed into the corner of the panhandle of Florida as a Category 5 hurricane and just tore it up. It was one of the very few Category 5 hurricanes to actually make landfall in the United States. It was devastating. It was just absolutely devastating. The path of that hurricane was obviously, the most devastated area. The restoration, so the FCC did a study regarding the restoration of that hurricane. And one of the primary reasons that restoration lagged and that things that were restored were then unfortunately taken offline was electric restoration. There is bad coordination between the backhaul providers that had either conduit or in this case, lines on the aerial plant. In the electric providers, I'm not sure which provider it was, but Florida Power or whoever, they ended up cutting conduit again and again and again, backhaul again and again and again. And the consequence was that, and I'm not going to name which carrier, but one of our carriers that is well known for their reliability, that carrier suffered some pretty prolonged outages. And in that particular instance, the questions were asked of them, why did this happen? Well, does it help the public to know that that carrier had an outage when the electric provider actually was really the cause of the outage because they kept cutting the conduit? I don't know that that helps. So I don't disagree with you in the abstract that information for consumers is important. They need to know that they have a reliable network, that they're purchasing service from a reliable provider. I don't know that this information gets you there. And I would also question whether if that is the information I guess I was going to say, could you provide it in the aggregate, but then that sort of defeats the purpose of your question, right? Which carrier, who's the most, reliable? I can, like I said, reliability is very difficult. They spend a lot of money to make sure that their networks stay on. Market regulation is one of the reasons they do that. But causation can be so difficult. Causation, what do they say? Correlation and causation are two very different things. And the problem that we have with releasing this information is that you might review it and draw the wrong correlation and not arrive at the causation. And if that happens, well, that's the competitive consequence that you're trying to avoid.
Thank you. You're speaking to an audience who works with causation and corollary every day. So
yeah,
understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Jonathan, thank you very much for waiting. I hope we have not kept you waiting too long. And why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're testifying?
Thank you. I'm glad to be with you. I haven't been with you before, so I don't know the committee and the committee doesn't know me. I have submitted my testimony in writing and 3 exhibits. I will note them, then I will respond to a few of the things that have come up in the last 2 hours. And I'll do so as succinctly as I can, which will be pretty succinct. I'm a resident of Shrewsbury in Rutland County. I do not represent a company, a telecommunications company, but only myself as a citizen and a consumer. I think I accurately express the concerns that I share with other Shrewsbury residents and with friends and local officials in 3 or 4 neighboring towns. Shrewsbury first became aware of the importance of reliable 911 service and of a theretofore unrecognized vulnerability of broadband technology during a 2+ day electrical outage due to an early winter storm in November of 2018. Speaking to one another during and after the outage, we started to connect the dots of our individual experiences and realized that there was a connection between our loss of 911 calling capacity after our backup batteries from VTEL expired in 8 or so hours into the outage, and the fiber optic line that replaced the old copper line after a fiber optic installation was done in 2015 by VTEL, which serves our community and 12 or 13 others in central Vermont. I don't know the exact number of customers. I know it's over 20,000. That's not publicly available information, so I can't say, but it's a number of folks would be affected. And I'll say now that I'm just speaking about the experience that I know. I can't really address the other carriers' technology or their customer's situation. So I'll stay focused on what I can speak about knowledgeably. We in Shrewsbury formed a kind of informal and ad hoc telecom working group and became involved in, realized that the broadband legislation was moving. It had moved past your committee and was already over in the Senate by the time we really became aware of an opportunity to address our concerns through the legislative channels, and have since that time been involved in following outage reporting, the Public Utility Commission hearings that were also underway, actually, once again, as a result of Shrewsbury's expression of concern in January of 2018 about the outage to the Public Service Department. They requested the proceedings on the battery backup issue. The legislature took cognizance of that and encouraged a report, or required a report, as of last December on those 4 workshops that were held. We have followed the promulgation of the rule. Have provided comments and testimony to both to the board, the 911 board, and to LCAR. I want to focus my comments on the backup power issue, which is the one that, as a VTEL subscriber, I can speak, I think, knowledgeably about, and on application of the Public Records Act, which is the issue that, as a citizen, I feel most strongly about. Simply stated, the reference to backup power equipment does need to be fixed. With the adoption of the line power broadband, the telecommunications and all of its benefits, I should underscore, the telecom industry has transferred responsibility for maintaining the electricity dependency of its system to consumers. In a rule following a 2015 proceeding entitled Ensuring Continuity of 911 Communications, the FCC recognized and countenanced this change, but required telecoms to offer, the word was offer, a source of backup power, principally batteries, first the 8-hour and as of last February, 24-hour capacity. The purpose of backup power is to provide power in the event of a prolonged electric outage, since the system is dependent upon an external source of electricity, to a device that our carrier, VTEL, calls an optical network terminal, ONT, or generically a network interface device, NID. This is attached by a VTEL technician at the beginning of broadband service to the exterior of a subscriber's residence or structure. And I have supplied you as the first exhibit with a photograph of the device on my house, just so you'll know what we're talking about. VTEL's, I did not submit this, but it looks like this. This is VTEL's own publication explaining backup battery, and this came in the packet that VTEL distributes at its public meetings when they do get a request from a community to address the issue, and they are very responsive and do a good job making explanations about the batteries and where you, and how you are in fact dependent upon them. When the NID was installed, I was giving an installation agreement, the one that at the outset of the session, Representative Chestnut Tangerman referred to and exhibited. It looks like this. It is my exhibit. You have it. You can read it on the back, and I encourage you to do so. The operative language says that except for the inside wiring, which VTEL considers your property regardless of who installed it, the equipment provided to you by VTEL or installed by VTEL belongs to VTEL. Now, earlier, a question was asked about whether carriers could monitor the status of the customer's on-premise equipment. I don't know about the others. We've heard presentation by Mr. White and I think another representative about their charter. I think it was that they talked about what they do with regard to what their capabilities are. Representative Chestnut-Tinkerman asked at the very outset if I had made part of my submission a copy of an outage report that I received. I see that I should have. It's extremely relevant to the conversation. It answers some of the questions that have been asked. I'd like to ask either for the opportunity to submit that separately or ask the representative to make it available to his colleagues, whatever is most convenient and appropriate.
We can just get that to Faith and she'll post it on our website and get it out to all.
That'd be fine. That'd be fine. And what I think it will tell you is, let me just give you a quick highlight so you know what you're going to be seeing. This is a log maintained by VTEL. I requested it the day after something happened in my household. I had previously requested the log for the long outage in October. They're similar. It says main power failure. VTEL knows when the power goes out. It says battery missing, battery being reset, ONT has been configured. Those are a couple of excerpts, okay? It's a sequence by, what will it be? 60th of a second. Down to that level of detail. It matches exactly the report that I also got on the same day from GMP about the outage that occurred. All right, so we're looking at telecommunications outages that are caused by electric outages. It's all there.
Okay, Jonathan?
Yes, ma'am.
So I really appreciate your patience. I know we had a lot of folks scheduled to testify today. We have been going for about 2.5 hours. I'm not sure if you have more that you'd like to say or if folks have questions. But if that's the case, what I'd like to do is just get a read from the committee. If anybody needs to take a 5-minute break and come back, or if we want to just move through and finish with Jonathan's testimony and any questions. Keep going. Heidi's saying keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, great.
All right,
all right,
so
thanks.
I'll keep
and
going.
I apologize to those our other testifiers. Thanks for bearing with us. If you need to take a break, we'll understand. Okay.
So the point is that that this is maintained. It's maintained on every customer. It's available if a customer requests it, and it's pretty precise. That particular instance I want to disclose is an instance that I sort of self-created. The power went out. I thought we might be out for hours. I myself have learned how to connect and disconnect the battery. I unplugged it because I didn't want it to run down if I was going to be out for a day and a half. I wanted a communications facility, so it wasn't in use. It wasn't charging the optical network terminal. I put it back in later the next morning when I woke up and the power was on, and that will show in this report. So this was a little experiment conducted by a non-technical consumer to see exactly what information is available to my carrier, and I think it illustrates some interesting information. Let me continue, and I'll be a little quicker here. I think we should do away with the reference to backup power in the outage reporting rule, and if necessary in the legislation. I do agree with what has been said from the industry side with respect to that. It is confusing, but here's a key point. In so doing, You must not eliminate, or the requirement must not be eliminated for reporting of outages that result from the loss of functionality of the specific piece of provider installed and owned, in our instance, owned equipment, owned subscriber premises that enables communications and 911 connectivity. The revised 911 board rule attempts to sort of attempts very well, I think, to pick up that connectivity issue. The outages are just as real and have just as serious an emergency and public safety consequences as, say, a fire, a lightning strike, a technical malfunction, or a weather event that disables a piece of equipment at a utility facility or along distribution lines. Explicit language must be maintained in the rule and in the underlying legislation that requires such subscriber premise outages to be reported. That's one of the two reasons I wanted to join you today, to make that point. Regarding application of the Public Records Act, Director Neal, I believe, has given a persuasive explanation of this aspect of the rule, as she has for the rationale of other provisions of the rule. Outage reporting will, of course, be subject to the disclosure and exemption provisions of the Public Records Act. But I suggest that the committee be aware of, and that the rule should minimize the likelihood that companies will make every effort to throw the broadest possible blanket they can over any reports they submit, so as to exclude the entire report from public view by local emergency officials, legislators, journalists, and the general public. How do I know this? I'll give you two examples. The first I'm going to provide you with is by reference. It concerns a case before the Washington County Superior Court that was decided by Judge Mary Teachout in January 2019, and it deals with a matter that commenced with my very own company, their wireless affiliate of Vermont Telephone. Exhibit 3 is an informative January 12, 2019 news report by the Valley News. I urge you to read it carefully and consider its implications for the proposed reporting rule. I do not know if the Public Service Department has responded to Judge Teachout's suggestion of a revised reporting form, but you can inquire. The other example is closer to home, and it goes to the point of the preceding witness. When educating ourselves in Shrewsbury about communications issues, our ad hoc working group learned that the FCC requires outage reporting from carriers, and one of our participants filed a Freedom of Information request with the FCC so we could learn what information exists about outages in Vermont. Despite saying that we had no interest in commercial, competitive, or in security information, the request was rejected. We were denied any information whatsoever. We even worked with our congressional offices to try to get some response. So they couldn't get it, we couldn't get it. The carriers want the 911 board to follow the FCC threshold for the scale of what is a reportable outage. We haven't talked at all, nor do we want to now. It's not part of today's agenda for the committee, the 900,000 minute threshold. But the carriers want the board to follow that's in the S301.
Yeah,
which you probably
and
know.
we are not going to
We're
take
not
that.
talking about that, but it will come as no surprise that the carriers will want the same threshold for public disclosure of reported information. None. If this is going to be addressed, it's going to be a broad-ranging discussion. It has to be. It's a terribly important thing from all aspects. Transparency, security, trade protection. It would need to be the committees of proper jurisdiction. I don't know if the finance and the energy and tech are the ones that would be solely responsible for looking at that. It would take a good deal of time. All aspects of those, a change in the Public Records Act would need to be thoroughly thought through. But as far as this rule, I urge you to give attention. I urge you to be cognizant that if the carriers are going to ask for an exemption, they should, the rule I think should say that they must give they have to request an exemption, one or the other. That
Okay.
that Mr. Aaron cited, the two citations. I'm aware of those particular one. One of them is quite a stretch, the security suggestion. But in any instance, they need to cite what the reason that they want an exemption. And I would say that the rule should say they need to specify why and what specific information they wish the exemption to apply to, not just, the whole report is exempt. I want to conclude there, and I'll be happy to fill in anything if you need to ask a question or desire to.
Jonathan, thank you. And again, I thank you for your patience in waiting.
Not at all.
This is pretty long for everyone. And I am going to actually, folks, I am going to try and wrap this up in the next 9 minutes so that we're done by 3:45 if possible. Seeing no committee members' hands up, Michael, did you want to offer a brief comment, and then Dylan?
Yeah, just to, at least from my perspective, to wrap up on this point, while, conceptually, I think from our perspective, we're aligned with many of the comments that Ben Aaron addressed on the confidentiality side. In fairness, I will, limit my comments to the concepts that are before you and S301, right? And so I think our focus and our request would be, that the changes that are in the proposal as currently drafted and adopted on the Senate side, on the committee side, are worthy of your consideration, that they would in fact improve the underlying statute, that they would clarify the law in several ways that we think would be very helpful. And so there have been other, issues addressed, but I'm sensitive to timing, and then also, quite frankly, sensitive to kind of what the issues are in front of you at the moment. Right. So thank you.
I think if you have anything to offer about the specific issues that are in front of us, we want to make time for that. But if I'm hearing you say that you're okay.
Yes, I am. I just wanted to just underscore that. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Dylan?
Thank you, Representative Sevilia. Just very briefly to respond to Mr. Gibson's comments. First of all, we thank you for your support for removing the reference to backup in the statute. We obviously feel like that would provide for a simple fix. With respect to continuous monitoring, I'm certainly interested to look at the report that VTEL was able to provide you after your particular outage. I think just for the purposes of this discussion, distinguishing between a post facto report produced by a provider versus continuous monitoring of premise equipment, that there is an important distinction there. And while providers may be able to provide that post facto report, it is very different from looking at the granular level on a continuous basis to see what the status of that equipment is.
All right. Thank you. Jim? Jim? Are you able to unmute? Nope, you were unmuted. Hands up. Your hand is up and Michael's hand's up. I can see you. Do you have something you want to say? Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry there. I would just note that Comcast's network is different than VTEL's. Batteries are not in a NID on the outside of someone's home. They are plugged into the modem inside the house. They look like the battery, our current 24-hour batteries, they look like what you plug into your laptop. They're not part of the network. So in VTEL is different than Comcast. VTEL has a fiber network all the way to the home. We do not. Their batteries at the end of their fiber network, it's still part of their network. Our batteries are inside the house, plugged into the modem, and really that's a huge difference. I just wanted to, there are differences in technologies between the companies. Thank you.
Okay. Committee, are there any final thoughts? I am not sure when the chair, if the chair intends for us to gather before next Friday's hearing on this. Heidi, I can't hear you. Oh, no, you're not talking to us. But I'm sure we will be back in touch with how we're going to proceed on this. Any final thoughts, questions? Everybody okay? Good. Thank you all. This was a lot of information, and a lot of time. So thank you all for your attention and participation, and we will see you again soon.
But just, I want to welcome folks to the House Energy and Technology Committee hearing. We're going to be discussing today a rule that was proposed by the E911 board to LCAR. And LCAR recently adopted that rule with the exception of 2 provisions in it. And that's what essentially I wanted to use our committee hearing to discuss today. I wanted to direct members of the public and committee members and witnesses today. There were some documents that were posted on our committee's website. One was a letter issued by LCAR on April 6th to the E911 board expressing what some of the objections to that rule were. And also a letter from LCAR to our committee, to me as chair, asking us to examine some of those things. Again, those are posted on our website. I sent those to each of the members of the committee yesterday, I believe, maybe the day before. But those are certainly a matter of public record and again, give kind of an overview. Also, by way of background, the rule that we asked the E911 board to prepare and present was part of the broadband bill that we passed last year in section 25. So this was legislation that came through the House Energy and Technology Committee a year ago, almost exactly a year ago. The E911 board filed that rule earlier this year, and LCAR ruled on the E911 board proposed rule on April 6th, I believe it was. And as I'd mentioned, there were 2 objections to that rule, with the rest of the rule passing through LCAR. And our committee also has the benefit of having the chair of the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules as a member of our committee, the ranking member, Representative Chestnut Tangerman. So we'll benefit from his experience working through this rule as well. So with that as a very brief introduction, I wanted to hand it over to our first witness, Barb Neal, who's the executive director of the E911 board. And Barb, wanted to thank you for being with us today. So please take it away.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see everyone, even if just virtually. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you again. And I actually have 2 topics for today. One is, as Chairman Briglin just introduced, the status of our rule governing outage notification requirements for originating service providers. And then secondly, I would like to give you a status of our in digital next generation 911 system implementation. And I think I missed this at the very beginning, but for the record, I am Barbara Neal, Executive Director of the 911 Board. So starting with number 1, the rule, the chairman gave an overview kind of the history of how we got here with the rule. I've got a little bit more on some reminders about how we got here. So section 25 of Act 79 required that the 911 board adopt a rule establishing protocols for reporting system outages, and those protocols were to be applicable to wireless carriers and providers of facility-based fixed voice service that is not line powered, and to electric companies. Additionally, in the rule, we have incorporated an existing requirement for outage reporting by wireline telephone service providers. Section 25 also defined an outage as any loss of 911 calling capacity, whether caused by lack of function of a subscriber's backup power equipment, and that piece becomes important in a bit in this discussion, or lack of function within a telecommunication provider system, or an outage in the electric power system. And finally, section 25 required that the 911 board submit that final proposed rule to LCAR by February 1st, 2020, and that submission was completed on January 31st. We did have, in the months leading up to the submission of the final proposed rule, input from a variety of stakeholders, including legislators involved in the development of that section of Act 79. Also good input from the Vermont Public Utility Commission through our participation in 2 commission workshops that were held recently. Input from Vermont Department of Public Service, electric power companies, and telephone service providers operating in Vermont, including the regulated companies and national VoIP and wireless providers. A public hearing was held as required. That was on January 10th. We received additional comments at that time. from all of those stakeholders, or most of those stakeholders. And a summary of those comments and the board's response to each of those was included in our submission to LCAR and is also available on the board's website if you're interested in seeing how this conversation has kind of evolved over essentially the past year. The LCAR hearing was held or completed really on April 6th, and LCAR voted to object to 2 sections of the proposed rule and approved the remainder of the rule. So I want to just speak briefly to those objections, and Chairman Briglin mentioned that the letter to, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, is the letter with the objections on the website?
It is.
Okay, yep. So if you want to see this in more detail, you can find it there. But in short, one objection was to section 3.4.1, the definition of an originating carrier outage, and LCAR objected to the definition of an outage as including the lack of subscribers' backup power equipment during a power outage. And just as a reminder, that specific language is in section 25 of Act 79, which is why we brought it into the rule. So I just wanted to point that out. LCAR also noted that not all subscriber backup power equipment is under the carrier's operational control. And the board agrees with that in some cases. LCAR also noted that the board's response to public comments indicate that the rule is not intended to require originating carriers to monitor elements outside their operational control. But that intent, LCAR's position is, was not reflected in the language of the rule. And I think some of that comes from the requirements of Act 79, but I'll speak more on that in a minute. Secondly, there was an objection to section 6.2 on confidentiality, which include wording, and LCAR noted that it directs report submitters to mark the information in their report that they believe to be exempt from public disclosure under the Vermont Public Records Act. LCAR said or noted that this section implies that carriers will be able to determine which portions of their reported information should be kept confidential when the exemptions from the Public Records Act already apply and further confidentiality provisions were not included in Act 79. So as to the board's response to those LCAR objections, the board met on April 8th, and the board directed me to develop a response to those objections for review by the full board on April 15th. And at the April 15th meeting, I presented the response that had been developed, which included changes to the relevant sections of the proposed rule. The changes had been made in consultation with the board's legal counsel to ensure that we are meeting the requirements of Act 79 while still addressing LCAR's objections. Now, these changes, and I will review them quickly in a minute, but the changes were discussed at length by the board at the April 15th meeting. There was significant input or feedback from industry stakeholders, some of which are with us today, and some members of the public, also some are with us today during that meeting. And I'm sure that the industry stakeholders anyway will provide more detail about this, but generally their concerns were, they had concerns about the revisions to the rule, and also that they had very little time to respond, review, and or provide input before the board met on the 15th. So taking all of that into consideration, the board chair instructed at the April 15th meeting that all participants should submit their feedback in writing for further consideration by the board. And that feedback was to be focused on this draft response that had been developed. I anticipate receiving that feedback, by the way, on or before May 15th. I have already received some, and it's certainly possible that I will receive more. Now, quickly, and I can provide this in more detail if you need it. But I just want to give you a summary of what we did with the changes. So in section 3.4.1, where the concern was about including a reference to backup power in the definition of an outage, we removed that reference and replaced it with an outage consisting of lack of network connectivity to customer premise equipment. And then we specifically said that failure of a subscriber's backup power equipment is not excluded from that definition. But really what we were focusing on is whether or not the connectivity of the subscriber to the originating service provider's network was intact. We want to know when that connectivity is no longer there for the thresholds that we've defined in the rule. So that was what we were getting at with that. But others will speak to their concerns with that. I just wanted you to know kind of where we were coming from. And then regarding confidentiality, the intent of section 6.2 as it was written in the final proposed rule and remains now, though we added a little bit of clarification, we hope, in that draft response. The intent of that section is to allow for prompt treatment of the submissions as subject to the Vermont Public Records Law. And simply put, information that is not exempt from release under Vermont Public Records Law will be released in response to public records requests. Information that is properly exempt from disclosure pursuant to the current law will be held confidentially. So we think that when these reports come in and we identify in the rule what information we are looking for, when these reports come in, some of the information may well be exempt from disclosure under all of those exemptions that are in the existing public records law, but not all of it. We believe firmly that the fact that an outage happened is certainly public information. Those customers are going to know about it. Generally where it happened, generally how many people it impacted, and for how long is information that should be available to the public. And we believe that information would not be considered exempt under Vermont Public Records Law. Maybe other things would, though. Specific types of equipment, exact locations of infrastructure, things along those lines may certainly be exempt. So what we are trying to do is just state, because the issue of confidentiality had been raised as a concern, what our intent was. And our intent is to treat those records in accordance with Vermont Public Records Law. So as this evolves, we will make sure that the language is clear in there. And I think that if something different is intended about how these records should be treated, I mean, I can't just overwrite the Vermont Public Records Law. So I think it would need to be addressed in a different way. So, but that is how we treat all information that comes into the board. And that's how we would intend to treat this information. So the board did advise LCAR, because a response was required by a date certain a week or so ago, that we intend to solicit this additional input from the stakeholders and also may consider some other factors as we reevaluate what we might want to do with that rule. So we intend for next steps to review all additional public input related to the LCAR objections and or the board's proposed or draft response to those objections. And then following review of that documentation, the board may submit revisions to LCAR to address the objections to those two sections. And I'd like to note that in developing any revisions, the board may also consider impacts of the ongoing COVID-19 situation and potential legislative action moving forward. A note about COVID-19, The board has requested from industry stakeholders input about any resource constraints or concerns that they may be experiencing now or may expect to experience related to the COVID-19 situation, and how that might impact their ability to implement any of the new rule requirements that do ultimately come to be. So we think that is an important consideration too as the rule develops. We do believe that there are some things that could happen that would be beneficial to an effective rule. I think more clarity around the Act 79 requirement to include a lack of function of the subscriber's backup power as part of the definition of an outage. From our perspective, or maybe from my perspective, let me put it that way, the issue is perhaps less about the failure of a subscriber's backup power equipment and more about the loss of connectivity to the carrier's network. That loss of connectivity, whatever the cause, is the reason that a subscriber may not be able to reach 911 or make any other calls. So perhaps there's some language adjustment that could happen there. I also think, and I don't know if it needs to be anything more than an understanding or a conversation, but an understanding that access to the information in these reports or the reports submitted under this rule will be handled in accordance with Vermont Public Records Law. And I think that really that is where we are with next steps. And I'm happy to take any questions on the rule before I go into the status of the 911 system deployment.
Great. Thank you, Barb. And thank you for pausing there. We do have one member with his hand up now. Representative Campbell, did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
I do have a question. Going back to section 3.4.1 and the last sentence in your written testimony, Barb, about this change also specifically stated that failure of subscribers' backup power equipment is not excluded from this definition. I wonder if you could explain that. I mean, it's not excluded sounds like a double negative that it is included actually. And so how is it specifically stated and what does this mean?
Well, that sentence was added because we removed the language in the rule that had come directly from section 25.
Got that, yes.
Okay, but in order to incorporate the fact that the legislation says we have to consider the loss of backup power equipment as a type of outage or in the definition of outage, we felt that we needed to specifically say that circumstance is not excluded. I mean, it is included in this definition.
Okay, is there language about that we could see, or the language that you quote here is replacing lack of function of subscribers' backup equipment with lack of network connectivity to customers' premises equipment. So was there a specific phrase that you're referring to in this last sentence that you could quote?
No, not in the revision to the rule, but I think you're actually you're bringing up a good point about whether or not the language that we had written in that draft, which by the way we never did send into LCAR, is as clear as it could be. I think perhaps that it is not, but it really was our intent to include the requirements of section 25 in our definition. I mean, I think we think we have to because it's in the underlying legislation.
Right. Okay. And I don't recall, I was looking back at my notes from last year, how that phrase about backup power was included. I don't know if anybody else can remind me how we got there, but.
I mean, just by way of history, this section of Act 79 was incorporated into the bill H513 in the Senate. It wasn't something that our committee took much, frankly, or any testimony on with regard to the bill.
Yeah,
So
I'm doing well. I'm in a meeting right now.
Hey, Robin, you need to mute your line, Robin.
Okay.
we can listen into Robin's call.
I thought I did
So, Scott, to answer your question, we didn't take direct testimony on this specific provision. This is what was in the bill from Senate Finance when it came back to our committee at the end of the session. We certainly reviewed it, but not in the context of taking testimony. Scott.
Sorry, I was nodding. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, and do we know anything about why the Senate included that language, or is that speculation at this point?
You know, again, well, I'm not sure if I can speak to I can't speak for the Senate. You know, again, I think this is one of those end of the session things where we, you know, incorporated a broadband telecommunications bill, and that was a vehicle on which things like health issues related to 5G and the health report there and issues related to E911 service, this served as a vehicle to incorporate those things.
Right.
I think it's as simple as that.
Okay, thank you.
Robin, I had you with a hand up as well. And now you're muted. There you go.
Okay. My apologies for the confusion on that call there. And I think Barb has done a good job of overview. And I guess what it feels like to me is that the E911 worked really hard to thread the needle on the requirements of Act 79. And ultimately I think it's an impossible task. And so I guess what I would like, the productive path that I see forward for us is looking at that requirement in 79, deciding if we want to address it, and if so, how, rather than how the board is trying to respond to 79, Act 79. Just my thought on moving forward. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Representative Antachka, I see that you have your hand up.
Yeah. My question is, are we talking about failure of power equipment? We're talking about the failure of backup power for the subscriber. Are we talking about like a homeowner whose power went out and they don't have any generator or power wall or anything like that to get them back online? Or are we talking about a failure of the carrier's backup power?
Can I address that, or what we thought we were addressing with this?
Yeah, please, Barb. I think that question was for you.
Oh, okay, sorry. Our understanding is that we were to address the lack of power in a subscriber's backup power. So non-line powered service providers are required to offer backup power now for a 24-hour backup power source to their customers. And I think that the intent of Section 25 was to incorporate those devices, which are often, though, but perhaps not always, on the customer premise equipment that is not under the control necessarily of the originating carrier. And if I can add just one thing on my understanding of why the phrase backup power equipment was added to Section 25, if you think back to a year or so ago, there was a lot of public concern, legitimate public concern about a long-term power outage that had occurred in southwestern Vermont, where people discovered that their backup power was not sufficient. And I think that that part of Act 79 was perhaps meant to address those very legitimate concerns of the members of the public in those communities that had been engaged in that conversation for quite a while at that point and have continued to be. So that was my understanding of why those specific words were used.
So you said that some entity is required to provide backup power or source of backup power for a subscriber. Would that be the carrier or would that be the utility?
That refers to the providers of fixed, non-line powered residential voice service, and they're not required to provide it. They are required to offer it, in other words, typically for purchase, or make their customers aware of where they can get this device to provide backup power. And that is an FCC requirement that they make that offer. And I can assure you that the industry folks on this call will be able to better speak to those requirements and how their companies handle those. There was a workshop at the Public Utility Commission last year specifically on this. And one of the conclusions of that was that the carriers who offer this service in Vermont are in fact meeting that FCC requirement as it stands now. But this took it a step further rather in trying to identify when those backup services fail.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Barb, I have a question, and just as a heads up to our other witnesses, if other folks want to address this question as well, this is just kind of demonstrating my lack of technological knowledge, but I'm curious how the E911 board looked at this. I think the backup power thing often refers to VoIP customers, where they're getting their voice service through an internet service provider, and that actually refers to me as a telephone customer. Does the technological capability exist for a VoIP provider to distinguish if a customer's telecommunications connectivity is intact or not?
It's my understanding, and we operated under this assumption as we developed the rule and the revisions to it, that that the providers of that type of service, VoIP service or any other, can or should be able to know when their customers are no longer connected to the carrier's network. I don't think that I can take it a step further and say that they would specifically know at any given moment in time why, right? So they may not know that that loss of connectivity to the network was because the backup battery died. Right. You know, at least not right off the bat. But it seemed to us that, and we know in some cases the companies can do this, they can certainly monitor when a customer is no longer connected to the network. They can provide that feedback to their customers through, you know, online tools and that kind of thing. So yeah, I think they can see that loss of connectivity, though they may not know it's because of the battery backup. Now, you may want to solicit responses from the carriers on that as well. For more
well, and that's why I wanted to throw that question out there as we move through our testimony today. That's something I'm interested in. And this kind of goes back to my sense as to how the E911 board is going forward on this rule, which is kind of focusing more on the actual outage or E911 capability of residents. And a layer below that seems to be this question around outages and backup power outages. And, you know, looking at section 25, you know, I think to me, it's clear that what we were looking for in this legislation is that the E911 board be apprised of system outages. And then there was a, kind of a, I don't want to say a defining sentence, but that an outage for purposes of this section includes, it doesn't say it's limited to, it includes these things. But at the end of the day, I think the purpose here was we want the E911 board to be apprised of outages. And, those can come from a variety of different places, but anyway. Barb, again, I know that you have to be done at 2. Did you want to give a quick, I'm sorry, Robin, did you want to jump in with a question?
Yeah, just I think an important distinction here is I think you're right that the board wants to be apprised of outages, but a key distinction is system outages, or because if you have 25 people in Shrewsbury whose backup batteries die because of an extended power outage, they no longer have connectivity, but I wouldn't think that would be a system outage. That's a number of individuals, and it's not dependent on a malfunction of the carrier. It's just a large cluster of individuals who have lost power. So I think if I'm reading this correctly, the word system outage, or how we define outage, is crucial here.
Yeah. And it is interesting that section 25 in the first sentence refers to system outages, and in the second sentence simply refers to an outage as opposed to a system outage. But anyway, now we're parsing words, which is what this is all about.
Which exactly.
But Barb, I wanted to give you, just in the brief time you have, an update. As you mentioned, you wanted to give our committee. This is outside of the context of the rule, but with regard to, I think, some of the switchover.
Right, exactly. And just on that matter of me having to leave at 2 o'clock, I do intend to stay on the call and listen in until 2. That meeting is scheduled for half an hour, but may not take that long. And I'll jump back in here if that is allowed.
That's sure, that's fine.
Things are still going on. Okay, so the status of the Digital Next Generation 911 system implementation. I want to report that because of, and only because of, the evolving COVID-19 situation, the board, in partnership with both InDigital and Consolidated Communications, or in consultation with those two partners, the board has decided to postpone implementation of the new system until October 2020. You may recall that we were originally scheduled to cut over to the new InDigital system in July 2020. As the COVID situation evolved, even before the stay-at-home orders were in place, all 6 of Vermont's public safety answering points were and continue to be operating under restricted access policies, which means that only essential personnel are allowed in those facilities. As you can imagine, it's absolutely critical that those facilities and the people in them stay healthy and safe as we navigate these challenging times. So because we have an operational system with Consolidated Communications, they are allowed access if there is a problem with the existing system. But we all thought it was prudent to take a step back and evaluate the timing of putting in a new system in the midst of this public health crisis. So that's why the decision was made to push to October. So we do have in our current contract with Consolidated, there is an allowance or the possibility of an extension of the contract for the existing system. That agreement includes that it be a 3-month extension initially. So they will continue to support their fully hosted NG911 system at the current monthly recurring charge that we're paying now. So we are working through, about to finalize actually the amendments to those contracts to make this all official. And we will be carefully monitoring, of course, the COVID-19 situation as we move forward, and are hopeful and planning for an October cutover. I will note that the project itself, but for COVID-19, would be on schedule. It was on schedule, it's on budget, the work is being done that needs to be done. And InDigital will continue to do work towards the implementation that does not involve access to the PSAPs for the time being. And that's what I have on that.
Great, thank you for that update. That's helpful. And Robin, I see you have your hand up if you'd like to ask your question. You're muted, Robin.
No, I was just being silent. Thank you, Barb. A couple of questions. Is that, you said October, did you say a date, October 1st, 31st?
The cutover date is scheduled for October 22nd.
Okay. And you said initially, it was in the contract, initially a 3-month delay, postponement. Is that renewable? Should we be in another lockdown? Is there
I'm sorry, what did you, I missed your question.
Should we be in another lockdown? Can the postponement be extended in 3-month blocks indefinitely?
Yeah, we're working on getting it so that we can extend it in shorter time periods, so that if we need another month, we can get that, and then another month with the necessary notice to consolidate it. So in general, yes, the answer is yes, it could be extended for a while. There would become concerns eventually with the age of the equipment, but that is not a concern at this point, or for those first 3 months, and perhaps a bit longer than that.
Okay, and that leads into my next question, which is a larger kind of stir the hornet's nest type question, involving the fund, the Universal Service Fund shortfall and lack of funding, lack of enough funding for E911 operations. And I understand you have, fortunately, some reserves, but I'm wondering if that financial uncertainty leads at all to reconsideration of contracts, or is the contract, I guess, yeah, what's your thinking on ways to respond to that shortfall as related to the contract?
So we have had a number of conversations with the Commissioner of Public Service, June Tierney, and also with Finance and Management about the projected shortfall in the Vermont Universal Service Fund, which could impact us to the tune of $668,000 was the last projection I saw. We will finish FY20 with, on the plus side, by over $900,000, because we have carefully planned for years to have in place the funds for any system implementations that needed to happen. With the delay, though the budgetary issues or the financial issues did not come into play at all, I want to stress that, or the decision to move the implementation into October. But the result of that decision moved some of the expenses of implementation into FY21, which helped it to some extent with the cash flow management as we round out FY20. There are a number of solutions that are being discussed. None of them are final. And I really would need to wait to have additional conversations with Finance and Management as to what the best approach is going to be for us, specifically on, a reconsideration of contracts. I mentioned, with an extension of the current consolidated agreement, we're okay. We're fine with that. I mean, there is some additional cost to that, from what we had originally budgeted, because the digital solution is less expensive on a monthly recurring charge basis. So there's that aspect of it. But as I mentioned, eventually we will get into a question of whether or not, the age of the equipment becomes a problem and becomes a risk and a liability to the system. So there would have to be substantial equipment refreshes and license refreshes and all this. And we haven't worked out any of these details or pursued any of those details, but we can spitball that cost would be upwards of $750,000 or more. And so in an effort to save 600,000, you're spending, much more than that. It's certainly not something I would recommend now. And I really don't see myself recommending that in the future.
I'm sorry. So and I'm not trying to be provocative here. I'm trying to understand this. You said that InDigital is cheaper on a monthly recurring charge basis, but there's a big chunk of money for equipment, right?
For the system implementation costs, correct. To build out the system itself is about $2.5 million, most of which we had in these reserves that you mentioned, that are now taking a hit because of that Vermont Universal Service Fund revenue challenge. So we've spent probably half of those implementation costs already to get to where we are with the system deployment. It's certainly something that we're going to have to figure out. But I think there's a short-term problem of figuring out this decreased revenues into the Vermont Universal Service Fund. And then there's the long-term problem of how do you fix the Vermont Universal Service Fund so that it can support the programs that it is required to support. And the bottom line there is that people simply aren't buying the kinds of services that the Vermont Universal Service Charge applies to, or they're not buying it in as great a number as they used to. So there's a longer term problem there that needs to be solved in consultation with certainly the Department of Public Service, the administration, the legislature, and all of the stakeholders, I believe, whose programs are supported by that fund. There needs to be a way to make it more effective. I don't know what that is, but certainly you always need to have a properly funded 911 system. And especially you need to have one in the midst of a pandemic. So I got on my soapbox a little bit there, but my point is there's a short-term problem that needs fixing. I don't have all the answers, but we are in consultation with the administration and the appropriate stakeholders there. And then there's that long-term problem.
Thanks.
Thank you, Barb, for that. It's not a tangent. It's right in the middle of what we're talking about today, but it is outside of the rule. But that update is helpful and clearly something that this committee is going to have to dig into, particularly about the sustainability of the USF fund and how that not only supports you but other programs as well. So that's definitely on our radar screen. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you.
We're going to move on to our list of other witnesses right now. The first of which is Jim White, who's the Regulatory Affairs Director for Comcast in the Northeast Division. Jim, thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you being here. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. I assume everyone can hear me. So Chairman Briglin, Vice Chair Sibilia. My name is James White, Senior Director, Regulatory Affairs for Comcast. Thank you for letting me appear today. So Comcast participated in the E911 Board's development of the proposed rules on outage reporting. That's Rule 19P-081. We appeared before LCAR, which has objected to two sections of the E911 Board's proposed rules. I'm going to offer comments on one of those sections, 3.4.1, that Barb discussed. and how the language in the Senate Finance Committee's bill S301 will fix a problem in the underlying statute that is carried forward. The underlying statute are referred to as Section 25 of Act 79. And the problem that was discussed, the uncertainty about what lack of function of the subscriber's backup power equipment means. And as a result of that phrase being in the statute, it was carried forward into Section 3.4.1. And we believe language in S301 will allow, will fix that problem to some degree. It's not, the language in S301 isn't as good as it might be, as clear as it might be, but it will fix the problem and allow implementation of the rule. So the statutory problem is in Section 25 of Act 79. In the first sentence, Section 25 directs the E911 board to adopt a rule establishing protocols for the board to be apprised of system outages by providers of wireless service, providers of fixed non-line powered voice service, and electric companies for the purpose of allowing the E911 board to assess 911 service availability during those outages. The focus on system outages is important because a voice provider's network is the system that is under its control. Conversely, anything outside the voice provider's network is outside its control, including malfunctioning customer premise equipment or customer behavior inside the home, such as unplugging a device. Either one of these conditions could result in a consumer's inability to call 911, but the inability is not due to a limitation of the provider system. Now, Section 25 of Act 79 defines an outage as including any loss of E911 calling capacity, whether caused by lack of function of the telecommunications subscriber's backup power equipment, lack of function within a telecommunications provider system, or an outage in the electric system. Now, I would focus here that in this conversation, we've used the terms backup battery and backup power equipment have been used interchangeably, but they aren't necessarily the same thing. And I'll describe that a little later. The problem with Section 25 is that the definition of an outage, which has been carried forward into 3.4.1, does not account for the service provider's inability to control elements outside its system or network. More specifically, a voice service provider does not control a telecommunications subscriber's backup power equipment. And that backup power equipment, it could be a backup battery that VoIP providers offer for purchase. It could be a backup generator. It could be anything that the customer, could be an uninterruptible power supply, such as people plug into the laptop. It could be anything. Comcast and non-line powered voice service providers cannot and do not continuously monitor the modem located outside the network at every customer's premises. As a result, Comcast cannot know when a, quote, subscriber's backup power equipment, if it exists, is not functioning, or whether a customer simply has unplugged the modem. In addition, the term backup power is ambiguous and could include any number of customer-owned devices like backup batteries, generators, UPSs. These are all external power sources over which a voice service provider has no control and are not part of the system provider's system or network, a service provider system or network. This would make compliance with the reporting obligations, the way they're drafted, impossible. Comcast and other telecommunications providers raised this concern about the E911 board's proposed rule and the underlying statute to LCAR in the Senate Finance Committee. In response, the Senate Finance Committee voted 7-0 to approve S301 with amendments. The bill is currently on the Senate action calendar. As approved by the committee, Section 301 amends Section 25 of Act 79 to remove from the definition of outage the confounding phrase, lack of function of a telecommunications subscriber's backup equipment. It also adds the phrase, for purposes of this section, a network failure includes the failure of backup power equipment that is owned and controlled solely by the telecommunications provider. This language helps by clarifying that providers would not be required to report network outages and not outages of equipment in the customer home they do not control. This would be consistent with the E911 longstanding requirements for reporting network outages by regulated wireline service providers. Now, LCAR recognized the statutory dilemma here. It objected to the inclusion of, quote, subscribers' backup equipment in the definition of an outage as arbitrary and contrary to the E911 board's own expressed intent. LCAR noted the E911 board itself, in response to public comments, had stated, quote, the rule is not intended to require originating carriers to monitor customer premise equipment or elements outside its network or operational control. As I indicated, the underlying statute is problematic. The language about backup power equipment is unclear and arbitrary. Section 3 of S301 attempts to fix that problem by clarifying a network failure includes, quote, the failure of backup power equipment that is owned and controlled by the telecommunications provider. That language matches the E911 board's stated intent that the rule is not intended to require originating carriers to monitor customer premise equipment or elements outside its network or operational control. The language is within service providers' capabilities to implement. As I said, it was approved by the Senate Finance Committee. That was the committee who originally, their committee, I'll say, of original jurisdiction, and therefore reflects the intent of the lawmakers that originally proposed Section 25 of Act 79. Now, I would note I was reading, so this has been submitted if anyone wants to look at it further. But I noted in the discussion by Barb and with the committee members, I think it was pretty clear that the intent of Section 25 of Act 79 is a little bit unclear, you know, that it could be improved. Comcast certainly agrees with that. Rep. Chestnut Tangeman indicated that, you know, Barb's essentially trying to thread the needle and that it's impossible. You know, we would essentially agree with that. Would note that in terms of backup, there's a difference between the words backup battery and backup equipment. The backup batteries, there are FCC rules on backup batteries. And the FCC rules require that VoIP providers like Comcast offer those for purchase. They're 24-hour, they'll last up to 24 hours depending on the talk time. They're very, very rigorous requirements that at the point of sale of voice service, the customer be offered that backup battery, that they be informed that without the backup battery, in the event of a commercial power outages, their voice service may not work. They are given annual notices. And so the part of Act 79 in Section 26 was for the Vermont PUC to conduct a workshop on backup power equipment. What they did, they had already initiated, by the time Act 79 was passed, the Vermont Public Utilities Commission had already initiated a workshop on backup batteries. And that occurred over the second half of 2019. On December 13th, they finished their report and it's out. They determined that the VoIP providers in Vermont had demonstrated compliance with the FCC rules. In addition, I would just point this out, that the Vermont PUC also identified certain best practices, which had been identified by a subcommittee of the FCC. One of those requirements is that one of those best practices is that VoIP providers notify their customers when their backup batteries are near exhaustion. Comcast does that. Once a month, we email or call customers who have elected to purchase backup batteries from us, and we inform them if those batteries are exhausted or near exhaustion. Customers almost never elect to purchase a new battery. And I would just indicate that for whatever reason, it's an extremely small number of customers elect to purchase a backup battery to begin with. So there's an extremely small subset of customers that have our backup batteries. And that's not to say, they have made a consumer's choice to do that. So I think that kind of concludes my remarks, but I would just point out that right now, Comcast, the issue of connectivity, the E911 board has rewritten its proposed rule to talk about lack of connectivity. That language is not in the statute. And lack of connectivity at a person's home could be caused by many reasons. It could be as simple as the electrician isn't there. If the electrician is there, they shut off the power of the home. They shut off the modem at the light switch on the wall. That's not an outage. It's not within our control. So there is the FCC's outage reporting rules focus on system outages. The California proceeding that has been discussed not here today, but they're looking at a proceeding somewhat similar to Vermont's, but they're also talking about system outages. We're not talking about something that happens at someone's house and whether their modem is connected or not. And there are many, many reasons that a customer's modem could be offline that would not be indicative of a problem on our system. So thank you very, very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'll try to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, James. I appreciate that. We have 4 hands up. Representative Chase, Representative Campbell, Chestnut Tangerman, and Sibilia. So go ahead, Scott. Or excuse me, go ahead, Seth.
Oh, all right. Quick question. In your process, do you have a distinction between Comcast-owned equipment that customers lease and equipment that the customer purchases? You mentioned customers purchase batteries. I know Comcast has a significant percentage of the customer premise equipment that is leased from Comcast. And what's the distinction there for this purpose?
Well, the Comcast modems are the equipment that carries both internet and voice service. Okay, so you don't have a modem that would do just voice. It would do both if the customer has both of those. Most of our modems are leased to customers, but customers are allowed to purchase their own modems and install them. Many customers, not a huge number, but a significant number, do elect because they think it's economical to purchase their own modems. So we wouldn't own those. We do sell the batteries. Once we've sold something to somebody, we don't own it. So that backup battery we would not own. As I said, we do once a month look at customers who have backup batteries that they purchase from us, and we let them know either by email or telephone call that their batteries are exhausted or nearing exhaustion. So regardless of whether, exactly who owns that backup battery, we would say if we sold it, we don't own it anymore. It's the customers, but we do have that vehicle to let them know that the battery is exhausted. But as was noted by Rep. Chestnut Tangerman, that backup battery under the FCC rules will last up to 24 hours, but it would not, cure the problem of an extended commercial power outage that happened in the VTEL towns, of 8 days. It's not to solve that problem. And, it's not so I don't know if that was responsive.
I think what I'm hearing is the modem would be owned by Comcast, but the batteries would always be owned by the customer. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think once the customers bought it, the customer owns that battery, or provide recycle them as well. They can return them and recycle them.
Okay.
We have the FCC rules are very comprehensive. They include things like how do you recycle a battery, which is, of course, but they're very, very comprehensive. And I guess one of the things I'm getting to is the Vermont PUC did look at the backup battery issue. not as opposed to the phrase backup power equipment. And the PUC determined it did not believe that Vermont should adopt an enhanced backup battery program at this time. So the PUC looked at it, and I would just, to re-dive into that just seems repetitive.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Scott.
Barb said earlier that carriers are supposed to know when VoIP customers are offline, and in fact, they do know. Is that inaccurate?
Well, Comcast, if we look, if Comcast, if you call up and say, say a lot of people have cell phones, and I would suspect that most people who have our voice service, it comes as part of a package usually. Often they would elect not to purchase a backup battery because they have cell phones. Okay.
Sorry. You broke up there.
In terms of connectivity, in connectivity, Comcast does not currently monitor every modem in every household to see if it's connected, because for many, many reasons, modems are constantly going on and offline. We don't do that. If someone calls us and say, I've got a problem with my internet, then we will look at their modem and see, but we do not constantly monitor this modem. We cannot do that at this time, and we cannot and do not do that at this current time.
Right. No, you said that.
There are many reasons the modem would be offline.
No, but what I was asking was whether Barb's statement that carriers can tell and do tell when a VoIP customer is offline. You're saying that that's not accurate?
I think it's not automatically for every customer at every time. So let's say we're just looking at, well, we've got a national network with millions of voice subscribers, but we're not constantly monitoring every subscriber. Oh, there's a customer out in Burlington. The fact that one modem is offline in Burlington does not raise a red flag to us. It's only when you get right. And so the answer is no, we are not constantly monitoring modems to see if they're on or offline. If a customer calls, obviously, if there's a problem, we can look at that modem and see if there's a problem. It may need to be reset, what it is, and that happens continuously. For example, we may get a request from law enforcement, who wants to wiretap or something. Obviously we can do these things, but right now we do not and cannot, and we don't have the capability now to continuously monitor every modem to see if it's on or offline.
Okay. One other question then about the batteries. You said that Comcast will send a notice to people every month about basically the status of their battery, whether it's becoming exhausted. And how do you know that? Is that strictly a matter of how old the battery is, or is there some other way?
They tend to last several years. They have a useful life. They tend to last several years. I've got to be honest, technically, I'm not sure how they can tell if that battery is nearing exhaustion, but we do this once a month. We look at the battery and say, it's nearing exhaustion. Would you, call us? One of the problems we have, we email people. We also call them. This is also the world of robocalls. A lot of people, ignore, despite our best efforts, a lot of people ignore this advice, or they may say the original reason they wanted a battery, everything's been pretty good. They don't need it. We don't know the reason, but we do make our best attempt to notify people. Okay. So we feel that that's a customer education thing. I think what happened in the storm a few years ago, the 8 hours in southeastern Vermont, there was perhaps a customer education issue with that provider not really informing people about backup batteries. And I think the FCC rules try to address that.
Robin?
Thanks.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions, and they're kind of digging at the same things that Representative Campbell was looking at, clarity on what you can and do. You've said several times that Comcast does not and cannot monitor continuously. So I'm wondering if, and understood, but do you monitor on a schedule? I mean, you check somebody's service connection daily, weekly, monthly, every 12 hours, or, you know, every 2
I'm not
years?
exactly sure. With respect to backup batteries, we are making that once a month.
Right.
Look at the backup batteries. We have higher up in the network, we have, you know, there's a cascading series of facilities. We have the bigger offices, and then it cascades down. Those bigger offices, there are triggers on the network that let us know immediately if there's an outage. Those typically have backup generators. But as you go further down into the system, those are not automatically alarmed. If you follow what I'm saying, you know, just like an electric company will know if the power station went out, but it's not necessarily going to know instantly if a tree falls on the line in a neighborhood.
So that automatic notification is size dependent. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, as is somewhat logical.
And what is that size? Do you know?
I'm sorry.
What is the size that has to be triggered for you to be automatically notified? Hey, we have a problem in.
Well, right now it's higher up in the network, and the issue of the threshold is not, you know, the 25 subscriber threshold that was in the board's proposed rules that Elkhart did not object to.
Mm-hmm.
That is lower than a little bit lower than, you know, Comcast current ability, but it's at least 25. Is you're getting to the system level a little bit, you know, you're approaching it. I think as time goes on, you know, the VoIP providers' capabilities may improve and get better. They have gotten better over time. Certainly, we're installing backup power equipment, you know, in our larger facilities and down into the network. So the reliability of our networks is improving vastly. You know, but at this point, we're not automatically alarming. We're having a flag raised, you know, at the granular level, you know, at a single customer's premises or something like that. And again, in terms of backup batteries, very few people, for whatever reason, opt to purchase these. So,
one more.
If a modem is offline, it's for 99% of the customers, it's due to some other reason, not due to batteries.
One more clarification question, which is, earlier in the year when the rule, 911 rule, was first being discussed, I was told that it was specifically Comcast, but I assume it would other providers, referred to other providers too, was told that they do not reach into the house, that the network interface is the end of their realm.
Yes.
But what I'm hearing is that you do on occasion reach in as a courtesy to check battery conditions, to check modems. So it's not a hard and fast either technical or policy stop. It's as a general, the network interface is where you stop, but sometimes you do reach beyond that.
Well, yeah, so actually on the cable side, there is a definition of cable system, what a cable system is that stops does not include inside wiring. You know, for example, our lines go to the customer's house. The inside wiring, we don't own and we don't control. That's not part of our system. So if someone's modem goes down because their inside wiring is faulty, which can happen, you know, think of an old house in Vermont that the inside wiring is a little suspect, the modem goes offline. That's not part of our system. There are actually legal cases that draw a line between the network. It kind of ends at the house, the entry to the house, and what's inside. That's called customer premises equipment. without getting too deep into it. The ability to report on system outages, which is outside the house, and something that happens inside the house, there is kind of a dividing line there. Now, we do need, obviously, to be able to help people with their service. You know, our technicians wouldn't go into a house now, but it's typically during the pandemic, but typically, you know, if we have a trouble call, we go to people's houses and we try and set their equipment up, their troubleshoot it or whatever it is. So obviously we have to, you know, part of our service is, you know, providing good equipment, good service, you know, in the house as well, but we don't regard that as part of a system, as part of our system.
Okay, thank you.
Laura?
Thank you, Jim. I have just a couple questions along this same line. And I did note your earlier comment that you might not be the person with the technical knowledge on some of these questions, which is unfortunate. I don't know if you've brought anybody with you that does have that technical knowledge.
Oh, about backup batteries?
Yeah.
Well, I do think that customer education is a difficult question on many things. My kids can do many things with computers and iPhones and things that I can't do, but it is an FCC requirement that when a VoIP provider sells voice service, that they clearly notify customers. There's information about this on the Vermont Department of Public Service website. There's information about it, I believe, on the E911 board's website, that if there's a loss of commercial power, you know, how that can impact your voice service. So I think one thing that could be fairly looked at is how do you improve education around backup batteries? You know, the FCC process is very robust. Is there, you know, could the state agencies, you know, perhaps play a role in providing more guidance? Could each town has a E911 coordinator that makes sure the street addresses and things like that are accurate? Is there a role, you know, something like that? But that's in the realm of customer education, I believe. And
okay, and that's so. And my questions are a little bit more technical, just for my understanding. So following up, it sounds like you have the ability. This was the question I think that you had said you weren't sure technically. You have the ability maybe to know the status of your batteries that are attached to your equipment, providing the service to folks. And I heard you say that maybe you're not clear. So it might just be that that's you know, we know that they last about this long, and so we just give reminders, or do you know if you're able to see the status?
Well, once a typical battery may last several years. Before, for the customers with backup batteries, we look at those once a month. And remember, again, we're talking about 1% of the customers, our customers to purchase these. So we inform them either by email if we have a valid email address, or we call them on the phone. I got to call myself here.
But you are able to look. You are able to look.
We tell them your battery is exhausted or near exhaustion. Now, once it's exhausted, we're not going to keep calling them for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, it just doesn't happen. But we are informing them. But we're not going to look at, we tell them we're not going to look at it every day. We've told them.
Sure. And so then my other question, I have 2 questions, I think. My other question is, if someone brings a different battery to your system that's not a Comcast battery, what would prevent you from being able to monitor that?
Well, right now we only monitor our own batteries. You know, we couldn't be responsible for what, you know, if a person brings a different battery, we may or may not know its capabilities. Is it actually compatible? It has to have a certain wattage. people can do that. It's possible to, buy a 24-hour battery is a little bit harder, a little more expensive, but it's possible to buy an 8-hour battery at a Staples or the Best Buy or something like that. But, for us to monitor things that we don't, was never ours, and we don't know if it was compatible or not. That seems, don't do
Shut
that.
my camera off because you're slowing down, which is probably me. Am I?
I'm sorry. Oops.
We can hear you, Laura.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm sorry, my connection.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I had to turn my camera off because my connection, and Jim's face is frozen, unfortunately, on my end. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to try and get this last question out. Thank you, Jim. And that was definitely, I heard you say that, few customers have the battery backup. Most of your customers have the modem. And I heard you say that most of your customers have your modem. And
Yes.
You talked about you cannot and you do not constantly monitor. Can you just tell me why you cannot constantly monitor?
We cannot at this present time. It would be an incredible undertaking to continuously monitor, how many internet customers do we have in the country? 20 million. And use that to, we don't possess that capability right now to continuously monitor all of them for.
A technical challenge?
I'm sorry? I'm sure it would be a very expensive and time-consuming endeavor to do that. Typically, in order for us, let's say there's an outage. Let's say a tree falls on our line, and let's say a tree falls somewhere, or people start calling up. Unless there's an outage higher up in our network at one of our major hubs, the way we find out about outages is when people call us. When they say, okay, we've got, wow, we now have 6 calls in Burlington, Vermont from, this particular area. We better go check it out. And a trouble ticket is open, and then we go look at it. But right now, at the granular level, at the neighborhood level, things like that, we're apprised of things when people call us. And then we go and investigate it. What is the issue? We've got to have, we look, then we start looking at it. Okay, what's the, okay, they're offline. Why? Is commercial power, what is the reason? But it's not an automatic, we're not continuously monitoring every modem, for connectivity. That would be a very long and, complicated and expensive process. Now, I would note that, that one of the pushes here is that with the line powered networks, in the old days, that the copper lines could carry current, and we're always online even without a commercial power outage, but they couldn't do a Zoom meeting like this. So, our networks are not line powered, and the battery backup is an effort to solve that, to some, assuage that problem to some degree. But these networks offer so much, that we're struggling really hard. We're going to hear people, let's go back to the way it was, but the new networks are different. They offer so much more capability. And the reliability of our networks actually is very, very high. And if you think about it, in your home, if the power goes out, most people have cordless phones.
Yeah.
They won't work. Most people know that when the power's out, unless you have a backup battery, the modem's not going to work. People understand that. Most people understand that. So,
okay, Jim,
a little bit, but
that's all right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so just, and I appreciate all of that. I am really looking at, and I don't even need a tremendous amount of detail, but in terms of, you can access and see the routers for your customers, but you're not able to do that on a continuous basis. So is that a human problem or a technology problem or what is that? or
well,
limitation, I
we,
shouldn't say
we have the
problem.
ability, we would have the ability to continuously monitor a single person's modem. If they're, let's say, people use their modems for all sorts of activities, some legal or illegal, we would be, if we thought there was something amiss, we could monitor one person's modem. However, we do not right now possess the capability to monitor all modems continuously. That would happen. Could it happen? Sure, I suppose that it's very, very time consuming and expensive endeavor. But again, we're getting back to control. A modem in a customer's premises can be offline for any number of reasons. And it's not necessarily not within our control. The reporting of system outages, when we get back to the concept of it, what we need to be thinking about is reporting of system outages that Comcast does have operational control over.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. We are through 2 of our 6 witnesses now. I just want to alert our committee too. And I want to welcome our next guest, Michael, and I'm afraid to pronounce your last name, so I'm going to let you do it, but I know you're representing Charter today. So I'd like to welcome you and thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mike Chwanek. I am Vice President of Government Affairs for Charter Communications. I'm based here in Connecticut. And let me just, there's been an extensive back and forth here, and let me just kind of try and summarize and kind of highlight a couple of points from our perspective. First of all, as a general matter operationally, and the distinctions are not noteworthy, our circumstances are similar to Comcast. So the back and forth that has just occurred from an operational standpoint is consistent with our wireline network as well, consistent with our customer relationships in terms of owning and in some cases leasing the modems that they use for our service, et cetera. I want to just sharpen a couple of points here that I think are important, and then I'm obviously available, for Q&A as well. First of all, I think one of the key issues here is kind of what is the legislature's policy objective, right, with this reporting requirement. And, we feel that there are some defects in the existing statute that S301 would address, and that those defects are largely connected to at what level and what are you trying to achieve by the information we're communicating to the E911 board. We would suggest respectfully that ties back to what it is that we are responsible for and what we are aware of as system providers. And so we just had the conversation about kind of individual customers. We don't feel that's really was your key goal in establishing this requirement. That there respectfully may be a difference there, but we would view this as you're trying to kind of understand what's in our control, what do we have visibility into, and things that are systemic in nature. So the E911 board is establishing a threshold of 25 customers. Obviously, that's subject to interpretation, but that's where they are defining, that issue. And we would, we had some back and forth with that, but we can certainly, operate on that basis or something close to that basis if that's where the board ends up landing. I think that there was an earlier conversation about, what is it that customers expect based on their experience? And I think that Jim touched upon that, and this is relevant to my own experience. I happen to live in a more rural part of Connecticut. I have pretty good wireless service, but it's not perfect. And so I need landline service to do a call like I'm doing right now, right? And so I wouldn't want a backup battery for my landline phone, right? Because it's not something that based on my experience, I would derive value from, right? And that's the challenge we've had in terms of the penetration rate. The numbers that Jim White described are consistent with us as well. You know, we push out the marketing material, we push out the customer education, and as a general rule, right, customers aren't interested in acquiring the devices. In part because of what Jim alluded to, which is even if my modem is powered, if my commercial power goes down and a few hours later my cordless phone in my house is dead, then I'm not really getting anywhere, right? And customers kind of intuitively appreciate that, right? I'm on a personal level more fixated with making sure that my wireless phone is charged if I have a power outage than worrying about what's happening with my landline. I know that that's not across the board, but as a general rule, I think that's the customer experience. And I think that's reflected in what we have as a take rate for backup batteries. The other thing I just wanted to touch upon very briefly is, as you know, folks were saying, how is it that you're monitoring or managing your network? I think we're doing it basically from two different ends, and I think this is consistent with what Comcast does. One is on the network side, right? We have technical people who are checking the health of and the status of our network constantly, right? And being proactive about that, right? And having visibility into what is happening with our service. On the flip side, we are, and these two things complement each other, we are measuring or reacting to customer communications, right? And it's a very low threshold. It's as a general rule for us, it's a threshold of 3. So if on my street, 3 people call, the minute 3 people call, that gets put into a different queue because we assume that there's something more than a problem at Mike Chwanik's house, right? That becomes a system issue. So we're very sensitive to making sure that we're being responsive to outages when our customers are experiencing those customer issues, right? Because we want to know whether or not we need to roll a truck to my house or whether or not we have some kind of a broader, larger network issue, right? So I think as a general rule, I think that the policy objectives behind the statute in Vermont are valid. You know, we've done our best to work with the E911 board to kind of manage how the reporting requirement would be implemented. I don't think she's back on, but Barb Neal has, I think, made a good faith effort to try and implement the existing law. I think that S301 would make, I think, some important clarifications to the law. And so we would be supportive of those changes, and I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. I don't see any hands up, but you know, if you'll hang in there, those hands may go up. And lo and behold, there's a hand. Representative Campbell, did you have a question for Mike?
Well, okay, sure. I don't want to let Mike go away without knowing that people have listened to him and want to ask him questions. Sure. So I'm going back to Barb's comment that carriers are supposed to know when VoIP customers have gone offline and can tell that. They do have that capacity. And I guess I'll ask you the same question I asked Jim. Is that a fair statement or is that inaccurate?
I think it is fair to say that we would know what is going on at your premises if we elected to monitor that individual status at a particular point in time, okay? I think the other thing, this is in and of itself somewhat problematic, but it's the nature of the reality that we manage. There is some percentage of devices that are, as a general matter, offline at any given moment. And I'm going to sound flippant in making this comment, but somebody unplugs their modem because they're vacuuming their room or, you know, whatever is going on, right? And so we're never taking it to zero, right? And if your device was offline, as a general matter, I don't know that you would want us chasing you, right, to figure out what your experience challenge may be or not be, right? I mean, in fairness, folks are, in fact, and I say this in a very respectful way, energy conscious. And, you know, having done this for many years, there are people, and I know it's not directly analogous, but but I've been lectured on many occasions by people telling me that they shut off our set-top boxes, right, when they're not watching TV, because there's a certain amount of, baseline power that's drawn from that device. So again, that could in fact be how customers elect to manage their service. And we're not, as Jim suggested, managing it at that level on a constant basis. If that, hopefully that's responsive.
Well, I mean, so I don't know this, but I'm going to assume that the policy objective behind this whole conversation is to understand when people don't have access to E911 services, right? So they have an emergency, they can't access E911. In the case of landlines, of powered landlines, there can always be a situation where somebody unplugs their telephone as well. But generally, it's the landline services, the telephone companies, providers can tell. Somehow they hear about it or something. So I think, the policy objective is to try to bring the VoIP services somehow in line with what is possible with landline services, as far as being able to tell when people have access to emergency, E911 services. So I'm still not clear on the technical capabilities that you have. You also mentioned a second ago that you're constantly, you're on a technical level, your technical people are constantly monitoring the health of the network. And I'm not exactly clear on what that means either. But it sounds like, and then the 25 customer threshold you also mentioned was, sounds like it's a challenge, but it's something that you can live with, as far as that being the threshold of when you report a system problem. So I guess I'm just trying to sort of piece all this together and understand what the exact objections are to the policy objective of understanding when people don't have access to E911. That's what I'm trying to get at here. So anyway, that's not exactly a question, but that's where I'm coming from.
Understood.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. Robin?
Thank you. This is a question for all the providers on the call, and it might be preempting Jonathan Gibson a little bit, but I hope not stealing any thunder from you. But my question is, so I'm in VTEL territory, and when VTEL did their fiber installations, they went above and beyond and they installed backup batteries in all the houses as part of the service. We were not required to buy them. I'm wondering if any of you are in a similar situation where you provided that equipment to subscribers free of charge, as opposed to those providers purchasing their own batteries. That's across the board.
For Comcast, the answer is no. I mean, we did not. I think I'm online. Everyone can hear.
Yes.
The FCC looked at that issue and determined that backup batteries are expensive, and the costs would inevitably show up in customers' bills anyway. And essentially what you're doing is, if you give everyone a backup battery, you're then forcing people who don't want a backup battery to pay for it.
Right, and I'm not arguing that the company should or shouldn't do that. That's not my
the answer for Comcast is no, we didn't. It was this year that the FCC originally, a number of years ago, required an 8-hour backup battery.
Mm-hmm.
It was cheaper and smaller.
Yep.
Now it's to 24. There was a phase in, and the 24-hour batteries are more expensive. And we've actually seen a reduction in the number of people who buy backup batteries because the FCC, they're more expensive.
Right.
But anyway, the answer is no. We never did.
And any of the other providers?
The answer for Charter would be no as well. And I would also note, and I don't want to get into a discussion on pricing on batteries, but the reality is that our pricing for wireline voice service is consistently declining to the point where in many circumstances, a new customer could potentially be taking voice service from us for $9.99 a month, right? I mean, well below where it was even a couple of years ago. And so you would end up in a scenario where as Jim suggested, the cost of these batteries would need to be, amortized across all of our customers. But then you also have a scenario where the cost of a battery could potentially be the equivalent of, depending on the circumstances, 7 or 8 months worth of service if our pricing is going down to $10 a month. So that, cost benefit ratio is another consideration.
And again, my posing the question is not about whether you should or shouldn't be, or the financial implications. It's more the there's nobody from VTEL here, right? But Mr. Gibson introduced a document earlier, which is his VTEL contract, and I have my own here. I dug it out of the file cabinet. And on the back of it, it clearly states that anything installed by VTEL is owned by VTEL. And we must return it in the same shape that it's in. And to me, that really muddies the water on monitoring, on responsibility, on, okay, well, if it's in my house, but it's your equipment, are you responsible for its condition? And I'm posing these as open questions to the committee, not trying to assign blame. But I think in this particular case of VTEL, the issue is muddy. The waters are muddied by that free install. So it's not a question. It's a comment.
I'm trying to figure out how to raise my hand. I do it, but it shouldn't necessarily make a difference. But one small difference is that VTEL was a line-powered network all along. Western Charter never have been. So from the beginning, when Comcast launched its voice service in Vermont in 2007, the issue of backup power was there, and this was taken up at the FCC by providers. It was really a Vonage case that goes way back in time. I mean, you have phone providers now writing on the internet that aren't covered by this rule. They're writing on the internet. We're talking Vonage, Skype, things like that. But in the very early on, there were FCC rules that required VoIP providers to notify customers about the impact on 911 of a commercial power outage. But a little bit of a difference from VTEL in that they were line powered, and they may have felt an obligation to provide the backup batteries for free. In the beginning, we were trying to launch our voice service, get people to buy it. We're never line powered, and we determined that requiring the purchase of backup batteries would perhaps introduce a hurdle that an economic hurdle. So, but just a little factual distinction there.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
team. We're going to move on to the other aspect of our committee, Forest Parks and Recreation. I'm going to mute myself for a second, but Michael Snyder, there you are. It's good to
Hello.
see you.
Good to see you guys. Thank you.
Yes. I want you to note the hemlock beams that are over here.
Oh, I've been taking stock. Trust me. Yes.
Yeah. They're Vermont hemlock. Anyway, would you like to give us a little bit of a report on what's going on from your end?
Sure, happy to, and thanks for the invitation. Again, good to see you all here, even if virtually. Wish we were together in the friendly confines, and maybe we will be again before too long. Hope you're all doing well. For the record, Michael Snyder, Commissioner, Forest Parks and Recreation, along with on my lower right on the screen here is Sam Lincoln, Deputy Commissioner. Hey, Sam. We have been conducting things, remotely for several weeks now. The entire department took this quite seriously, and very proud of the way our about 140 people scattered and dealt with logistics and getting just sort of set up. I think that was kind of the first thing for us, was just to, with a goal of trying to maintain normal function as best we could during a stay home, stay safe order. So we've done that. People have rallied pretty well. Bless their hearts. We have a lot of people who really are into their work and want to get out in the woods, want to get the parks ready for the year. And we weren't allowed to. So they were kind of caged animals for a while. We have, as the governor kind of slowly turned the spigot, as he says, some of them have been able to get back to doing some field work in a limited way, following best practices and social distancing and sanitization, et cetera. And I think it's going reasonably well. And really, other than that, what we've done is really been doing our best to, as I say, just sort of establish our new normal for operating and logistics and dealing with that, but at the same time, trying to be very active in